Good morning, everyone, and welcome. For those who do not understand Czech, please put on your headsets. Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer, the organizer of the Congress, is here to say a few words.
I wish you a beautiful day, and I also wish all the presenters that their talks go successfully, and I wish the same to this Congress. Now I would kindly like to invite the first speaker to the podium.
First of all, some technical things, please. So we have an inspiring lineup of speakers ahead. Before we introduce them, let me say that the Congress is a hybrid Congress. So some speakers are here in person, others are online, and some have pre-recorded their talks. We have 4 halls, 3 open in-person attendance, while hall 4 is online only, streamed also in the restaurant downstairs. Wi-Fi details are on your ID badge, on the back side. In hall 1, simultaneous interpretation is available in English and Czech. Please use headsets if needed. In halls 2 and 4, subtitles are provided by machine translation.
And now a few practical notes for our presenters to help the day run smoothly. Please come to the entrance of hall 1 about 15 minutes before your talk to be fitted with a microphone. To help everyone stay on time, you'll see a timer on the monitor in front of you. You will hear a gong 1 minute before your time is up and another at the end. And finally, on the desk, you will find a very simple remote control that you can use to move your slides. The red button in the middle works as a laser pointer. That's it, and with that, we're ready to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first speaker, Magister Maria Walcher, an ethnologist, and leading expert on intangible cultural heritage. She has worked extensively with UNESCO, advises the Association for Natural Medicine in Europe, and received the Priesnitz Medal for her outstanding contributions for traditional naturopathy. Magister Walcher, welcome and go ahead.
A blessed morning to all of you in this wonderful city. Thank you so much, Thomas Pfeiffer and team, for this beautiful venue. And Yeah, I started yesterday already, and I just want to ask you first, who has never heard about or never dealt with intangible cultural heritage until now? You all know about, hello. Yes, because you know, it's important always to stress on what was meant by UNESCO first. We cannot start before we go through all the details of the intention of UNESCO before we go in our special issue. So, in brief words, UNESCO is now 22 years in charge of the Convention of Intangible Cultural Heritage. And it's incredible that from the beginning, which was difficult, especially in Europe, where we said we don't need it, now more than 180 countries have already adopted this convention. The high appreciation is because of the inclusion of the civil society, and I have to say that it's a convention that deals with the empathy of people. This is very important. It is not putting something on the list, just a name, and to get an emblem or something like that. No, you are dealing with the empathy of people, and this is very important. And yeah, for many reasons, but this is, I think, one of the most important. You catch people by dealing with intangible cultural heritage. You go into the hearts of people. The purposes of the convention is, first of all, safeguarding. Safeguarding does not mean you can keep something in a special situation or in a special status, because culture is always a process, is always going on. But safeguarding is taking care of something. That means you have to be careful with the things and have to think about how can we keep it alive, how can people are allowed to do what they want to do. Ensure respect for the intangible cultural heritage, because it is so different in all parts of this world. What is very important for you might seem not legal in our countries, and this is really very tricky to respect culture. And it's even in a small country like Austria, you cannot imagine. We are so little in all our regions, but Viennese people do not understand what in Tyrol is happening and how people deal with something. So it's even in such small places not possible to know everything, and always to say respect is the first we have to be aware of. Raising awareness, this is important, especially now in our case. You get awareness of public when you are in the lists. This is true. Whatever you do afterwards with that, this is in your competence. And international cooperation is preferred, and assistance is given. Well, there are on international level, we have 3 lists. We'll go through that afterwards. But first of all, before you go to the international lists, you have to be you have to take your traditions into a national register. That means not you, but the groups or communities who are living a tradition. They have to go for a national list. And it's up to the countries how this list is set up. It's not said by UNESCO how to set up a national list. So it's really very, very different in the countries how this list functions. But it's important to know that this is the first step of all. And of course, this is, again, something political. It's in the will of the country, if they do it and how they do it. But the communities are asked to have to be involved. That's important. Criteria for inscription, they are very wide. It's not so a strict thing, but it gives a feeling for that. Transmission from generation to generation. In Austria, we say it has to be at least 3 generations from now back. This would make sense for being a tradition. You need one person who has got something, knowledge or competence or something like that, a ritual, and wants to give it to the next generation. I think that makes sense, the 3 generations. For us, it's important the 5 domains. Domain 4 and 3, 4, and 5 are perhaps the main focus. And in the European countries, I have to say, domain 4 really was in, how do you say, it brought a little stress on our cultural institutions, because nature and the universe, that sounds so esoteric. And spirituality is something we have lost in dealing with our culture, and it's very important, of course. Oh, I went too fast. Yeah. So it has to be in those 5, one of those 5 domains, recreated by communities without a break, it has to be in continuity. It's important for the identity for people and groups. Again, the respect, mutual respect, sustainable development, and the widest possible participation of communities. You cannot decide because you are an expert that should be on a list. It has to be the will and the wish of the communities themselves. It's important to make the how do you say? You have to know what is the difference between tradition, revitalization, and good practice. Think of our issue. There can be a tradition of dealing with plants in a certain region from generation to generation to generation. And it can be the situation that there was this tradition and somebody thinks it's important to do this again after some decades. So that is not the same. It is not the same. It's another thing. And this is not for all the lists. And good practice is a certain idea of UNESCO to make a list for those, and many of us are in this part of dealing with tradition. Good practice is to make projects on keeping awareness for traditions. And I think this is an interesting point for us. Just no, for your association, I have put some of the healing methods and traditional medicine, Austria, Switzerland, Germany, to see what could it be. For Austria, I think it's very interesting to have the specialities of individual pharmacies, because the craftsmanship of pharmacists will be forgotten soon, and is already forgotten in many European countries. So we should think about bringing this to a list. The rest you can. What I think is interesting in Switzerland, faith healing or praying for health, it's a different expression in two cantons. And we have this in Austria too, but the people who do this in Austria do not want to be seen. So I think, yeah, we should accept that too. Germany and Austria have the Kneipp therapy in the list already, so we could think about going to an international list, perhaps with Switzerland or another country, to bring this to the international list. So far to Middle Europe and the German-speaking countries. Just some photos. I like very much the photo of the nuns, herbal knowledge in the convents of central Switzerland. Of course, the herbal knowledge in convents could be a European inscription, but it will take some time to bring that to all the national lists. So, UNESCO. You have the UNESCO emblem, and on the right side you have the emblem for intangible cultural heritage. And of course, UNESCO is always something people want to have, perhaps for touristic or political or whatever means. But this is not for what we should go. We should go for awareness, I think. So we have 3 international lists: the representative list, the list in need of urgent safeguarding, which might be interesting too, but difficult because for those 2 lists we need something. The register of good practices, I think, would be something we could do easier. This is really easier to because the representative list and the urgent safeguarding list, national register is required. And so we have to think, each country has to think about what can we bring to the national list, and afterwards we can think about what can we bring together to an international list. But the safeguarding list, no inscription is required, and for that reason it's easier to go there. And I think they would like it if we could make an international inscription on the safeguarding list, because there are not so many things. Includes so far no specific elements of traditional medicine. And yeah, this I think would be a good way to start international cooperation. Just for you to know, in the international list, in the representative list, in all the lists, you have films, small films, videos, where you can get an impression. It's like a wonderland, because it's so interesting. If you start this, you don't stop. And my favorite for an international for cooperation for the representative list is this: the knowledge of the midwives, because this is universal and it's so fine. All the continents are there, and just I have the you have the link, and I think we have no time to do that now, but I recommend you to look at this film. So we have the different lists, we have the different levels. if you really want to go on your national list, identification of tradition bearers is first step. The national register is inevitable if you want to go to international lists. We have started work in a working group, thanks to the Italian colleagues, and Nora Laubstein is guiding us through through the topic. And we realized it's not easy to go for the representative list, but we have already some ideas what we could do, and I think we have to stay in contact to motivate us, to bring hydrotherapy or spagyric or cupping or whatever. So we start on certain issues, and yes, we just are in our European working group, but if you have an idea from India or from elsewhere, I think it would be very fine to keep these contacts. Was this the end already? Yeah. Oh, no, important. In each country, you have a commission for UNESCO. And there is a network among these commissions. And on Plus, you have the UNESCO Facilitator Network. There you have a list of all the people who work as facilitators worldwide and which country they have in preference. So you can search your facilitator who would lead you through the process and who can inform you. Of course, the commissions could do this too, but sometimes they are not so much in the intangible cultural heritage, or they have a change. This is a little bit more difficult, but the facilitator network is really something you can directly go to the persons who know for your country the way. A little step for you perhaps, but for Austria, where traditional medicine was not only unknown, but mostly forbidden. We in Austria, you can do it in the family, but this is all you can do. You cannot say, I have knowledge about, and you go to prison, perhaps. No, it's not that, but it's difficult. But now, since half a year, we have the traditional European Medicine Center, Mercurio, which refers to a spagyric idea. And this is really something where you feel it's in cooperation with a well-known pharmacy. So it has a certain kind of public already, and yes, a very motivated team. So glad to have met you here. Hope to see you or hear from you, or Nora, we will see if somebody wants to join our working group. Welcome, and thank you for your attention, and a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mrs. Walcher, we're grateful for your contribution. Now it's time to invite Mrs. Isabel Wachsmuth, an international leader with more than 20 years at the World Health Organization headquarters in Geneva, where she is project manager in the Universal Health Coverage and Life Course Division, and leads the Art Impact for Health and SDGs Incubator. Mrs. Wachsmuth, you may begin.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. It's a very big pleasure to present this morning an important topic for me and for what we have discussed previously about the importance of traditional and complementary medicine, but as well part of the design of what we call integrated health. And I will present today what we have done, what we have achieved in terms of art and creativity to humanize healthcare and services. And I will give you a little bit a world map view in this short time. In fact, it's very important to consider art and creativity. It's, as you will see, it will be part of the social prescribing intervention, and it is a big trend now in the world. I will as well describe that to you. First, I will start with where we are today at global level. Health is increasingly recognized as a societal issue and a holistic model linked to multiple and complex factors, social and economic deprivation, and lifestyle in general. By 2050, 1 in 4 people will experience a mental health problem each year, and depression will affect 1 in 5 older people, particularly children, young people, and adults who suffer from social and economic deprivation in their life. For that, it is very important to consider key priority needs, specifically for low-middle income countries, but as well for emerging economies. Healthcare models based on human relationship at their core need to consider the integration of services, need to strengthening primary health care, and as well to invest on community-based care. Where is art therapy, in that, and the role of art, in fact, to support what I have expressed previously as the scale of the problem. Art therapy sector worldwide, donc in the health center where we are. The art therapy services market was valued at $1.5 billion in 2023 and is expected to reach $3.9 billion by 2030, with an anticipated growth rate of 15.1% between 2024 and 2030. An estimated 50% increase in registered art therapists in the US, for example, over the past 5 years. This growth reflects wider acceptance of therapeutic modalities in clinical and educational settings. So it is really where we are in the development at global level in this art therapy. And the current trends in the evolution of art therapy use around the world is very taken in consideration now, including by, of course, WHO. And it is important to consider drawing and painting therapy account for 40%, while sculpture therapy is experiencing the fastest growth, driven by its unique therapeutic application in emotional healing and rehabilitation. In Asia Pacific stands out as the fastest growing region at around 10.2%, reflecting the growing acceptance of art therapy and its integration into traditional mental health care. Music therapy is the fastest growing subsegment, gaining popularity due to its positive impact on cognitive health, particularly in elderly care facilities. And as you know, with some part of the world we have more and more elder people, it's very important to consider music therapy. Employment prospects for art therapists are expected to grow by 22% from 2021 to 2031 as the profession continues to develop. And I think that is the key last evidence about the creative art activities and their impact, and the fact we need to consider that as a pathway to better mental health and well-being. Today, numerous studies show that art therapy or creative artistic activities can significantly reduce symptoms of anxiety and depression. These activities promote the expression and processing of emotion, improving self-awareness, self-esteem, and emotional regulation. And clinical trials have reported improvement in this area following participation in visual art, particularly through museum prescription. I will enter that more in details. Music therapy or dance therapy. In terms of key fact, we can consider this key figure following. 650 million people worldwide have benefited or are benefiting from art therapy. 73%, we have observed 73% reduction in symptoms of anxiety, depression, and stress, particularly for those are the autism spectrum. 77% reported an improvement in their overall psychological health and social and communication skills. 34% reduction in pain and fatigue in cancer patients. 85% of pregnant women suffering from the prenatal depression or anxiety experience relief. 71% reduction in chronic pain, 79% increase in self-esteem and more positive self-image, and 54% reduction in suicide and self-harm. It's really impressive, average of impact. And I think it's just the beginning to have more and more evidence in the world in favor of art prescription. For the pain management, particularly in the context of post-operative care and chronic disease, art is really valuable. For example, I will not go in details here, but just to keep in the mind, it is impactful to reduce medication use, to shorter the hospital stays, to consider fever complication and readmission, to improve quality of life and treatment adherence, and as well to reduce need for additional care. So that it is really to keep for us in our mind. And in terms of art and pain management, I want just to give you some additional key figures are available in terms of evidence today. For example, in terms of return of investment, I will go in specific figure. For example, the potential saving of up to 10 to 20% in certain contexts. And this figure remains to be confirmed by large scales, and it is from this multi-center study. Donc it's quite, strong evidence base on the back. Approximately 30 to 50% of healthcare facilities in certain countries, particularly in Europe and North America, regularly incorporate music into their protocol to reduce anxiety and pain and improve patient comfort. So that it is quite an important figure, specifically from the Western countries. And the regular integration of music could reduce overall healthcare costs by 5 to 15%. And finally, about the visual art and creative expression, some analyses estimate that art therapy or other social approach can contribute to 10 to 20% reduction in hospital cost, mainly through better stress management, faster recovery, and a decrease in complications related to anxiety or depression. That is really important to consider this key figure, you know, and as well the other dimension of art, specifically theater and drama therapy, dance are as well to be considered. For example, here you can see their impact. You know, I will not enter in details, but you can look the influence of each type of art therapy and the influence on directly on the health and well-being of people. For example, to improve social interaction, I have mentioned previously self-esteem, but as well patient satisfaction in general, what it is critical, and how to address trauma in general, specifically for people and population affected by war and conflict. And what is the difference, for example, and I think it's very important to articulate that, what is the difference between social art and how to use as well social art to bring together people and to have a focus on how we can live together, you know. And the difference as well with art therapy, I think it's very important to articulate this difference. For example, for social art, it is community or group level. It is about artistic co-creation, donc how artists can contribute in this social value creation. It is about secure, share space and different artistic disciplines. It's too fast. To establish the components of social cohesion, social relationship, solidarity, sense of belonging, and social capital. And the goal, it is really to connect with others, exchanging knowledge, sense of belonging, collective affirmation, self-expression among communities. For art therapy, what is the difference? It is the needs. It's really provided by art therapists. It is to create a space conducive to creation based on non-judgment. That is absolutely critical. And the goal is to be a guide in the creative process, therapeutic relationship based on trust, a dialogue about the creative process, and to discover the meaning of one's creation self-knowledge. Donc you can see the difference in terms of the audience and how the design is doing for social art and art therapy. And for that, to have a very effective impact, it's important to consider already some key intervention and community-based art participation. You can see the mechanism, you know, I have expressed previously. And for that, I will look specifically example like the concept of what we call living museum. And today, 40 living museums have been implemented in the world. And it's absolutely incredible intervention. Can really address this burden issue of mental health. I will just show you by short video what we have achieved with creative art workshops and how immersive and interactive art exhibitions are extremely valuable to specifically with community and group, and as well how we can use live painting to make the difference. Here I will not enter in the details, but it is to show you quickly the spiral of collective resilience, you know, and the needs for paradigm shift and the importance to create safe place for vulnerable population and to rebuild social ties and facilitating with that the cognitive engagement, what is absolutely critical, you know, to address this chronic disease specifically on the long term. And for the social prescription, I want just to give you the current situation and evidence of effectiveness. The growing of evidence based on for social prescription is very important. It's from the Lancet, and I have extracted the key elements, to keep in the mind. 4 million patient records analyzed over 6 years. Social prescription liaison workers have had positive effects. The other important fact, it is green prescribing program, donc it is the link to nature, to prescribe, for example, walking in nature, a relationship with nature. And we have proof now, we have significant improvement in mental health. Social prescription reduce pressure on health systems, and as well some randomized control trials in 8 countries via the social prescribing EU program. I am part as well of this program, have demonstrated an impact, and specific studies on children and young people as well. Donc it's just to show you where we are on this aspect. The other aspect of social innovation through art, it is as well the role of museum, and specifically not just the traditional museum, but as well what I call living museum. And I will not describe too much details, but just what we need to keep in the mind. It is museums have already developed tools for assessing well-being. For example, museum well-being toolkit exists. And it is really used to assess the impact of visits. For example, it is the case in the British Museum on a psychological and subjective well-being. And that have demonstrated already their social and cultural impact. Some countries, for example, like New Zealand, Scotland, have developed well-being policy frameworks that encourage museums to evaluate their success based on meaningful rewarding and empowering outcomes rather than visitors' number and revenue. So that it is really a change in this world. And for the Living Museum, it is really how we create transformative and safe space for mental health and well-being. Here you can see on this figure how we have an impact on the interconnection, the individual transformation, what is critical. It is really to supporting people well-being throughout their life, providing safe, interactive, and experiential environment. Donc it is as well to lead to experience evidence-based. It is a space that promotes trauma healing and mental health, exploring difficult emotion and experience without the pressure of the outside world, and a way to contain the overwhelming feelings associated with trauma and to engage at your own pace and reduce anxiety. It is as well an effect on the collective transformation and as well the transformation of organization. And it is very effective to remodeling clinical practices to make them more inclusive and respectful of social preference, and to have more active role as a space for transformation. And that is the key elements we need to consider. For the artist creation workshop, I will finish with that, and I will show you some testimonies. The advantage it is specifically for young children, the skills development, personal fulfillment and well-being of participants, individual social benefits like the networking. You are doing networking in this conference, for example, quality of life interaction, community social benefits, networking, community services, but as well individual and community economic and cultural benefits. Donc the impact, I will not come back to that, but it is really to reinforce the fact that improves self-confidence and promoting reconciliation with oneself and openness to others, as well as developing artistic skills within the community, and to feel a sense of belonging and involvement. Donc here it's just an example how we have done that in the world. When we do an intervention at country level, we try to engage, as you can see, for example, it was in Bulgaria. We have engaged children, in the nature, and we have done with these children this big living painting to demonstrate in live what is self-transformation. Donc, This creative workshop, they teach children, their family, and loved one, as well as the healthcare professionals, including psychologists and speech therapists, to use art to effectively treat trauma and developing coping mechanisms through expression and community. They invite participants to tap into their authentic vulnerabilities and share stories they will not normally tell, provide an opportunity to express the inexpressible through art, which becomes a means of exploring trauma and recovering from it. Help them feel grace and compassion for themselves and others. This broadens their emotional vocabulary, and in doing so, strengthens their resilience. The creative process invites them to remember what it means to be a human and to be vulnerable. So that is just to show you where we have done this type of intervention with these children affected by cleft over the world, and as well to assess the impact of this creative workshop. And just to show you some quotes, I will finish with some quote and a short movie, the presentation. Donc, for example, very touching quote from the participant of this creative workshop. Happy, grateful, and motivated to seek equal treatment for all, regardless of difference, from a coordinator. For me, it was a very special day because we were with our loved one and enjoy a very special event from the patient. Very happy, I love this space to share with my daughter, a mother, and a valuable experience for interaction, inclusion, and enjoyment from a coordinator. These activities facilitate and improve interaction between patients themselves and between professionals. You can see the happiness of the patients and their family, and it is rewarding as a professional to know that these activities bring well-being from a professional. And now I will finish this presentation with 2 minutes of movie just to showcase. It is in Spanish, but you have translation in English to show what have been achieved from the field.
El arte para mí es expresar sentimientos de tristeza, felicidad, cuando tienes miedo.
Para mí el arte significaría alguna forma de liberarte de alguna carga.
Por ejemplo, si me estoy triste, pues dibujo y ya se me va el enojo, la tristeza, como que me libera de algo fuerte.
Para mí el arte es una forma de transmitir diferentes mensajes que a veces no podemos decir con palabras.
Yo creo que es maravilloso que la Organización Mundial de la Salud esté logrando conectar el arte con la salud de esta manera tan interesante, ¿no?
Health is not just about curative approach, it's as well about prevention, and art is one aspect can be considered, for example, to provide social support to the people. And specifically for these children affected by cleft, you know, this comprehensive care is absolutely critical.
Ellos, cuando son a veces pues segregados o discriminados, no pueden expresar lo que piensan o lo que sienten, y de esta manera ellos le dan a la pintura, a la calaverita, este permiso de expresar qué son, qué están sintiendo.
El arte los va a hacer más sensibles, los va a hacer más mejores humanos. Los va a enseñar a abrir también su corazón, su alma, sus emociones sin miedo.
Thank you very much.
So art and creativity are powerful tools to humanize healthcare worldwide. Thank you, Mrs. Wachsmuth, for your nice presentation. Thank you very much. And taking the stage now is Professor Julius Spicak. He is Emeritus Chief of the Clinic of Hepatogastroenterology at the Institute for Clinical and Experimental Medicine in Prague. He has held numerous national and international leadership roles and serves as a member of the Czech Parliament with a focus on education, research, and healthcare. He is recognized worldwide as a leading authority in the field. So, Mr. Spicak, when you're ready.
Dobrý den, vážený pane předsedo, vážení přítomní, vážení organizátoři. Především bych chtěl velice poděkovat.
I would like to thank you very much. And I also want to thank Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer, who invited me. It's a real honor to me, and it is extremely interesting. I like various things, but I not always understand them properly. A week ago, I had I read a lecture about alternative treatment method in gastrointestinal diseases. I am one of the founders of these methods, and most of the participants were younger than I, and I am really very busy, so I said, no, I can't tell you about everything because I do not know it all. But they told me, but you have the experience, and I think that that is true in the field of gastroenterology. I must say that although I read when I read the program, I realized that the alternative methods are much broader than you would know in Czechia. For people in Czechia, there are only two types. It's homeopathy and it's Chinese medicine. These are the only alternative methods. I talked to a Czech medical doctor when I prepared for this lecture, but he is actually practicing Chinese medicine, and it was quite interesting, and it gave me some lessons. And I also realized what the benefits can be and what is still missing. I realized that what is missing are the certified studies. So I will focus on focus on Chinese medicine, and I will do that as well. And I will speak about its impact on the regular bowel diseases, intestinal diseases. There is the Crohn's disease, which is specific because it focuses, it concentrates in the area with high standard of living, like Scandinavia and others, and it increases. And in the past years, as a result of the non-biological treatment, it heavily improved. It improved its symptoms. So if you have the comparative studies, no more is valid what you could see 5 years ago. And so it is very successful. This is a meta-analysis, and it is well, the meta-analysis in itself was so interesting that I could speak for the rest of my time about this only. But I will use some of the outcomes, and you will understand how difficult it is, because it compares various methods of the Chinese medicine. It is the moxibustion, for instance, with the conventional paratreatment. It dates back to 23, and it's no longer absolutely valid. Then there are some parameters and the comparison groups, the matching groups. We can have all degrees of Crohn's disease. There are certain parameters, and I am not a specialist in intestinal diseases, inflammatory diseases, so I do not know all the parameters which are being measured. Each of us has a certain index, and there is a number of studies, and they are classified depending on the level of the evidence. And as you can see on the right, sometimes the credibility is low, and small wonder, because it is very complicated. This is a lifelong disease, so it is only the relevant result which should be retained, and it is difficult to determine which one it is. This is the graphic comparison of individual methods. What is the most relevant is the acupuncture, moxibustion, Shen, moxibustion, and so on and so forth. So we would need to see in practice what it is. The sham is a sort of fake culture or false. It's for comparison, and that is very interesting, but I didn't have the opportunity of going into it more deeply. Well, this study included 12. This analysis compared 12 studies. The results were amazingly interesting. Real acupuncture and moxibustion compared whatever is the sham. And you can see the result, the activation or activating index shows very different results. So the meta-analysis concludes that more studies would be needed. It is difficult, but obviously it is based on a certain tradition, on a certain ethnical environment, and it is discussed. It is to be discussed whether it can easily be transposed to Europe. It will have to be validated in the European context. These are some more drugs or substances, the names of which you will know. These could be also potentially useful. You see Huantu, cannabis, curcuma, and ginger. That is ginger, obviously. So these substances could do have an impact, and we know them a little bit. Gastroenterology describes various disturbances. They are not correlated structurally among themselves, and you can see it in primitive societies. When people had a diarrhea, it was because of toxicity. Today, nowadays, we rather have failures in function. So it takes the practitioner's experience to distinguish between these two, and they can refer the patient for a surgery without any reason. So it is important to understand that you have to know how to communicate with the patient. That plays an essential role, and I think there is plenty of room for alternative treatment, acupuncture in particular. It is true that it is very difficult to validate and compare. Here you can see partial depiction of the results
of acupuncture as adjuvant treatment, we have to realize or whether we understand what is the standard treatment. The symptoms are very divergent. So again, there is not a single standardized conventional treatment. If you are constipated, you don't use the same means for treatment as for diarrhea, and so on. So it is very variable, so the assessment is very difficult. What seems obvious is that what worked the best was acupuncture as compared with placebo. The outcomes were the most convincing, and you can't underestimate it. They are positive. But the quality of the studies, the validity, is a kind of an issue. What's essential in abdominal diseases are tumors of all types, which, besides its specific symptomatology and symptomatic course, are accompanied by very unpleasant problems of all kinds: insomnia, loss of appetite. This makes really the patient's life unpleasant. So meta-analysis of pains in tumor, in cancerous diseases. Again, for all the meta-analyses which I've been showing and which I will show, the same thing is true. Namely, they are difficult to compare because they use different treatment: acupuncture in combination with Chinese medicine. So it is extremely difficult to compare. Actually, what seems to fare the best is the acupuncture in combination with the traditional Chinese medicine, that is with herbs. And here the success rate dwells in the reduction of pain the most. All in all, there are 111 studies that were included in the meta-analysis, and the complex Chinese medicine plus acupuncture was assessed the best. I must say that when it comes to pain and other unpleasant symptoms, the pain is also difficult to measure, but there are systems which differ among themselves, and it is difficult to say which of them is the most relevant. So, yes, but there are some precautions to be taken. Besides the pain, people are often depressed, they don't sleep, they lose their appetite, and they also feel anxiety. So again, this is a Chinese meta-analysis, and you can see many results. These studies are extremely vast and sweeping. So I took insomnia and the quality of the sleep, and you can see that the differences are variable. In conclusion, we can say that the treatment group works the best for depression. It also works for the quality of life, and the assessment of the quality of life is once again very unclear. But this treatment doesn't work against insomnia, so depression and quality of life, but not insomnia. As to the combination, because the effect of the symptoms are multiple,
and there is a certain definition. So the sum of the side effects of the treatment, the impact for them, it worked well. This was a Danish study. It is the acupuncture for pain in chronic pancreatitis. Chronic pancreatitis is, among others, characterized with pain. So this is an understandable study. And here we compare acupuncture and the sham acupuncture. And the relief from pain was significant, but only time limited. And for chronic pancreatitis, it can be useful, though. But again, the treatment procedures themselves vary vastly. The pancreatic carcinoma is a sheer disaster. In Czechia, every year, 2,900 people fall ill, and only 400 out of that number survive. So the maximum of survival is 10%. And in my rich experience, I only know one person who was really treated. There's just one single person whom I know to have cured from the pancreatic tumor. So I don't expect a major breakthrough in the nearest future. There are studies which have been focusing on that. Their goals are variable. It is the growth of the tumor, metastasis, or side effects, cachexia, and again, the studies are very variable in the goals, so there is not a possibility for a complex assessment. What is important, though, is to focus on microbiome, because it is this which is extremely interesting area. Undoubtedly, it is very different for various diseases, and we're not always able to determine to what extent this is the cause and to what extent this is an impact. However, empirically, we've been intervening, and the probiotics show positive results, although it is variable, but we cannot really say to what extent this is a physical or a psychical effect. But it is interesting to go ahead with it. Microbiome consists of a number of bacteria. There are multiple bacteria, as the quantity of bacteria is multiple as opposed to the cells in the human body. And again, this is just for one disease, and the validity as the disease develops is questionable. But the interventions in the microbiome may have just a placebo effect, but it is encouraging. This is a study which is very good. I thought originally that it was the Chinese guaram, but I was told that there are many herbs in that. And here it is administered as an adjuvant treatment of hepatitis. Why not? I was surprised because this is a very complex study, but it was successful in all parameters. This is really very precious as a result, be it in the field of ultrasound, improvement of fibrosis, improvement of the laboratory parameters, and the effect is really important, significant. This is a study from a different cup of tea. This is a Chinese study which focuses the drug-induced liver damage. This is something which is quite frequent. And so it is in China, and you can see that where the damage was the most frequent was there where the traditional Chinese medicine, and it was hepatocellular damage. Most of the patients had a pre-existing liver condition, so these were not naive patients without any previous disease. But you have to take that into account. The traditional Chinese medicine, followed by tuberstatics, was the most frequent cause of the damage induced by drugs. What is particularly important is that there were only 2 patients who were transplanted, so the impact was not fatal. I would like now to conclude my paper by saying that I consider the Chinese medicine a potential approach, and I certainly would not object to its correct lege artis application for practically every diseases. Obviously, we have to be aware of the side effects, the possibility of liver damage, and there are 2 important things. The method should be validated for our cultural environment, and second, I think that alternative methods as such should be a part of the medical education at the faculties of medicine. I think that this is really fundamental, and it is a huge mistake if this is not done. Thank you for your attention.
Professor Szpiczak, we thank you for your expertise, for sharing your perspective with us today. Thank you. I would like to explain now why we don't have time for taking questions from the audience at this moment. We need to make up for the little delay we had at the beginning due to some technical difficulties. However, I encourage anyone to approach the speakers during the break or after the program. Thank you for your understanding. And our next speaker needs little introduction. Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer is Vice Chairman of the Council for Integrative Medicine, philosopher, healer, and founder of the Institute for TCIM and CAM. He will introduce the Council for Integrative Medicine and outline its mission. Mr. Pfeiffer, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to have the opportunity to present you with the history of the Council on Integrative Medicine to the Health Minister of the Czech Republic. This history dates back to 1940s, when Biotronics, a completely new branch, was created by Mr. Josef Zazulka. The method resulted in numerous successfully treated patients. And what is interesting is that in 1973, the president of the Academy of Science presented a declaration, a statement, in which he claims that Josef Zazulka is a very successful researcher and asks for creating new conditions of work for this person. At that time, the current ideology did not allow for such treatments in the realm of spirituality. For the chairman of science, it can't have been easy to publish such a document. Later on, one of the official trials in Vimperk Hospital was conducted, and this brought very important achievements, which sound like incredible miracles. Josef Zazulka revitalized a stomach tumor patient within a fortnight. When a person in terminal stage of cancer was completely revitalized. Colostomy duct, which had been created, healed itself without any surgery, and intestine connected itself to, and it returned to its normal function. And this is slightly related to Professor Špičák's topic. We can provide medical records related to all the research. Then many years passed, the Velvet Revolution came, and the conditions improved. And it became necessary to create support also at a political level, and therefore a petition that brought 42,000 signatories and was discussed by the petition committee of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Parliament. The result of the hearing was very positive. It recommended inclusion of these alternative disciplines into medical practice and education at universities, as you can see on the slide behind me. And here we are getting to the outset of our council. Then later on, in cooperation with the members of Parliament of the Czech Republic, an activity leading to the creation of the Council for Integrative Medicine at the Health Ministry was formed, and it was part of the Committee for Postgraduate Education of Doctors. And that committee worked for numerous months. And here you can also see the presentation of petition for support of Biotronics. And I'm pleased to inform you that at the moment, that working group has been transformed into a Council for Integrative Medicine at the Health Ministry. Most probably, we should also think about what this method and what this area can bring to healthcare, and what its purposes and reasons are. Firstly, it's very important that EBM is well informed about what medical practitioners encounter on a daily basis, be it out of discrepancies when two different methods are being applied, but also because the curative outcomes of TCIM methods might be very successful. Here we can, for example, see the cost-saving effect of EBM and TCIM in Switzerland. And here we can see about a 20% decrease in costs. And our Institute for TCIM, we prepared a study on cost effectiveness, and it has led to similar results globally. This means that at present we have been able to see a great development of EBM, which is great, but naturally it has its consequences. These more perfect interventions have been also more expensive, and this is not financially sustainable anymore, unfortunately. How could this be useful? Our TCIM, if being applied in practice, can bring a greater benefit to EBM itself, because there will be more resources for increasing the quality of EBM treatments, thanks to these savings. Therefore, structuring verification of TCIM methods has to be conducted naturally, as you mentioned before, and there might be certain obstacles connected. I have worked as a practitioner of TCIM for 40 years. I experienced myself those difficulties to verify the outcomes of my treatments, to create studies. It's not easy to publish in an impact magazine. Although you have an article of the right format, it's not easy to get collaborators. Medical doctors often do collaborate, but non-officially, as they are afraid of using their credibility. They do not declare that collaboration publicly, openly. So this is the spirit of this era, and therefore also this Congress should contribute to the improvement and change of the spirit of this age, depending on how our heart feels it. Because if there is something which does help, that would be a great pity not to use it if it is really helpful. As for gaining evidence, this field can be also viewed from different perspectives. If I only apply statistics, then it very much depends how that given area is defined. If I seek for diamonds in the Czech Republic, I might filter millions of tons of soil and won't be able to find any single diamond. And I will be able to say that diamonds do not exist at all in the world, although a jeweler's at the corner offers them. So if we need to understand something, we really need to make effort. Otherwise, we would be in a position of those diamond seekers. So I've only touched this topic, which is much more profound. If we look at the activities related to research in Europe, here we can say that it's not that bad. Many research centers on TCIM have already started dealing with this topic. I have visited, for example, Charité in Berlin, the London Royal Hospital of Integrative Medicine in London, and I had an opportunity to meet Mr. John Hugh, the head of research there. So this is already ongoing in process. Here we can see what a skeptic might refuse as something irrelevant. But I believe that people are not stupid. People do use, or prevailingly, what they already have experience with, or what works. In developed countries, as the chart illustrates, you can see the representation of those who already use TCIM modalities. And that's really a very large number of patients who have the right of choice, and they have the right that these modalities gain the interest of research. I want to highlight that EBM must never be replaced by TCIM methods. All these methods should exist in parallel, and that's why we are using the motto, it's time to start cooperating, because despite all the achievements which have been made in EBM, we can still see an increase of incidence of non-chronic diseases, tumors, which have increased significantly, although mortality has dropped thanks to EBM treatments. There are also other treatments, also mental diseases like depression. We were presented with really large numbers of populations suffering of these problems, like the fourth, 1/4 of the population suffering of such problems. So these numbers already can demonstrate the situation very well. Here are some more lege artis methods, and that's the number of randomized control studies and PubMed databases for 10 most researched disciplines. The publication this resource comes from is Alternative Medicine in the World. At that time, when this book was published, more than 18,400 randomized control trials had been conducted by the date of publishing of this book. Acupuncture, herbal medicine, traditional Chinese medicine. I'm really looking forward to the time when I can see also biotronics on that list. These branches are not unknown in European and global hospitals. Let's start with Europe. And those little hearts show places where TCIM methods are being applied as complementary treatments in oncological interventions, reducing the side effects of chemotherapy and other conventional treatments. This is the result of a study published by one of the most prestigious prestigious medical databases, Cochrane, which compares the efficiency of conventional and complementary treatments. Potential positive effect is 37% in CAM and 44% for medicine in general. Probability of not having any effect of all is about 4.8%, and for medicine in general it's 1%. And potentially harmful might be only 0.69% of CAM medicines, while for medicine, conventional medicine, this is 7%. This is quite logical because conventional medicine uses more invasive treatments. These are often life-saving treatments at the same time. So this should be structured more in detail. If we are dealing with an injury or a loss of basic life function, then naturally a conventional treatment would be most relevant. However, in other situations, especially in chronic diseases, and as for insufficient transparency of the result, it was in 56% in CAM treatments and 47 or 48% for EBM medicine. So this is a very complex topic, and we could devote an entire lecture to it. And even EBM medicine is often bound in its own activities because of the research limitations. Here you can see the percentage of medical universities offering TCIM qualifications as part of their degrees. The larger number is in the USA. As it comes to the EU countries, it's about 42%, and newly accepted countries to the EU are only represented by 22%. And here you can see international institutions dealing with TCIM, be it the WHO and its WHA and other organizations, all recommended the inclusion of TCIM and its research and the evaluation of its cost-saving benefits, leading to an integration of TCIM methods into healthcare. Here you can see some more international organizations whose findings were published. We could be surprised at seeing the NATO here, because more than 50% of the staff already use TCIM methods, and its study belongs to the best. Also, the resolution of the Parliamentarian Assembly of the European Council recommends a new approach towards non-conventional methods. And this is also related to what was the outcome of work of the Petition Committee of the Czech Parliament that recommended to take these steps. I believe that in 2 years' time we will be meeting here at our Congress, sharing new information and new progress made in our work. I wish you all success.
Mr. Pfeiffer, thank you so much for introducing the Council for Integrative Medicine and sharing your perspectives and experiences with us. And now we'll take a 30-minute coffee break. Please be back in your seats by 11:15. Refreshments are available throughout the building, mainly downstairs in the restaurant. Enjoy. And I would like to ask Mr. Vamra and Professor Dangavelu to stop by the entrance to Hall 1 during the break to be fitted with microphones. Thank you very much.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost. Bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back now. So now we are in church and let's dive back in. Just a little reminder for our presenters. To help everyone to stay on time, you'll see a timer on the monitor. In front of you, you will hear a gong 1 minute before your time is up, and another at the very end. And now please allow me to invite Mr. Amarjit S. Bhamra from the United Kingdom, a leading advocate for India's traditional sciences, a lecturer and Ayurveda ambassador. He is the initiator and lead secretariat of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences and was instrumental in the launch of the Yoga Center of Excellence and Indian Traditional Medicine in London. He now leads a European-wide petition to secure citizens' access to traditional medicines. Mr. Bhamra, we are looking forward to your talk. Oh, you're here, Mr. Bhamra. Sorry. You can go on stage.
So, namaste to everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for this privilege to be here, Thomas, and to address such a bountiful gathering of so many beautiful souls. So, I haven't got any slides or anything. I just wanted to, as you know, I spend a lot of my time in the politics of the work that we're all doing here in the British Parliament and also in the European Union. But I also just felt I needed to bring to your attention the program that we've created in London about a year ago. So this is the first trial. It's called April Trial, and I'll get onto that in a minute, why we use the acronym April for the trial. So the idea was really from the fallout after the COVID-19, as we have a figure back in the United Kingdom, almost like 5.5 million people who are suffering from long COVID. And so we're looking at all sort of opportunities and possibilities, and then together with the All India Ayurveda Institute, which is, as you know, part of the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, we then felt appropriate to, bring the Department, of Health in the UK and All India Ayurveda Institute come together to see how we can identify some area of addressing this symptom. So we now have a study, and that is what I want to talk to you about. Yeah. And so, as we're witnessing unprecedented demand worldwide for wellness translating into a multi-billion-dollar industry, we are seeing a growing desire for prevention-oriented healthcare. So when we normally talk about, normally every country talks about prevention is better than cure, yeah? But I think, from our perspective in Ayurveda, you can very safely use prevention as an alternative word for Ayurveda. Yeah? So it is a preventative medicine system. And so we're seeing the increasing awareness of our health in our own hands is stimulating any upsurge of knowledge, and most particularly in the traditional sciences. So my own work through the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences is based in London. So what we've done with the All-Party Parliamentary Group in London, we set this up about 10 years ago. Our senior advisor is here with us today. Dr. Venkat Joshi is here, and so many other wonderful people are here also from London. So the idea really was to basically have how can we make our position a little bit more clearer with the government in the United Kingdom. So, therefore, it all spurred on from something that happened here in the European Union back in 2010, which is called the THMPD directive that came out of Europe. Basically, essentially banning all herbal traditions to be practiced in the European Union. Yeah. And so with that in mind, we went to start off, to bring about this parliamentary group. And it was founded 10 years ago in the British Parliament. And so we enjoy the support of a cross-party, dedicated parliamentarians from both Houses of Parliament, House of Lords and Houses of Commons, and cross-party parliamentarians. So we have now about 30 parliamentarians who are actively looking at ways of addressing, preventative medicine. So parliamentarians are not the people who make decisions, whether it's Czech Republic or European Union or the United Kingdom. What I have had a tremendous amount of experience in working with them are basically the people who open door for us and look at what we are saying and take that message to the policymakers, to the government. And that's where we are at the moment. So we're looking to the work of colleagues to encourage clinical research. So we've thought this through and working, taking a political initiative, working with the British government, and then also doing some programs here in the European Union. But I think there is a missing catalyst here, and that's research. Yeah. And I think what people, governments outside and policymakers outside India are looking for research here, and that actually then led us to bring about this trial, which I wish to sort of speak to you about. It's with great delight we welcomed the reapproachment between Europe and Britain announced in re-establishing scientific collaboration also through the Horizon Europe, which, as you know, is an initiative sponsoring and funding research in Europe. The significance at the time is heartening when we consider the potential support to expedite the research we need. So the knowledge and technologies evolved over years, thousands of years, provide a history of safe use. This is essential at the time of reminders that fledgling sciences serve to warn us that the little knowledge is a dangerous thing. So the All-Party Parliamentary Group, together with the Ministry of Ayush and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, is an important clinical trial now studying the herb ashwagandha in treatment promoting recovery of long COVID throughout the United Kingdom. We are receiving expressions of interest from a variety of specialists and medical practices and practice groups in the UK. So APRIL is an acronym which is Ayurveda for promoting recovery in long COVID is the name of the trial which is run in the UK at the moment. So APRIL is a randomized placebo-controlled trial of traditional Indian Ayurveda herbal medicine for treating long COVID led by researchers at the London School of Hygiene, and also with the All India Institute of Ayurveda. So this is the first trial of an Ayurvedic product regulated as medicine in the UK. So it took us almost like over a year with the policing authority, which is the MHRA, to actually get this approval for this study to be sanctioned as a as a medicine study. So Ayurveda is the most ancient system, as we all know, of traditional medicine originating in India. So previous trials suggested it could help alleviate stress, anxiety, and fatigue, and to improve sleep in physical performance. In this trial, we are trying to see if ashwagandha can improve functional status, quality of life, and symptoms in adults suffering from long COVID in the UK. So Ayurveda, a natural system of medicine, as we have said, that's been there for so long. And the term itself, Ayurveda, is life science, or also science with the soul. So there are two main principles, that's behind the study, behind the objective of Ayurveda, principally looking at this study. Number one, to prolong life and promote perfect health by following diet and lifestyle practices, including yoga and meditation, to increase longevity with good physical and mental health. And secondly, to eradicate the disease and dysfunction of the body. Thus, Ayurveda is a health promotive, prevention, curative, and nutritive science. So ashwagandha, also known as Indian ginseng or winter cherry, is an evergreen plant that grows in India, the Middle East, and parts of Africa. The roots of ashwagandha are used for medicinal purposes in Ayurveda. Ashwagandha is believed to be an adaptogen, which means it helps the body respond to stress as well as promoting overall health, strength and well-being. In this trial, we are trying to see if ashwagandha can improve functional status, quality of life, and alleviate symptoms in UK adults suffering from long-term COVID. So the rationale behind the study is that it took, as you know, a toll on health in the UK and globally. So there are concerns around the disease's long-term sequelae, which is a residual or produced condition that is a direct result of the past illness or injury, often referred to as the long COVID, with symptoms including respiratory problems, chronic cough, shortness of breath, chest tightness, native dysfunction, poor mental health, and extreme fatigue and muscle weakness. Symptoms may last for 2 to 3 months or longer, or in many cases, and is estimated to affect about 20% of the COVID-19 survivors. So long COVID is understood to be a multi-system disease similar to some other post-viral syndromes, although it's still poorly understood and there is little evidence around its effective treatment or management. Recently, a number of randomized placebo-controlled trials in humans have demonstrated its efficacy in reducing anxiety and stress, improving muscle strength, and enhancing sleep quality and condition, and reducing symptoms of fatigue in patients treated with chronic conditions. This evidence, combined with emerging literature on its pharmacological and immunomodulatory effects in vitro. In vitro is the Latin term meaning in glass, used to describe procedures performed in a laboratory environment outside a living organism, suggest ashwagandha as a potential therapeutic candidate for alleviating the long-term COVID-19. So through the Western scientific lens, the aim of this study is to determine whether ashwagandha can improve functional status, quality and life and symptoms in the UK adults suffering from long-term COVID-19. The objectives of the study, therefore, are primary to determine the effectiveness of ashwagandha for improving functional status amongst people experiencing ongoing symptoms of COVID-19, and secondary to determine the effectiveness of ashwagandha for improving quality of life, reported fatigue, breathlessness, pain, sleep, quality management, quality mental health, cognitive functions, work status, and other symptoms. So the trial participants are currently taking, the trial is taking place across participating National Health Service sites, doctors in the UK for adults aged 18 or over who have been diagnosed with this condition. And obviously by their doctor, and who find that the condition is affecting their ability to carry out their day-to-day activities. To enter the trial, individuals must be contracted by a participating doctor. So the adults who have current diagnosis of long COVID defined as per NICE. So we have an organization, it's another policing authority in the UK called NICE, which is an acronym for National Institute for Health and Care Excellence Guidelines on COVID, meet the other clinical screening criteria. So the randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial interested individuals who have a diagnosis of long COVID and conform to all other eligibility criteria are have been randomly allocated to take the traditional Ayurveda herb or placebo. During this period, there will be a complete monthly questionnaire online and monthly check-in with their study doctor team. Neither the participant nor the researchers will know who is taking the herb or the placebo tablets to avoid bias in the study results. So as I was saying, that the Medicines and the Healthcare Products Regulatory Authority, the MHRA in the UK, have sanctioned this as a study for medicinal conditions. So the team in London is led by Professor Sanjay Kinra, who is the lead at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, Professor of Clinical Epidemiology. And the co-investigators for the study are Dr. Anup Singh, MD, PhD, clinical epidemiologist, Dr. Poppy Mallison, Dr. Mahesh Madpati, Tim Clayton, medical statistician, Alexander Perkins, and Rohini Mathur, principally from India. And obviously, as I said, the trial is sponsored by the All India Institute of Ayurveda, and that at the time when Professor Tanuja Nasari was its director, and she still continues to be the lead investigator. And then we have co-investigators, Dr. S. Rajagopal, Dr. Galib, from both Ayurvedic medicine from India. And also, you'll be happy to know that the trial is supported by Dr. Geeta Krishnan. I'm sure most of us have heard of his name, who's an MD practicing Ayurveda medicine, and spent a lot of time at the World Health Organization Complementary and Alternative Therapies, and of course, the All-Party Parliamentary Group, Indian Traditional Sciences. So the value of our work is a strong international imprint that I hope we will leave for the future, focusing on the experiences made in every corner of the planet, always supported by the best holistic scientific evidence available, including treatment systems that have their roots of wellness in traditional sciences. The worldwide fraternity of integrative medicine committed to strengthening the global health architecture and building more resilient, equitable, sustainable, and inclusive holistic health systems to achieve the basic human right, the choice of freedom for the management of every human health disorder. And so, and in this respect, introducing our context has been particularly significant in helping progress the value of Ayurveda and integrative medicine. Here, also in the Czech Republic Parliament, as you know, over the last 2 years, that Thomas has organized a group of some keen participants to visit the Czech Parliament. And of course, we must thank the Honorable Ambassador of India, Shri Hemant Kotalwar. This is the ambassador who was here on the last World Congress on Health, and he was here very delighted to share and receive. He was very well received here at the Third World Congress, and also, as you know, we witnessed the participation of the present Ambassador of India to the Czech Republic, His Excellency Ambassador Kumar, who was also very delighted to be with us yesterday. So I would like to be in a position to continue to take every possibility to support the Czech Parliament in the initiative already underway from our previous meetings. And so that is basically the position that we find ourselves, with the All-Party Parliamentary Group, trying to intensify, engage more in research with the Indian herbs, and try eventually to set up some sort of a library of a pharmacopoeia value of the plants that we have. And so that is really where we're going with all this. And so thank you so much for being here and listening to the wonderful work, the initiatives that we are taking in the United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhamra, for your valuable contribution to our discussion. We appreciate it. We are delighted to now hear from Professor Madan Thangavelu, genome biologist in Cambridge and General Secretary and Research Director of the European Ayurveda Association. His work spans cancer genomics, and he pioneered the groundbreaking molecular copy counting technique. He also serves on international Ayurveda boards and is recognized for bridging genomics with traditional approaches to health. Professor Thangavelu, please begin.
Oh, thank you very much for having me here. Thomas, thank you. Now, I thought I'd take a slightly different approach to this in terms of looking at where the traditional systems will be in 70 years or 80 years' time, and what needs to be done, and where can we see parallels between modern medicine or modern systems as we know it and the ancient systems. So hence the title of my talk, Preparing for the 22nd Century. And we will be visioning holistic health and well-being, which goes beyond traditions, the wisdom traditions, and the best of contemporary biology. So trying to understand how we can bridge these two areas. Now, all of this revolves around the establishment of this World Health Center for Traditional Complementary Medicine. And shown on the screen there is the second, the preparations for the second World Health, the Assembly of the Traditional Medicine People. And it'll be held in New Delhi in December, later this year. And the Ministry of Ayush has signed a memorandum of understanding with the WHO to host the second World Health Summit. This summit brings together practitioners of this system from different parts of the world. And the first summit was held again in India, but in the state of Gujarat, in Gandhinagar. What came out of the first convention, the first summit, was the challenge of bringing systems of medicine together. And it was a big collection of people who came together. And what was clear is that there were many gaps in the systems of medicine. And you need to reformulate health as a very interesting concept, which is an emergence from everything without, everything that is outside. So health needs to be visualized as a creation of something which is a sum total of everything that is outside the human form. Now, the traditional practitioners, the WHO decided, would be grouped according to the WHO regions that we have, which is Africa, America, the Mediterranean, Eastern or Europe, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific regions of the WHO. So this is WHO structure. And in the Global Health Center, you would have equal representation from the 6 regions, and from within those regions, you would have their recommended modalities. So in Africa, you would have African traditional medicine. In America, you have osteopathy and chiropractic. And Eastern Mediterranean region, the traditional Arabic and Islamic medicine, and so on. In Europe, there is naturopathy and homeopathy, which comes in the WHO Europe region. Chinese medicine comes under the West Pacific region. Southeast Asia has yoga, Ayurveda, Unani, and Thai medicine. So this is the structure that is envisaged. Now, if we take Ayurveda as an example, as one of the areas, the question is the timeless wisdom of Ayurveda, is it ready for this scale-up that we want to see? Is it ready? This could be said for any of the other systems of medicine, but Ayurveda clearly is one of the most developed areas. And shown here in the background is the systems Ayurveda concept, how the different elements of Ayurveda come together to give rise to the system of Ayurveda. And the most important thing here, it shows how health comes together from everything external, without. So that is a very important concept in Ayurveda. Now, how does this relate to physiology and pathophysiology? So many of the talks that we heard discuss pathophysiology. How does it relate to physiology? And the way that things are understood today is a kind of a distinct difference that we have between health and disease. So health would involve bits on the side here on physiology, and disease would involve all of those on the right-hand side, as shown here. Now, this is too restrictive in its in the way it is appreciated. We need to go back. We need to go back in two ways. We need to go back in time, and we need to go back in the process of disease generation. And so, shown in this slide, on the bottom of the image, you have two concepts, the health and disease, that are two sitting kind of very close together. They are understood as one or the other. And if you expand it a little further up to the top, you can start to appreciate better how the whole scheme of things work. And for convenience sake, I have presented here three aspects of the disease spectrum, as I call it, health disease spectrum. Health promotion, which is between health and disease, and health maintenance, disease prevention, and of course, cure. So right now, all of traditional medicine, or all of the medical systems, look at evolving cures that sit on one side of this spectrum, the curative side of the spectrum, while the aspects of disease prevention and physiology sit somewhere on the other side, and there are very few descriptors for what is there between health and disease. Now, when you do this kind of a scheme, when you expand things, you will see physiology, which is the left side of the image. It spans those three pillars of health promotion, maintenance, and disease prevention. So these things become very clear. And the pathophysiology is to do with overlap between health maintenance, disease prevention, and approximately that area. So you've expanded the spectrum of health, and you can see where pathophysiology or physiology of the disease starts to appear in the system. Now, to look at this, I've drawn on a paper which was published about 10 years ago from Cambridge by John Todd, the senior author on this paper, and his co-workers. This study was aimed at looking at disease processes, particularly type 1 diabetes in individuals. And they knew that type 1 diabetes, as a preponderance, it was a seasonal disease. The cases that they saw were predominantly towards the winter months. And there were less cases of type 1 diabetes in the summer months. Now, this is a very interesting observation. And so they decided to take blood samples, the immune part of the accessible immune part of the system, and take blood samples across the ear, shown up here on the graph, months from January to December, and analyze those blood samples for about 4,000 protein coding genes. And what they found was something quite striking. The external factors had a profound effect on the expression of genes. And you will see they either increase or decrease with the seasons. Now, this was a very interesting observation. What they also, in brief, what they found was the immune system had a profound pro-inflammatory profile across the winter months, which was quite an important observation. And if you then looked at some of the major genes involved, they found 9 of the 16 clock genes. These are genes that are involved in, expression in every cell of in every cell of the organism, that 9 of the 16 clock genes were expressed differentially across the seasons. And they found that these were not only seen in blood cells, but they were also the expression were profiled in adipose tissue. And these varied with the seasons. The expression in adipose tissue, the fat tissue of your body, also changed with time. Now, to bring out the concept of some of the Ayurvedic thinking and the Vedic concepts, I've zoomed in on one image there, and I have tried to overlay the Vedic calendar. Now, the Vedic calendar is divided into 6 seasons and 2 parts of the year. Now, as shown here, the 6 seasons are Vasant, Grishma, Varsha, Sharad, Hemant, and Shishir, approximately equating to spring, summer, monsoon, autumn, pre-winter, and winter. And clearly, these are the 6 seasons. And this is based on dividing the year across the 2 halves based on the movement of the sun. The zodiac movements from Sagittarius to Capricorn, which is season demarcated by Makar, and it's called Makar Sankranti, or in Sanskrit, Uttarayana. It's the seasons where your bala, where your strength is meant to decrease, and similarly the Karak Sankranti, which is where the opposite happens. Now, when you take that image that we have on the left-hand side, and we overlay the seasons onto that map, you will see the most striking effects. You will see all the seasons are mappable on this independent descriptor. So everything that we see that was described in the Ayurvedic, Vedic knowledge systems is perfectly imposable on the Ayurvedic system. And what is also interesting is this text from one of the Ayurveda documents, Charaka Samhita, that talks about how you should prepare your body for the different seasons. Now, this is very interesting in that the body is behaving in a manner similar to how the seasons, the change of the seasons. And it is said there that you have to go through certain purification steps in the body. And those are described. These are standard protocols that the clinician uses for preparing your body for the Ayurvedic seasons. Now, these are the 4 genes that are shown there on the top. There are many, many more genes, clearly 4,000 odd genes that they analyzed, and a better description of how the processes work and how things come about in the body will come from fine analysis of some of the later genes. Now, the example that is shown here is of a physiologist in Oxford, Denis Nobel, who's worked a lot on aspects of human physiology, and especially the heart system. He was professor of cardiovascular physiology in Oxford. And he talks about complex systems. And he has given us an idea in terms of the 10 rules for complex systems that are there in the human body. Here he says that there are many more to be discovered. A genuine theory of biology does not yet exist. So he's making a forward-looking statement here out of the 10 proposed rules of complex systems. Now, ancient systems have talked about how the human body behaves in health and disease. And here is a statement made by one of our Regius Professors of Physics in Cambridge, a statement that was made very, very early on, between 1892 and 1925, says medicine was now to prove her lineage as the mother of natural science and the truth of the sayings of Hippocrates. To know the nature of man, one must know the nature of all things. And I hope I've conveyed a feeling for this, how the systems of, how in complex systems, we need to understand the outside, the externalities. And this actually is what Ayurveda is all about, and that is what most systems of medicine would be. Ancient systems or the traditional systems, and It has been proposed earlier on, and more recently, in 2009, there was a convention in Italy where we discussed the nature of reality. And the nature of reality is too complex to be reduced to a single formula in general. So whatever we talk about in terms of complex systems, we will arrive at a way in which you have to start to think about systems, start to think about how we can appreciate complex systems, but using different systems of philosophy. And this is a very important aspect of that will continue to play out in the years to come. Some of this was discussed at a meeting in 2019 at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. Next generation physiology for a healthy lifestyle, that was the main theme. And we were talking about setting up a collaboration between these institutes shown here, the Medical University of Graz and European Ayurveda Association and the INSERM, etc. Now, you can see there is a futuristic element to this. It'll be a while before this matures into something tangible. But there is work going on, and it'll be a while before things start to take shape. Now, in all of this, Ayurveda and Ayush communication, how you communicate deep science to the common man. This is a big challenge for all of us. Now, this is best presented by Wolfgang Wagner, who says that the public discourse about science is more than, and at the same time, less than a stripped-down version of the original. There is a difficulty in conveying science to the common man. And this difficulty is can be envisioned to be similar to the similarity between a piece of meat and hamburger. That vernacular language resembles science knowledge as much as a hamburger resembles original fillet. And this tension between science, deep science, and communicating it to the common man will be one that we'll have to grapple with. And I hope I've conveyed in this small talk the way in which I hope we will see the future happen over the 50 or 60 years to come. Thank you.
Professor Thangavelu, thank you for your expertise. Thank you for sharing the important news with us and maybe presenting the horizons of future healthcare. Thank you very much. Joining us now is Dr. Nola Laubstein, a key voice in the European dialogue on complementary and natural medicine. She is an ethnologist and a German health practitioner, a co-founder and director of the Association for Natural Medicine in Europe, and CEO of ChemConsult. She works with European public health organizations. She serves on the scientific committees of the WHC in Prague and the European SALUS Network. Dr. Laubstein, please take it from here.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Hello, everybody. I'm here again. So, you know, we have 3 characters. It's a T, it's a C, and it's an I, and then an M. So, the I for integrative medicine is on the agenda, but for me, the integrative medicine is something like an abstract, academical, bureaucratic approach. So for me, it was important to look at the T. What's about the T for traditional medicine? And some friends told me, oh, traditional, this is very old-fashioned stuff coming from somewhere nearly alive. Nobody knows exactly traditional. This sounds not very sexy. So for me, it was an idea, what's the possibility to make the tea, the traditional, coming alive, attractive. Also for younger people, for the youth, for those who are not looking back into the past, and what's about today and what's about tomorrow with this tradition. These traditions are a treasure and a heritage, and these traditions are not clear. They are not very clear. In the field of medicine, you don't know exactly what's means. Sometimes, at the first point of view, you say, oh, some shamans in the Amazonas are doing something special, and okay, we accept this too. And also the WHO, in his new strategy, has a chapter that the indigenous people are allowed to participate their traditions in the future if they respect some things. So you see, this traditional is something which need to be looked sharper. What aspects of traditional medicine do we have? When we look at one aspect, it's the global resources, the roots, and the history. It's connected with the intangible cultural heritage, interdisciplinary holistic health approach, individual approach, and personal-centered. So this is very important to have an individual approach and the personal-centered aspect. Response to stimulation, and this is the income and the outcome aspect, and prevent and regenerate health. Use of natural and biological remedies. All this is combined in traditional medicine. When we have a definition, we have to look who wants to find the definition. Traditional is primarily understood in historical and social cultural terms, but empirical knowledge, experience-based, plays a complementary role. So this is very interesting. When you take the term traditional, immediately around the corner came experience. What's the experience? And this experience is for remedies, it's for treatment, it's for behavior, it's for all what you are doing. So this experience is very, very important, and when we have in a declaration or strategy of the WHO, for example, inside the T, we have the experience-based aspect. So this is good for the future. This is usable. This is not dividable. We should look very sharp when now came scientific definitions about what is traditional. They start in Germany a project for 1 year at the University of Tübingen, and Professor Kramer and his team now want to explain for German people what is traditional medicine on scientific standards. So here we have to look very sharp and be aware what will happen if someone give a definition. So perhaps this place here is for me a place to say, look now and define yourself, your traditional. And especially in terms of legitimation and transmission, not as a formal scientific criterion until now. TM today. How is the term traditional interpreted in relation to so-called traditional complementary? The term traditional is interpreted differently, dependent on the context, whether medical, historical, or cultural. So this is very interesting that we have a holistic approach when we see all those three parts. But when you look sharper, you see the medical world is another world than the historical world or the cultural world. The Ministry for Culture is another ministry for health, and the Ministry for Social Cultures is another than the Financial Ministry. So if you come in contact with the bureaucracy, you are forced to be defined. It's not a purely scientifically defined term, but rather a social, cultural, and political influenced concept. It's very interesting to see then. The WHO writes, had a definition, traditional medicine is based on the theories, beliefs, and experience of indigenous cultures, regardless of whether they can be scientifically explained or not. And this is, in this case, for me, it was an idea. Are you not an indigenous here in Czechia? Or are you not an indigenous in Italy or in India? Who decides who is an indigenous? This is important. And I say, yes, I'm an indigenous of this planet, and I'm indigenous of the area circa Frankfurt where I'm living. So it's a question of social cultural aspects. But in this case, behind the corner, it's an old way of looking to indigenous people, which came from the 19th century, have colonies somewhere, and there are the definition of power, who has the power and who is able, and it has to do with religion and missionary. So here we have to be clear that we can, when we look into the future, we say, yes, we are proud to be indigenous, and we have our rights. So this is also inside the term traditional. Health systems, knowledge and practice based on the theory and experience of indigenous cultures. So we learn about that. We have a clash of culture, a global mixture, an inspiration. But now we are in the 21st century, and we are going on and on. So the development for traditional has to be yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So to make a labeling in this way. TM today means practice with centuries or millennia of history, often passed down within family or spiritual system, typical of ethnic, indigenous, or religious context. This means in the cultural and historical significance. The characterization, now, when we make a characterization, this is important to know what's all included. Culture-based, oral tradition, empirical knowledge, plausibility, empirism, therapy concepts are salutogenesis-based, energy flows, balance, life force, medicinal products, minimum 30 years on the market within special legislation. This is interesting that the only correct definition for traditional medicine, for traditional products, is coming from the pharmaceutical aspect. And on the European market, you have to be 30 years on the market, then you can call yourself a traditional product. This is the only definition you have in legislation. This is very interesting. So when you try to take this to treatments, because all treatments in traditional and complementary medicine live from the innovation in work, in individual work, in the daily work. Innovation is continuing on individual way. So this is innovation in this case. And we can see that, for example, all inspiration from other continents we have now in Europe, for example, now with 30 years could be traditional. It's interesting. And Thomas told me that Biotronic now has a tradition for 80 years, for 90 years. So it's a traditional medicine. And you see, this is the practice, how you can use in a modern and very fashioned way the term traditional. So this is important, not to stare to the integration of something. The tradition is more important because it's all the stuff behind. So another thing is traditional is also understood as the opposite of modern Western biomedicine. So this is something, it's interesting because technology is not modern. Technology exists over thousands of years. There are tools of the Romans, of the Greek, of the Phoenicians. There are tools of the everywhere in the world, the Aborigines. All those people have technique. And these are tools for daily practice and doing something. Now we have all in energy, it's digitalization, but this is not new. It's only another form. So we can accept this development of technology, but we have to look at the possibility of genetic modification and all this, the personalized medicine. Personalized medicine means genetic manipulation. So when you talk about personalized medicine, it's another thing than you talk about individual medicine. So it's important to know the words. TM challenges. Oh, I have time. New WHO strategy 2025-2034. Safety, efficacy, effectiveness, and quality. Changing scientific definition, more evidence-based, less experience-based, individual national mentality, losing cultural heritage, more digital technology, less practice, religious or moral fanatism. So here you have the whole scope of challenges for tradition. And now it's interesting how you use tradition. It is something very conservative. Should there be no innovation? Should we stop developments? No. Tradition as we have learned from the intangible cultural heritage, is something in work, in progress. It's going on and on and on. And traditions can only survive when they exist tomorrow. So we have now to look very sharply into this new WHO strategy, which includes the T for traditional medicine and also speaks about safety, efficacy, effectiveness, and quality. Those 4 words are very interesting to look behind. What's behind? Behind that, it's quality assessment. And behind quality assessment is the precautionary principle. The precautionary principle was initiated in Europe in 1995 for the industry to produce fine goods, fine trade aspects, and so on. 10 years later, this precautionary principle went into the social systems and was also packed on human beings, animal, all these social aspects. So the human being was made equal to goods, to manufacturing products. And this is a process which creates safety, efficacy, effectiveness, and quality. This is deeply connected with the precautionary principle. When you know this, and then you go to tradition, you find a huge gap. Because this gap declares everything coming from tradition, it has to be proved by safety, effectiveness, to be not dangerous for human beings, not a danger for our daily life, it's very, very dangerous. Tradition is very dangerous, and we have to say, no, our experience base shows it's not dangerous, it's a treasure for us, and it's the base of our treatment. But the precautionary principle wanted to make the world safe and make everything safe. So now, for example, you can look at this pen and ask, is it safe? It is really safe. And writing, is it safe? It is efficacy? Its effectiveness? Is this quality? Or is it safer to use only one finger to make a click? This is much more safer than to use this dangerous pencil. You never know what's coming out here and there. What's going up? What's coming up with that? So you have a deep discussion about safety, and this will kill the human being, the natural way of behavior and all this, which it's included in tradition. So we have to think about more positive and constructive against this precautionary principle. This precautionary principle should be thrown back to the industry, to producing good and to producing some things, but not in the social system. And the costs in the social system, in the hospitals, in the health systems, the costs are rising. Why? Because it's documentation, quality assessment, all this stuff which is needed, new machines, with new testimonies, and all this costs. So, and when you want to pack this on traditional medicine, you surely it will be a disaster. So this is really an important thing, and I give it to the second meeting in New Delhi that they talk about that, because when you have it in the WHO strategy, it makes that with you. So think about that, and more discussion about that. Changing a scientific definition, yes, we need it. And we need more the power of experience-based aspects. This is the root of traditional medicine. Individual, national mentality. Yes, it's important to accept the regions and their individuality. And the cultural heritage is something which is more and more important. I'm very happy that the Austrian here, FX Meyer organization now goes the way on the national level for that. And Maria Walcher showed us how many ways, how many things are in this way, on the way, but we have to go on and on. Practice. We have to think from the end. Who pays for what? And who is able to do something? Who is allowed to do that? Tradition means it's something which is necessary for all. We can have access to tradition. And the religious and moral fanatism, this is something which is a misuse of tradition. We have to be aware that the fanatics who now everywhere in the world with their something of religion, we have to decide the mystic way, the way directly to something. It's a better way. It's okay when we have the religious societies. We have to look very sharply and to be, awaken that this doesn't go into a fanatism because of fear, of power, of all these negative aspects. So in these challenges, we have to go tomorrow when we know this, and we have to building capacity on national and European level, rising the global awareness for TEM. So thank you to your presentation, Federico, this morning. It was really including a lot of this stuff. Remember the cultural heritage. Don't forget it. Create patient-driven awareness. This is a very, very important aspect. You have to take the patient where he or she is. This is important. More acceptance of experience-based tradition, creation of a suitable studies design. When we talk about studies, why we only use this very strange way for medical? There are other possibilities. And freedom of practice and choice. This is something, of course, in the last point, there come the hammer of safety and effectiveness and costs. So we have to take the hammer and say, it's a tradition, we do this, the experience-based is based on something, and we can, with our form of studies, which have to be developed, be fit for the future and for tomorrow.
Mrs. Labstein, thank you very much for your talk. It was truly thought-provoking. Let's now bring to the stage Akshay Bambri, an ICS Harvard Yenching doctoral fellow and STS fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School. He's pursuing doctoral research on the politics of medical knowledge in China and India, has held research positions at prestigious universities, and previously served as research manager at Harvard Business School, working closely with the government of India. Mr. Bambri, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I can understand this is just before lunch, so everybody would be hungry. And I'll not take much time. I'll just take 1 or 2 hours, and then you can have your lunch. Just kidding. So thank you so much, Thomas, for inviting me. And making me part of Presidium. And I think I understand that I'm the youngest one, but thank you so much for not discriminating on the basis of age and making me part of this amazing conference and congress. So today I want to speak about a question that many health systems are wrestling with and all over the world, that how do we deliver effective, affordable, and equitable healthcare in the face of rising cost of aging population and burden of chronic diseases. One pathway that often gets overlooked in this conversation is the role of traditional complementary and integrative medicine. In this talk, I'll compare how 4 countries, Taiwan, India, China, and United States, have integrated TCIM into their health systems. And I'll argue that the case for TCIM is not only cultural and historical, but also economic and public health based, with evidence of cost effectiveness, quality of life adjusted, and return on investment. Before I begin, I think I would like to highlight a few of the disclaimers before my presentation. I'm really happy for Nora to give context to my work, because in my academic work, I work on problematizing the kind of evidence construction and the kind of scientificization that modern knowledge system talks about, modernity talks about. And I argue that these traditional medical systems have their own epistemology, which needs to be considered, and not be tested on the basis of the cost effectiveness, ROI, and other evidence construction that these modern knowledge system talks about. But I'm a political scientist by training, and I understand the value of speaking in the language that government, policymakers, and these big institutes understand. You can't talk to them in Chinese if they understand English. They will listen to you, but they will never understand what you want to say. So even though I problematize the kind of economic values and economic models talks about these things, I thought that it's a right time for me to build a model or kind of talk in their language to make them understand that this is the value of TCIM in modern world and public health systems. And this is what I'm going to present today. All the data that I have used is raw data for my calculations, and all the calculations are my own. So any mistakes in calculation, I owe them. And this is not anybody's or my institute or the conference organizer's responsibility. So now, before diving into the policies and cost effectiveness, let's pause for a moment and ask, why does traditional complementary integrative medicine matter right now? The number already tells us something very powerful. In China, there were over 1.28 billion traditional Chinese medicine visits just in 2023. That's almost 1 visit for every citizen, showing how deeply embedded TCM in daily healthcare system. In the United States, a very different health system, we see 36% of adults use some form of complementary and alternative medicine. That means over 1 in 3 Americans are engaging with these practices. In India, the connection is even stronger. About 70% of adults reports using some form of traditional and integrative practice, whether Ayurveda, yoga, or Unani. And in Taiwan, which we'll explore deeply, nearly 30% of population use TCM in just 1 year through the National Health Insurance. So this is the current situation in the world. You see that traditional medicine all around the world is being used extensively. So if many people already trust and use TCIM, how can we leverage it to confront the global health crisis? But before going into that, I want to ask, what is the global health crisis that we are talking about? If you see, this is not, here we can see overall burden of disease globally measured in disability-adjusted life years. Non-communicable diseases shown here in blue dominate the picture. Cardiovascular diseases alone cost over 428 million dailies. Cancer and other diseases at 600 million dailies combined. Altogether, more than 1 billion healthy years of life we lost in 2022 due to these conditions. If you see over the period of time, these non-communicable diseases around the world have increased. And you can see in this, from 1990 to 2019, it has gradually increased. The crisis is also unequal. This chart highlights gender difference for women. Conditions like low back pain, depressive disorder, anxiety dominate the burden. So the global health crisis is not just about increasing chronic diseases, but also about the inequality that we face between genders, between regions, and between economies. To sum up this, rising chronic diseases, widening inequalities, and accelerating healthcare costs together define today's global health crisis. And this is exactly where TCIM can offer cost-effective and culturally rooted solution, not as a replacement, but as a complementary pillar of care. With high costs without equity show inefficiency, so TCIM can provide affordable, accessible pathways to reduce life expectancy gaps that you can see in this. Another problem that we face today is overdependence on antibiotics. The chart shows antibiotic consumption across European countries with average sitting around 16 daily doses per 1,000 person. In some countries, the level are far higher. But the result of these are, the consequence is resistance because of these higher antibiotic use. So we have this problem as well. Finally, we see how health burdens shift over time as countries develop, infectious disease decline, but chronic and lifestyle diseases rise. Yet inequalities persist. Women face greater burdens in different diseases. So the central question that I'm asking today is, how can TCIM be integrated into the mainstream public health system to enhance effectiveness? This isn't just a technical or clinical question, but also a question of policy design, health economics, and cultural legitimacy. Integration has often been partial or contested, sometimes reduced to pilot projects, sometimes sidelined by biomedical orthodoxy. So this central question is what guides the comparative policy that I'm going to talk about between Taiwan, India, China, and the United States. So let me just talk briefly about the objective of my presentation. First, I want to demonstrate the economic value of integrating TCIM. This is not just about cultural heritage and patient preference, though these matter, but about showing concrete improvement in cost effectiveness and return on investment. So I will be focusing on the economic value of these knowledge systems and these medical systems. Second, I'll share comparative policy insights from Taiwan, China, India, and United States. Each of these systems integrate TCIM in very different ways. And finally, the third objective of this presentation today is to policy relevance for universal healthcare system, health coverage. So now that we have talked about the context of this presentation, I will get into the country analysis, which is Taiwan, India, China, and United States. And I've been spending last 5 years all across these 4 countries, and I've been gathering data, doing my field work, and talking to different practitioners, policymakers around the world. In Taiwan, for example, integration of TCIM is much different from other 3 countries, which is more aligned with the national health insurance. In India, if you talk about TCIM, it's much more plural, and it's led by the Ministry of Ayush right now since 2014-15. In China, I think it's a leader in the integration of TCIM in public health system because they started early in 1950s, and the integration and standardization is much higher compared to other countries. And United States, even though their first encounter with TCIM was not in 1970s, a lot of people who think that it's 1970s, but it was early 19th century with the immigrant arrival in United States, and it has been engaging with these medical system since then. As you can see, these data that the outpatient visits in Taiwan is over 70 million and 10.7 million unique patients. In India, 95% of people are aware of Ayush. Ayurveda is mostly used in India. In China, 1.23 billion people, as I mentioned, that have visited TCIM in last 1 year. And United States, 36% of adults use CAM, 49.2% among CAM users for pain management. And this is because of acupuncture, but it is increasing because for Ayurveda and other systems as well. So I'll go country by country and talk about their system and their cost effectiveness. I have very less time. I think I have 15 minutes, so I will dedicate 4 minutes to each country. Taiwan very quickly started early in 1950s and 60s, but it was more localized, and people used to use it through the local practitioners and not very much integrated in public health system. But 1963, NCRIM was established, and it was started institutionalizing. 1996 and 2001, when Taiwan introduced Taiwan's national health insurance, and by the way, Obamacare was based on the Taiwan national health insurance, so it's one of the most successful national health insurance system you can find all around the world. They integrated traditional Chinese medicine and gave it as much value as for biomedicine, and that changed a lot for Taiwan. During COVID-19, Taiwan extensively used traditional Chinese medicine, and it became a new point for legitimization of these knowledge systems in Taiwan. Through the numbers, I think I will skip this because there's so many things to talk about. But let's look at the main thing that I want to discuss today is about the cost effectiveness analysis that I conducted. Taiwan through the lens of cost effectiveness. Here I'm using the updated 2023 data from National Health Insurance. Hospital under biomedicine recorded 108 million outpatient cases with an average cost of just over 3,100 points per visit. Physician clinics are cheaper, around 739 points per visit. But what's striking is that Chinese medicine category with 44 million outpatient cases, the average cost is just 778 points per visit, which is just 25% of hospitals. So when we line up these side by side, hospital visit is roughly 4 times more expensive than TCM visit. This means expanding TCM use can reduce system-wide expenditure, free up hospital resources for adult care, and maintain equity of access while improving outcomes. So to be precise, this is how I calculated. I'm using the simple ratio of average expenditure. The average hospital visit costs 3,147 points, while a TCM visit is 778. We divide these and get the outcome, which is 24.7%. The policy implication is straightforward. If we appropriate cases are shifted from hospital to TCM outpatient care, you can yield around 75% cost saving per visit. Now let's turn to the very important thing, which is point value over time. As we can see here across most of these years, the point value of traditional Chinese medicine are constantly higher than those for hospitals. If you look at the ratios, they range between 1.15 to 1.35. In other words, Taiwan National Health Insurance was effectively allocating 15 to 35% higher value per point to TCM services compared to hospital-based services, which signifies that how policymakers in Taiwan value traditional medicine. So cost saving and quality enhancing, that I calculated. On the cost saving, I have already dealt with, but I will go to the quality, which is a productivity proxy for health economists. It's a cheaper quality isn't alone enough. We also need to see if patients are actually doing better using the EQ5D quality of life index. TCM patients score 0.816 compared to 0.788 for non-TCM users. That's a measurable improvement in quality of life. Translated into quality, that's about 0.28 quality extra patient per year. And if we scale it up and compare it with 1,000 patients, that means 28 extra quality. And 100,000 will make it 2,800 extra quality. This shows TCM isn't just saving money, but it's enhancing population health outcomes. This is another study that I used for understanding and used their raw data to do my own calculations, but I think I will skip Taiwan for now and move to India. And India is a very interesting case because India, with the colonial encounter, saw the hegemony of modern medicine system being established while India was getting independence from British. But in 1950s and 60s, the integration of Ayush system remained marginalized. But since 60s and 70s, councils were made, and there were different reports that used to come, which advocated for Ayush system. But 1995, India saw a big change. Department of Indian System of Medical and Homeopathy created under Ayush. Integrating under National Health Policy 2002, Ayush included as per pillar of primary healthcare system. But the big change that we saw was 2014 when Ministry of Ayush was made as a separate ministry from Health Ministry. 2020, during COVID-19, as any other country, we saw in India as well these changes, and I will not talk much about it. India, through the number as per Ayush spending during NSSO survey, rural India spent 472 rupees per year on Ayush system, whereas urban spend 574 per year. Awareness, as you see, 95% of Indians are aware about traditional medicine and other systems. The state has also invested heavily on Ayush in last 10-15 years. Ayush allocations have nearly doubled in just few years from 1,939 crores in 2019-2020. It increased to 3,647 crores in 23-24. So the cost of effectiveness analysis that I did, I drew data from different sections, and this is where I focus on the osteoarthritis as a case study to assess the cost effectiveness of Ayurveda. The analysis drawn from a multi-center randomized controlled trial with 151 patients, where 77 were treated with Ayurveda and 74 with conventional medicine. The clinical outcome were measured using WOMAC index, which captures pain, stiffness, and functional limitation. Over 12-month of period, Ayurveda groups showed an average improvement of 61 points compared to only 32 points in conventional arms. This yields highly significant effect size of 1.78, indicating that Ayurveda provides a substantially greater clinical output. To translate these outcomes into cost effectiveness, WOMAC improvement were mapped onto the EQ5D quality of life scale, which function as Coli proxy. Here, Ayurveda produce additional 0.5 Coli gain per year, which is huge when you talk about a country like India, which is 1.5 billion people. When we compare cost, Ayurveda outpatient cost was 8,304 per year, while conventional care including physiotherapy, diagnosis, is around 10,000 annually. The result is that Ayurveda is not only improves quality of life more effectively, but also costs 1,696 rupees less per patient per year. Beyond the clinical trials, we can scale the analysis of population level. If 1 million patients were to shift from conventional care of Ayurveda to the health, from the health biomedicine to the Ayurveda, this is a direct saving of approximately 1.7 billion rupees annually, primarily from reduced drug and outpatient visits. So if we talk about the broader public health system, if we situate Ayurveda in public health system, first of all, clinical effectiveness it provides. It has increased quality of life, as I showed with data, cost saving, as I showed with that, and equity and social legitimacy. We can talk about it separately. Third country which I'm going to talk about is China, and I think China, a lot of people have talked and a lot of people have written about it, but a lot of economic analysis is still being done, and people haven't realized without going to China that how China has been utilizing traditional Chinese medicine in last 70 years to improve their public health systems, and which is directly affecting their overall productivity, their economy, and other systems. So China, through the historical development, I think because of their communist commitment and their commitment against the Western hegemony, they started early in 1950s and 60s when Mao started standardizing traditional Chinese medicine, but I have to also highlight that the kind of traditional Chinese medicine that we see today is nothing traditional, because all the traditional Chinese medicine, even this term was invented during 1950s communist science. But at the same time, it was based on the traditional medicine that was used in China. But over the years, you see in 1986, they formed National Administration for Traditional Chinese Medicine. In 2016 and 17, the first law on traditional Chinese medicine was passed to standardize TCM practice, and during COVID-19, they use it extensively. When we look at the China scale today, as I've mentioned multiple times, there are more than 1 billion people been using traditional Chinese medicine, and these numbers I can provide these slides to anybody who wants it, and they can go through these numbers and see the scale of traditional medicine being used, and then they can talk to their own government and say that this is something that's happening around the world, you do also. But this is something that I have been calculating, and sorry. Yeah, so integrative TCM and medicine in breast cancer, and this is a study by Wang YK. I asked them for their raw data, and then I calculated it. This study was conducted in Guangxi University of TCM between 2018 and 2023, followed 226 patients across integrative and non-integrative arms. The quality of life indices patients in the integrative arm consistently scored higher across physical, cognitive, and emotional and social dimension. Clinically, the overall effective treatment rate exceeds from 90% compared to 79% in Western medicine-only group. When we move to survival outcome, the data becomes more compelling. At 1 year, overall survival were significantly higher in integrative group, with recurrence and metastasis rates correspondingly lower. Biomarker evidence collaborate these findings, and yeah, sorry. I got confused with this data because there is so much data. The IL-6, TNF-A, and IL-10 were more effectively regulated in patients receiving combined treatment. So through this study, you can see the combined treatment and TCM-only treatment was more effective. And if we talk about the ROI and cost effectiveness, we can see that productivity standpoint, each incremental gain in quality translate into the restored working days and social participation, amplifying the system-wide benefit. If we model this population level shifting, even 100,000 breast cancer patients into integrative pathways generates a substantial direct saving as well as indirect social gains. United States, I think I would not have a lot of time to discuss it, but as I said, that 1850s and 1880s was the first time when United States encountered these medicine system. But recently, you have that we can see in United States has been getting more and more legitimacy around different states, but they still need to improve a lot on different systems. If we talk about number, which I'm going to skip, but I'm going to talk about the cost effectiveness in United States. When we turn to cost effectiveness, systematic evaluation give us the nuanced picture. The review over 330 economic studies found that nearly 1/3 reported both better outcomes and cost saving compared to conventional care. Cost utility analysis often expressed quality also suggested meaningful gains. For example, in back pain, CIM intervention were found to be both cheaper and more effective, with an ICER that strongly favors adoption. What's striking here is not only the cost saving, often a few $100s per patient per year, but the broader productivity and quality life improvement. These findings provide a stronger rationale for policy framework that treat CIM not as a adjunct, but as a viable evidence-based component in public health. There were 3 other things that I wanted to talk today, which was how TCIM can be can be really helpful when countries and public health systems face extraordinary situations where biomedicine still lacks in different research, and which was the COVID-19 case that we saw. Another thing was the toxicity and safety management that we see in India. And in Europe, for example, is toxicity management is discussed more than any other place. And we can, through the comparative study, we can see how other countries have been regulating the toxicity for these systems. And the third thing was the climate and sustainability, that how TCM in planetary crisis can restore and help us to mitigate and adapt to the climate change. In conclusion, there is no conclusion because this is this work that I have just started. And I think I would suggest everybody that even though everybody have been working on their own areas and doing great work as practitioners, I have other people who have been working, but I think it's time to try compiling all the work around the public health system and pitch in the language that government and policymakers and economists understand, so that we make them understand that how TCIM can improve public health systems. Thank you so much. This is my email ID. If anybody wants to scan, they can scan it and contact me. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bhambre, thank you for a captivating comparison of policies on integrative and traditional medicine. And now the President of the Congress, Mr. Pfeiffer, would like to tell a few words.
Přeji vám dobrou chuť při dnešním obědu a pokud byste
enjoy your lunch, and if you are interested, there is a surprise prepared for you close to the hall number 4. You can visit the site of a project, which is partly an artistic and partly technological project, which has been created over the last 20 years, and I hope that you might take an interest. So in the underground, you can visit 3 separate rooms which were created over that period of time.
So we'll now pause for our lunch break. Please take the time to enjoy the meal, stretch your legs, and connect with fellow attendees. And we'll continue at 2 o'clock.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost. Bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
So I would like to ask everyone, please, to be seated. We are about to begin again, and welcome back. So we now welcome Professor Katarina Vernitzo, a sports scientist and professor of sports public health focused on child health. Her research at the crossroads of sports, vegan nutrition, and sustainable health has shaped nutrition policies in Germany and Austria. She also advises the platform for TCI care under the Czech Ministry of Health. Professor Vernitzo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to start with something completely different than my talk. I would like you to join me with my tribute to the dedication of all the volunteers here at the World Health Congress to support Thomas to make this Congress a big success. Please join me and give an applause to all these volunteers who are devoted to this wonderful Congress. Thank you very much from my side. I appreciate much what you're doing. So, now in delay already, I will talk about how to prevent diseases on a population level and rather not to go for the need to see a doctor, how we could avoid that. And what the individual has to do with that, inclusive the schools. So when we talk about public health, we have to talk shortly about terminology. It's about us, it's about the public, and we have a lot of subpopulation within a population like Czech Republic or Austria or India. And within these populations, we also find vulnerable populations like seniors, people with disability, lactating and pregnant mothers, and for sure, children. But at the end, it comes down to the connection between the individual and the public. How can we do so? And I did a search in the scientific databases because I wanted to know how long these terminologies are already at service in science. And I found that public health was considered first time in 1940, and it was already connected with school and education. This was new to me. And when coming from my field, sports, I was searching for how sports contributes to public health. I found that in 1945, childbirth was considered an athletic effort. This was interesting for me to see. But even before, there was public health nutrition between the end of World War I and World War II, because there was poverty, malnutrition after everything was destroyed. And so, again, The considerations was how can we supply or give support to the children to support their health. And child public health, finally, searching for that term is from the public health start. It was in 1851, 58, child murder. Well, this is not so much connected to health, but in 1861, since then, this is the longest term, child public health, at service in science, and we find it in different documents, early documents, and it's from the very origin connected to school and education. And this is wonderful because this is my topic. And if we want to summarize now this and create a picture, this could be a take-home picture, what it's about to talk about public health and child public health with its specialty disciplines and working areas of sports and nutrition public health. So we are here, we are at good state of health, but without health, we couldn't contribute to a joyful and happy life. So health above all, this is the mission, and that's why it's not by coincidence the fundamental human right, and that's why it's picked up by big intergovernmental organizations. And this aligns perfectly with the Prevention First appeal and call to action by the European Union or European Commission since 2019. And this seems coming easily over my lips, but it's a big paradigm shift and challenges the medical profession much, because to prevent, to get ill, they are not so experienced in. So this is a big challenge and a major step. And we have to consider that although health is a major topic and written down in all the agendas, in the major agendas, we have to solidify healthy behaviors and habits as early as we can, because it tracks over a lifetime. It tracks from childhood into adulthood and senior age. And we are not so flexible at the age of 60, 70 to change something, to go for modifications. And so from the Dahlgren model already of the social health determinants, we know that there are frameworks to go for that, but well, it's not so much or not so effectively implemented. And this brings us to the health paradox, which is up nowadays. We're living in the 21st century with high-tech medicine and high-tech equipment all around, but still, there are skyrocketing numbers of increasing risk factors and non-communicable diseases and mortality rates. So, and at the same time, health is for free. Healthcare is at high cost. You can buy it for your money, but health is for free. But you have to earn it over a lifetime, and you can start every second to make modifications. And in 1550, it was first mentioned that if you want to go for a better health, you can do right now, right an hour later, right tomorrow. But you have to do it yourself. Don't go to the doctor and expect working wonders. So yesterday I told you that we are not talking like this very, very kindly and very loudly, but we do the hard work in the background. Please visit our website. It's full of publications, and these are massive publications. And I hope, Thomas, you can keep up the conversation with the Parliament after the election this weekend and use our hard work to go for good and shape policy. So back to the health paradox, I checked the numbers of Austria and Czech Republic because it's nicely comparable as the populations are nearly the same. It's thrilling in a negative way that Czech Republic has to spend about nearly 30 million euros in total to treat the consequences of insufficient physical activity. So this means also the loss of productivity because of sick leave at the job. And also it's worse with obesity and overweight. It's about 9 billion. It's unenthusiastic figures so far. And we have to overcome that. And even if we dig deeper in that, we see that very unenthusiastically, only 6 out of 100 people in Europe lead a healthy life. And this is the average. It's Not a good average. And even below
6.
Austria and Czech Republic is performing. This is a non-performance, a low performance. But we can change that together. And when we look even at the mortality rates and the risk factors and the drivers to that, again, we see that in Czech Republic and also in Austria, 9 of 10 people die from non-communicable diseases. And the first and second killers are friends we know, cardiovascular diseases and cancers, amongst others. Type 2 diabetes is also among them. And when we now look to the risk factors, it's that factors, these modifiable factors, we can control ourselves. Why don't we do? It's a rhetorical question, but necessary to raise. And it's an old story, and it didn't change, that the adult populations are not at good health. It's pressing health concerns around the world, and it worsened over the COVID-19 pandemic. And even the kids are now at even worse health than before. And it's nearly the same figure in Austria and Czech Republic and in many other countries, that major fractions of the children don't get enough physical exercise that is considered healthy and do not get enough healthy food items like fruit, vegetables, whole grains, and beans, dietary fiber. So it's not a good position to start. However, like yin and yang, it's always two sides of the medal, and with the risks we have, which is negative, there is the solution delivered in the same way. And we can get now to be more active, and we can get more healthy food. And it's a sound recommendation, these two lifestyle factors and modifications, but you cannot run away arteriosclerosis and clogging arteries, but you can eat away arteriosclerosis and clogging arteries. So this means it's the most severe impact factor, diet, but it is also the most powerful modifiable factor we can use to heal ourselves. And the question is there a super formula out in the outer space or on planet Earth? Yes, there seems to be a solution. And we can learn from the healthy centenarians, from the blue zones, that, especially from Okinawa, there might be a wisdom. And it's not a new wisdom, it's just eating more plants, as Okinawa elderly are eating 95% of their calories from plants. And this may be connected to how they act and move every day, how they're active, amongst other important factors, to be honest, that makes them to live a healthy 100 and beyond. So maybe there is more than the Okinawa diet or an optimized Mediterranean diet. I guess this is not the upper limit. So health is a choice. We know this already. And the good news is that of all these factors, 30% of what we can do for our health, we can control ourselves. So it's time to get back this control. While at the other end of the spectrum, although we need the medical system, mostly for emergency cases, and this, I'm grateful for that, but this is at the end of the story when we have an accident. But the most impact the individual has itself or himself, herself, oneself. But we have to earn it by everyday actions. And this is more struggling. Some more prefer to go for the $1 million pill. And we know since COVID times, there is no such things like the $1 million vaccine or pill. We have to do it ourselves. So let's together make this healthy choices the easy choice. And well, we know this formula, it's all around through the century, I guess through the millennials, we know this, it's an ancient wisdom. And this formula is just compacted as the HEAL approach to sustainable health through the lifespan. And this is what we can apply from childbirth to senior age. It's very simple but very cost effective. So to unlock the power of lifestyle, we have two role models where this dual approach to health was applied. Olympics 2024 and the European Football Championships. 60% of the food offerings were made vegetarian and vegan in the athletes. So this is the world elite at the start, so it works. It works. And why not go for that? For the athletes, for the spectators, for the media, for the staff, they provided and showed the world going for high performance and winning medals and being most sustainable works together. It aligns wonderfully. And why is this? The young people have a strong will and desire to shift towards more sustainable lifestyles for their own health, but also to heal the planet. And we know since the FAO report of 2006 that in every agenda since then, it's outlined that animal products destroy the planet and destroy our health. When it comes down to the climate change, to loss of diversity, land use, water use, etc., but also when it comes down to increased risk factors, to infectious diseases and increasing numbers of non-communicable diseases. And let's say we are at Planet Earth, a spaceship. When we look at the World Overshoot Day, we, also Czech Republic and Austria, we perform not very good. Already end of March, at the beginning of April, we have consumed all our resources. That means if the spaceship has to go to December to go to the end and the harbor, we have to starve from April to December and couldn't turn on the heating because we consumed already everything. This is not good news, how we do and how we act on planet Earth. And when you look at the reports for the nations, those nations perform worst on sustainability who eat or consume the most meat, dairy products, and eggs. And at the same time, regrettably, the EU is also following the science-based data, because 80% of the European agriculture subsidies are given to animal products or animal producers, livestock farmers. It's not evidence-based, but they do. We have to stop that. And at the same time, the IPCC technical summary report, it's for free, please refer to this, points out that the greatest shift potential comes in switching or going to vegetarian and vegan diets. Go veggie, they say. And it's since years. And not only the IPCC, the WHO also published on that, a big report, free in the internet. The Eat Lancet Commission. Very few people know that the Eat Lancet Commission is a continuum between, or from the mixed diet to the whole food vegan diet. So you can apply every dietary pattern with that. But why don't we go for that? But the very first wonderful, most sustainable food guideline was the Power Plate of the PCRM years ago. And with their educational material, they shaped ground because copy and paste, the Harvard Medical School and also the US government took the Power Plate and developed their own mixed dietary guidelines. However, the US are changing. But at the same time, to come back, we have a big lack of knowledge in the professionists, in the nutrition sciences and in the medical sciences, because there is a lack of training and education. 75% of the nutritionists think and believe plant protein is incomplete, which is totally wrong. And even the doctors don't know about the power of exercise for healing cancer and other treatments. And also they do not know about the power of foods to heal. And as a vegan, I experience very often and share this with others that I'm better educated and better know about that than the doctors. And the doctors don't know that diet now outperforms smoking as the highest risk factor, the most serious killer. And we already published with a call in the COVID-19 times, with a call that there is a need to upgrade medical education and training with other life sciences like nutrition sciences and sports sciences. So not only talking, we do a lot in the background. And there is a lovely professor from Indonesia. I would recommend now some literature that goes beyond. So Bashwati yesterday mentioned things that people who are very progressive and try to get their speech and not to let us fight down, are just labeled negatively very often, although we follow the science. And here, we may have a nice professor joining us, and also ChatGPT predicts together with us that although we are mocked and discriminated, even today, ChatGPT thinks that in 2070, the world is by default on a vegan diet. And this aligns wonderful with the Ahimsa principle, which in my personal and professional life is one of the highest values to follow. And this aligns also with the heritage of Martin Luther King and his son Dexter King. So please, Will Tuttle and his World Peace Diet shall be a must-read for everyone interested in that. So we do a lot of work in the background. We study populations in the secondary schools and at university level, and we have seen that the better a diet, the more healthy a diet is getting, the better other lifestyle factors are pronounced and posed. So when we see at the weekly level and also as a leisure time activity, the more someone is eating vegetables and the more someone is vegetarian or vegan, the better the activity patterns are. There are significant results. And even if we see the alcohol consumption, even if we see, where is the point? Even if we see that the students like to party a bit more than the kids, we see that there are significant differences. So they're more health aware. Regrettably not when it comes down to smoking. Smoking seems still very cool among the young, but well, we can also work on that. So, and also at the interface where primary school children transit to the next phase in their life, to secondary school, we did some research with a systematic review, and we found out that health promotion and health education is most often mentioned in the context of sports and exercise and physical education, and not nutrition. This was new to us. We thought differently. And when we compared the Austrian, Swiss, and the German curricula, we saw that it's in all curriculum over black and white written down that there is much potential. But mostly, what I follow in my professional life, the dual heal approach to health, it is black over white, literally written down that there is a direct link. And from this role model, we can even tap more when we explore other school curricula, like in the Czech Republic and so on, maybe also in Italy. So, just summarizing and not reading every line means we are very active in the background. We want to contribute for good, starting with the young populations. And the prevalences for these more healthy diets, vegetarian and vegan diets, are rising. And Derek Tain is, who is now graduating at my lab, has done a lot of research with a focus on sports and exercise, Prisma reviews, which is the gold standard. And recently he published with our lab a nice paper on health interest and nutrition knowledge, and the health knowledge, interestingly, was significantly better in the vegetarian children. Why is this? Because the adult population studies show us that's the vegans. Returning to the slides where I said there is a lack of knowledge in the professionists, maybe the parents with their novice vegan kids are overreft. There is an overload because they don't get support by the doctors and by the nutritionists, so they don't know how to help their kids. But the vegetarian diet, we know since the 1970s well, and we are familiar with that, but maybe not so much on the parental level and on the professional level than with the vegan diet. However, there will be much more from us in the next years. And we do also make policy or help policy making. Our work from the school study was considered last summer in the updated position statement of the vegan, for the vegan diet from the largest nutrition society in the German-speaking countries, the German Society of Nutrition. This was massive. This was a massive step. And also the Austrian recommendations picked up our work to contribute. And from this, from summer 2024 to December, our work was considered also in setting up the new dietary guidelines in Austria with a more sustainable plate. And it's revolutionary for Austria, high mountains, eating a lot of meat. We not only have an optimized mixed diet pyramid, we now have, for the first time in history, a vegetarian dietary pyramid. For Austria, this is massive. And we're happy that we were there. Regrettably, and this is the dark side of the medal, most nations don't care about the latest evidence when they set up and update their new dietary guidelines. So only a few follow the science. So also there is a lot potential. Thomas, also here we can move mountains, hopefully in the next 20 years. And we even think beyond how we can qualify the teachers, the health professionals, the nutritionists, and the future medical doctors and teachers. So, and we also go mass media, because the people have to know. If not the doctor and the nutritionist tell you, someone else has to tell you. And this was just from May this year, and this is now a latest report, also Austria nationwide, which was published 4 days ago on 30th of September. So we try at all levels to do a lot to contribute for good, to make health in all policies, which HIAP stands for, a future, not only issue, but a future reality. So it's prevention. Rather than going to see a doctor, we have to avoid that the person has to see a doctor. So it's about that 70% of what we can do is preventing us for diseases, maintain a good health state, and if we are healthy, promote our health even better. And in the second or last row, well, we need therapy. And even in the therapy stage, healthy eating, active living can contribute with all the other lifestyle factors. And when it comes down to the children, we must not forget the schools and the lessons. Coming back to the Dahlgren model means we have to start with the individual. For vertical permeability and for success of all that frameworks, we have to understand how this is connected. So I skip a bit faster now. So why our health policies of nations are doomed to fail? Because they do not consider the schools. And why is this? When we look at Czech Republic and in Austria, we have about 20% of the population is children. They have to spend 9 years compulsory at the school time at minimum. And 40% of their wake time every day they spend at the schools. This is a massive potential we do not tap fully so far. So there we have to go. And there is consensus about the policymakers, the experts, but there is a lack of will or a weak will for accorded interventions, accorded efforts. And so it's health education. It starts at schools with the curricula. It's written down as overarching educational principle. And with this, the door opener is physical education. So I can skip here. How can we go for Czech Republic? To counsel you. These are my last slides. Well, it's about policy, law, decree, bills. And we have role models. Portugal in 2017 was the first. 2023, Denmark set up an action plan for the whole nation to emphasize plant proteins. We have to go for the school curricula. This is, in short, not only to support the kids, but to go over the full lifespan with a healthy and high-quality life and well-being. We have to follow the role model of the Olympic Games and the European Football Championships to offer at public canteens, from the kindergarten to hospitals, nursing facilities, nursing facilities, vegetarian diets. And we have also for this role models. One of the latest is New York City Mayor Eric Adams. And we have to go live, hello world, outside. This massive knowledge, this evidence must go out to the people where it belongs. And near to the end, Czech Republic is already at the starting line. So why don't use what the media says, that Czech Republic is ready for going veggie. So it's our duty to stay committed and to be committed. So with this, if we want to take over control, the lowest level everybody can do, a child and a senior, is to be more active and modify what you eat. At WHC Prague, it's easy because vegan food is delicious, but you can do when you're at home, just buy any bite new. But when we want to start with the children, we have considered the schools, and we must take into account that the door opener and the starting point is physical education, the compulsory subject. And with this, I want to refer to Dr. Derek Taylor's talk on Sunday, who explores and explains why a whole food vegan diet outperforms even an optimized Mediterranean diet. And I would like to refer also to the poster downstairs of Dr. Gatterer, which is also part of our team, on the details of canteens going vegetarian and vegan. Thank you very much. Enjoy this conference and let's celebrate together.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vernetzer, for showing us what can be done so our children grow up healthy. Thank you. Let me now invite to the stage our next speaker, Dr. Baswati Bhattacharya, Clinical Assistant Professor of Family Medicine at Weill Cornell Medical College and a Fulbright Specialist in Global Public Health, specializing in integrative medicine. A Harvard-trained physician with a PhD in Ayurvedic chemistry and pharmacology, she has spent over 2 decades bridging indigenous medical systems with modern biomedicine. Let's hear from Dr. Bhattacharya.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I would like to begin with a mantra, which is the mantra of wisdom. For those of you who know Saraswati, please join me. Ya kundendu tusharahara dhavala, ya shubra vastra vrata, ya veena varadanda manditakara, ya shweta padmasana, ya brahma achyuta shankara prabhritibhir, Devai sada vandita, samam patu saraswati bhagavati, nishesha jadyapaha. Saraswati is that part of us inside that is devoted to wisdom and that understands the power of sound, which sometimes comes as music, sometimes comes as speech, and sometimes comes in the form of, we'll say, other sensory experiences that give us wisdom. We have that inside. Every one of us has that. Whether or not it's awake or needs to be further awakened is something that we need to consider. And so when we teach Ayurveda, we begin with mantra because, as you heard it, for someone, if they pronounce it perfectly, it will transmit to you a certain energy. So I'm going to talk about 5 different proposals as strategies for harmonizing TCIM with the rest of the world and bringing the modern politics of medicine, which Akshay Bhambri talked about a little bit, with ancient systems of wellness, health, and kindness, and also vidya, which is true knowledge. We have a lot of avidya today. In American English, it's called fake news, which is, of course, popularized by our president. And I didn't vote for him. And vidya and avidya have been a part of Ayurveda for many, many millennia, talking about what actually works and the truth and the evidence of what actually works. So let's talk about evidence. Evidence as the basis of believing what is medicine is what we are taught in medical school. So some of you know that I'm a modern medical doctor, trained and practiced at New York Presbyterian Hospital since, I guess I've been there since 1997. And then on this side, there's the group of people who believe in experience, practice-based evidence as the experience. So when we look at the evidence-based medicine triad, which was put together by David Sackett and his group in 1996, I was in medical school at the time, and he talked about the importance of evidence as a base for all medicines. And I believe Dr. Spicek talked about this, and several other scientists also spoke about this. But what doesn't come through in the research literature is that there's actually not just the evidence that we see in clinical studies, the A1 level, B1 level evidence, but there's actually an idea that whatever evidence there is should show good patient outcomes, improve patient outcomes. But it should be aligned with the patient's values and with the patient's expectations, actually, and what the patient wants, but also with that doctor's individual clinical expertise. And so if a doctor doesn't have actual expertise and is just kind of a technician, just pushing things around because that's what they learned, that is not a basis for good evidence. And in fact, we see a lot of clinicians who are good at what they do, but don't contribute to the research, and we see many that contribute to the research, but aren't really good in clinical practice. And in fact, at lunch, we were talking about people who get research grants, but they're not actually doing good research. And then that is what is published. So we look at the bottom, the best clinical evidence, and then we are supposed to come up with this thing called EBM, or evidence-based medicine. So there are a few people that have trained really well in modern medicine or in epidemiology and have done the studies, have gathered some evidence. One of them is, I think it's actually the next paper, Professor Ioannidis. So in this paper, this group said, let's look at how good the evidence is to support primary care practice. And when they analyzed over 3,000 recommendations that are commonly in the standard of medical care in the West, they found that only 18% of them were actually what we would call high-level evidence-based medicine. And that is the basis of what modern medical doctors are practicing. So what exactly are we talking about when we talk about evidence? Then this man, this is whose paper I was looking at, John Ioannidis, he's a Greek-American. He has written a whole series of papers. This one is quite nicely written, Why Most Published Research Findings Are False. And he says, in these 5 corollaries, that there are things that you can detect in the studies that are published in some of the best journals. This one is actually in a great journal, PLOS Medicine, one of the highest impact journals. And he says, if the studies are very small and conducted in small numbers, it's likely that the research findings are not going to be true. However, the larger the number and the lesser you have tested relationships in the scientific, that field, the less likely that it will be true. So it seems to be that when the very small studies and the very big studies called big data come together, like these big meta-analyses, they seem to be applicable to no human. They're kind of an average, right? So it's like all of us, we see our shoe sizes in this room, and we create an average shoe size, and then we tell everyone, we'll all wear that shoe size. Is that shoe going to fit us? There will be a few it will fit, but for most of us, the shoe will be too small or too big. And that is what we're doing with evidence-based medicine recommendations for the most part, because we're not following what was shown in the earlier slide and the intentions of David Sackett, who invented the concept of evidence-based medicine. He and colleagues also wrote a few other papers, the subjective interpretation of medical evidence. So we take the evidence, we take the part we like, and we take those data and say, this is what we should do. If we don't like the data, we don't pay attention to it. There have been hundreds of trials on homeopathy that show in randomized, placebo-controlled, blinded studies that homeopathy works very well, especially in pediatric cases. And yet, because of the ideas of scientific medicine being based on pharmacology and dose, you can say, dose-based relationships, it's opposite in homeopathy, and so modern doctors don't accept it. And they say, oh, there's no basis for this, so we don't even want to pay attention to the evidence that's shown in the data. And this has been a big problem for homeopathy. It's been a big problem for many of the whole medical systems, the whole being systems. There are 7 sins that contribute to the lack of knowledge, and I think we've been hearing about them so far this weekend. And there's a lot of biased reporting in the media. There are certain groups, like when I was at Harvard, they have press conferences for the studies that they consider to be big bucks, and sometimes they're pharma kind of aided, meaning you get a nicer room, you get more AV, you get more journalistic coverage, you get nice drinks, because that pharma company wants that study's results to come out. And I've seen it myself, and we stay quiet in medicine. We see it. Back in the 90s, I used to get very nice pens and nice clipboards and nice things. That's become illegal now, but there is an influence of that. How many of you are doctors in this room that have been influenced by that kind of pharma trying to woo you? Yeah, at least 2 or 3 of us that are willing to admit it, yeah. So, but I liked my Vioxx pen, and I used it until it was dry. But anyway, it was obviously I was being catered to. So there are a lot of perspectives being written by the older doctors of how to survive this misinformation crisis. And meanwhile, the market is talking. The market is talking about how they're losing faith in modern medicine. If I get sick, would I go to modern medicine? And this is the question you have to ask yourself. If you get really sick, what would you do? There are people who practice Ayurveda, a lot of them in India. I just spent 9 years in India on a Fulbright and then doing my PhD, and I just came back to the US a few years ago. And a lot of my Ayurveda colleagues who are cheerleaders for Ayurveda, if they get sick, they go to modern medicine. A lot of the Ayurvedic doctors in the USA who prachar or talk about Ayurveda, you know, I go to their house, I look in their medicine cabinet. I know you're not supposed to do that, but I do that. And I look in their kitchen and their pantry, and you know what I find is they have a lot of allopathic medicines. So then I wonder, then why are you talking about Ayurveda and being so true to Ayurveda? Or if they get sick, I say, oh, just get some Guduchi. They don't have Guduchi at home. They don't have Triphala at home. They have aspirin or they have Motrin. And then you have to wonder. This is the same for people who are homeopaths, who don't use homeopathy, but would rather use allopathic medicines. Ask yourself what you actually believe in. So I did that. And when I got sick, I decided I was going to only use Ayurveda. And now I've got myself set up so that if I ever get sick of something very bad, like let's say, you know, I only have 30 days to live or something, I am going to find myself an Ayurvedic doctor. I've actually found him. And I will go to India and spend the rest of my days there because I am so committed to Ayurveda. But I'm a modern medical doctor, so you know I have to play the opposite game, where if you come to my medicine cabinet, you're not going to find allopathy. A lot of consumers said the same thing. They said, we don't believe in the modern medicine, so we're going to go for alternatives. In America, there's a whole crisis in the healthcare market where they say, so many people are uninsured, they don't have health insurance, it's such a bad thing, we have to give them coverage. You know why they don't have health insurance? I asked several of them, who are my patients, and they say, I don't want to waste my money on modern medicine. I would rather spend my money on aromatherapy, massage, manipulative osteopathic or chiropractic treatments, and have a steady supply of herbal medicines and spend my money on that. Emergency care could get expensive, but if you don't have that number of assets, you don't have to worry about it, and you don't invest your money on health insurance. Today in America, it's about $700 a month. $700. And only 45% of Americans have health insurance from the federal government or the national or the city or the local, or they are veterans or they are elderly. So the rest of everyone would have to pay for this. So what are they doing? They're buying alternative medicines. And I'm saying alternative, but you all know I mean the TCIM medicines. So how do we develop better models for evidence and for not BS for bullshit, but BS for belief systems? Because we have our own belief systems. And if our belief systems are that we believe good medicine is this kind of medicine based on our traditions and our culture and our ethnic and experience beliefs, is there anyone else that has a right to take that away from us? Can I force Ayurveda on everyone? No, and I shouldn't. I can tell you about Ayurveda. There might be parts of it that you like. And one of the reasons I'm aligned with it is because I'm ethnically Indian, and I grew up with it in my own life. But if someone is from Austria, or from Italy, or from South Africa, or from Iran, Japan, any other country, I don't have the right to tell them, and yet that's exactly what allopathy does. And what I have learned from medical school was that, medical school meaning allopathic medical school, was that it was our job to spread allopathic medicine to everyone all over the world and force it on them. A kind of evangelism, if you've been part of any religions that do that. Someone said earlier that modern medicine has become our religion on this planet. And are we going to stay quiet and allow that? I mean, when religious evangelism came through many lands, we put up with it. Are we going to do the same for allopathy? It seems like we kind of are. If we look at, so I took this from a gut presentation. If we look at what allopathy says versus what other groups say, allopathy talks about describing things. Allopathy is really a system in which you name things, but you don't really give the cause of it. We can name what's going on. If you ask them what's the cause, they'll say, well, we just take the symptoms and we suppress the symptoms. Other groups around the world are spending a lot of time talking about what causes the disease. In gut diseases, it's low Agni, the low digestive fire. In biotronics, they talk about the electricity in the body, the organic electricity, which is within the body. Someone said to me last week, what do you mean electricity in the body? I said, do you know what an ECG is? Electrocardiogram. EEG, electroencephalogram. We have electricity in our body. So if the electricity is not aligned, then if you have someone that can realign that electricity, we know how fast electricity can spread through the room, as we see. This is inorganic. This is organic. So movement and structure therapies also align the nerves and organs, and that's another theory of how etiology happens. And homeopathy talks about miasmas, and there are several concepts in different types of medicine. It's our job to learn about them, not just to have a little pronunciation of Ayurveda or homeopathy, but to understand the basic tenets. And I believe that all healers have that opportunity to do that, and I think that's one of the next things we must do. When we look at other medical systems outside of homeopathy, outside of allopathy, I think you can see it from here. The red arrows go from, can I point? Go from a pico or a nanoparticle up to about a 1 or a deca. That's it. That's modern medicine in this area here. But if you go to Avogadro's number and beyond, you'll see we can go even smaller than 10 to the minus 24th, because we have homeopathic remedies that are dilutions. And they discuss the principle of that as being important. And if you go to Ayurveda, they talk about particles, but they also talk about waves and the importance of waves. And many of the energy medicines are talking about waves. So if you look at the axiomatic scale of perception of medicines beyond allopathy, we can just understand that allopathy draws its frame this big, and this is their reality. And the rest of us who are practicing maybe some of this, but a lot more of this, are practicing larger scales of perception. And we need to teach our allopathic colleagues that they're just limited in their view, and if they could make their frame bigger, it would be important. For scale, I just put up here the diameter of the sun, which is 10 to the 13th, the diameter of the solar system. And this principle is actually found in Ayurveda. It's called, up at the top here, Yathapinde Tatha Brahmande. It means something that is very small in the microcosm has the same patterns in the macrocosm. And if we can understand that we are somewhere between these, we can actually learn a lot about patterns. The main one was in the first slide, the spiral. Look for spirals in time, in space, not only in the ocean, but in many of the activities. If you look for spirals in nature, that is actually our reality. So most Westerners think that the Earth moves around the sun. Actually, it doesn't. The sun is moving through the galaxy. And as the sun moves through the galaxy, it's pulling the Earth around it, right? So actually, as the sun moves, the Earth is moving in a spiral. So Ayurveda talks about the Earth, the astronomy, as a spiral and not as a circle. So if you can just think about what I said, and you've been thinking that the Earth is in a circle, right? And you can understand that it's in a spiral, it will just shift your reality a little bit. And that's what we need to do with the other systems of medicine. All of us, we all need to expand. So I'm going to show you a couple of principles I've been thinking about as strategies. One is we think about illness and wellness. We've talked about this at the last conference as well. There are several people who are now starting to look at wellness. So this is one group who is, they're in the Clinical Neuroscience Journal. They talk about the measures of wellness in the clinical setting. And I invite you to take a picture of this and see that what they're saying is that we need to find more about wellness and define that in neuroscience rather than always focusing on neuropathic diseases. There are a lot of scales of well-being and of wellness, and this group, the Global Wellness Institute, Susie Ellis, who's a colleague, has said, you know why we don't pay attention to wellness? Because not only there's no money in it, but wellness was about women who went for spas and looking pretty, and illness was about men who were doctors who met in offices. When the woman treated her daughter at home or her son at home, she was a flowery, lovely, nature-oriented goddess, and she was, it's free, nature is free, we all have the right to it. But the man in the white coat, and there were very few women in medicine up until about 50 years ago. In fact, clinical studies, modern medical clinical studies were only done on men because women had these weird things called cycles. So in the 1980s, the NIH decided to do studies, clinical medical studies, including women. The 1980s is not that long ago. Many of us were alive at that time. So if you look at the illness, and then you see Susie's group, which is saying, let's measure wellness, give the data, show the trends, maybe we'll get more importance to it. And indeed, that's what's happening. Their trends book every year actually talks about what could happen, and in fact, it's been predicting quite well what is the reality of the wellness movement. People are investing their own money toward wellness, toward digital detox, toward spa, toward self-care, toward care of their children, spending more time with their children at work and in ways that they haven't been able to in conventional previous times. And if you look at the $6.3 trillion wellness economy versus what's in modern medicine, we're shifting away, and there are actual data being produced if data is the thing that's going to provide the evidence for the changes. This is a study I put in there. I've done a lot of work with the National Cancer Institute for the last 5 years. We did a survey of US Ayurveda professionals, and the big thing that we found that I thought was important is that Ayurvedic doctors who are neither legal nor illegal in the US, depending on where they are and what they're doing, they are involved with treating cancer. You think of cancer as being chemotherapy, radiotherapy, all the things that Dr. Spisak said today. But if you look at what's actually happening, patients want alternative, complementary, and integrative medicines, and they're going to Ayurvedic doctors. And you can see that there's a huge number, more than the majority of the Ayurvedic doctors in America, at least, are saying, yeah, I see cancer patients through some level of the journey of cancer. So, how do we choose to see health versus medicine? I think one of the problems we have is that, my experience in Ayurveda anyway, in India, is that the Ayurvedic doctors try to pretend to be as good as the modern medical doctors. Rather than seeing that there's one part of Ayurveda, there's just a way of life. It doesn't need to be as good as allopathy, as good as a medical system, because Ayurveda is beyond a medical system. It is a way of living. Ayurveda also incorporates energy shifts, which many allopathic doctors don't understand energy beyond like the magnetic resonance imaging energy. There's an emphasis toward medical and surgical in modern medicine. There's also in many other medical systems. But that idea that you have to intervene into the body physically is something that we need to consider. And sometimes you need to go an expert, but Ayurveda really emphasizes knowing how to do a lot of interventions at home. Treating, diagnosing, mitigating, and preventing disease, which is the definition of the practice of medicine, but every mother does it with her child. And she doesn't go to jail for the practice of medicine. So we need to think about how we're allowing the medical group to see themselves as the boss when they really aren't. We need to ask these questions. Who is an expert? What is the value? Oh, sorry. What is the value of a credential? Just because I have an MD doesn't mean I'm smart. Please don't think, oh, she has an MD, that's so impressive. Sometimes those credentials are among the worst things because people feel entitlement, but they don't do the work. See who actually does the work. What is the level of practice that they have? What can they actually do right here without their tools? Or their, tools I mean by other aids. And who's doing whole being medicine versus organ systems-based medicine? Learn which TCIM policies work and which are about institutional power versus individual power. So I'm just going to put this out there. There was a call for mapping innovations in TCIM and related scientific technologies, and they put this, this call out to the world that if you guys would like to bid for a project. I had always thought the World Health Organization was in charge because they knew things. But if they have to put out a bid for a contractor to put together what I think is their essential work in TCIM, in putting together scientific technologies, that means they don't have the answer inside, right? So why are we treating WHO and NIH and these other groups as being the authority? It really alarmed me. And I look at the Sustainable Development Goals in the upper right, and I look at some of the products that they put out, and I wonder, do they really know what they're doing, or are they just kind of lost? And this is with all respect to those of you who work with WHO. You know what's going on inside. There's a lot of that smoke and mirrors going on. It's time that we take that back to ourselves. JAMA claims to be the Journal of the American Medical Association, such an authority. But if you go and you see that modern allopathic doctors are just discovering wellness, health, and medicine, and they're just discovering it, how can you be the authority when you're just discovering it and everyone else in this room already knows about it? Like, you have some homework to do if you have a credential that says that you're an expert, but you don't even know what your patients know. And that's the difficulty that I have with a lot of medical doctors who don't know their herbs, even though so many Americans are using herbs. Even in France, I'm in Paris part of the year, and I find that the medical doctors there that see my patients are giving them all kinds of solutions, but then they go out to the pharmacies and they use completely other things, right? Kiran Vyas will be talking about how he's introduced Ayurveda and yoga to, I think it's more than 80,000 people in France. Why are they not going to their free healthcare system? JAMA talks about now, oh, look, there's something called lifestyle medicine. What if we involve diet and exercise and stress management? I'm pointing toward Katarina. And they talk about how this might be important in changing people's health. Sorry, guys, you're behind the times. I know I'm supposed to finish. Can I just continue? Thank you. And then Madan actually talked about these 4 pillars. And I think we appreciate it, we explain these theories, but then there's a part of me that's saying, okay, I was tolerant of it in the 90s, I was kind of tolerant of it in the 2000s. We're in 2025. When are the doctors going to decide or realize that the way that they're treating their patients is incomplete, ineffective, and in fact, it's the 3rd leading cause of death in the USA? There's evidence for that too. Instead, here are some of the things we can do. We can understand the immune system and the concept of ojas, which is the idea of having a force inside of you that both gives you strength and also keeps other diseases from invading your body. And understanding ojas, this was actually the topic of my first Fulbright, and it is a concept in Ayurveda that really talks about you having the vitality and being able to detect it in yourself. It's something that I don't think there's any modern medical concept for it, so we should just adopt the name ojas and bring it into this medical system. Understand the importance of minerals and metals in the body. We call it the metallome, and there are all these metals, so all these people that are screaming about heavy metals, try to understand that you already have heavy metals in your body, the biggest of which is iron, second is copper. I see all the Ayurvedic doctors nodding, thank you. And it's so important to have this. Yes, I know. Understanding non-pharma medicine, so this is about bhasmas, which is, I think, one of the panaceas for people who have incurable diseases, and I use regularly in my practice. And I use them legally, because there's only 4 of them that can't be brought in. I think I didn't put that slide in. Understanding foods, so if you can read an English or a Czech translation, and there are Czech translations from Ayurveda Prague, whose people are in the room, they have translated this book called the Ashtanga Hridayam, which has 2 chapters on food. And then understanding our need for alignment with the sun and the moon, which is called Dinacharya, or the chronobiology. If you can bring these concepts into whichever medical system you believe in, understanding what food products, these are called the 7 deadly whites, and understand the importance of them. And if you are eating too many food products versus foods, what is the impact in your life? And anyone that wants to see this, I'm talking about how we knew in the 1930s, early 40s, that white flour that is refined is actually detrimental. We knew it, and we ignored the evidence. And anyone that's eating white refined bread is actually poisoning themselves, and they don't realize it. And that's why we have gluten intolerance. The data are in our knowledge. Understand that scientists really don't understand water. We have many names for it in Ayurveda, Aap, Jal, and we have a deep understanding, so does homeopathy, and so do several others. I have a couple of other slides that I'm going to skip through. Ayurveda is one system that I think, if you don't know anything about it, try to just understand a few basic concepts of it, because I think the solution for us is going to be to create a medical language that doesn't translate everything into English or everything into one medical system, but rather takes a whole series of terms from different medical systems and adopts them into a language so that all doctors and all healers should know what a miasm is, what basic exercise, vyayam versus yoga. We should understand different kinds of foods. We should understand doshas, but we should also understand the basic concepts of traditional Chinese medicine, Tibetan medicine. If you say, oh, it's too much, no, it's not. No, it's not. A lot of people can learn the basics of it, and it is possible. Personalized medicine is only personalized when it adopts the whole being and helps the whole being. And there's a tool that I'll end with. There's a man that I met a couple of years ago. Several of you were at that conference. He started a company called Live Your Best Life. And what he's been doing is taking the best of machine learning and the need for data security around our health and created a way to use an app to bring Ayurvedic practice into your life. I'll talk to you guys more about that because I'm seeing someone coming onto the stage. And if you want to learn about this model, what we're doing is taking the reality that most of you guys have a phone in your hand, and wouldn't it be nice to carry a doctor around with you 24/7? So this is the tenets of our plan, and this is, I was going to go through a model of diabetes and how we see it. 2 people are standing up. This is very dangerous now. And the last, oh, and we have research evidence behind it. These are my gurus, the people that have taught me, and I pay obeisance to them. And I leave you with my email at the end and some of the schools that have taught me what I know. And I thank you all for giving me this extra time. Namaste to you. Sorry.
Dr. Bhattacharya, I have to ask you if you can swim. Ask Mr.
Is he on?
No, I'm not on.
I think...
if you can swim.
Swim?
Yes.
You have a swimming pool? I can swim. Are you going to throw me off the boat tonight?
Yes, that's it.
Are you going to throw me off the boat tonight?
Won't wait for us.
Okay, just make sure I don't have my phone on me when you throw me off.
Time.
Okay.
So, but we would like to thank you very much, Mr. Bhattacharya, for your expertise. And also for the mantra of wisdom, which filled the room and our hearts with positive energy. Thank you. And as the next guest, our distinguished guest is Dr. Massimo Bonucci, a medical oncologist and surgical pathologist who pioneered integrative cancer care in Italy. He leads the Integrative Oncology Project in Sant'Andrea University Hospital, directs integrative oncology across several Rome hospitals, founded Italy's first integrative oncology nonprofit, and serves as ambassador for Italy with the Society for Integrative Oncology. So please welcome Dr. Bonucci.
Yes. Thank you very much, and I'm very honored to stay here, and thank you very much for Thomas Pfizer to inviting me to a beautiful congress and see. First of all, I would like to definition about integrative oncology. We see that integrative oncology is the use of conventional treatment like chemotherapy, radiotherapy, immunotherapy, and so on. But we know that it's possible to use a lot of integrative treatment like traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, herbal medicine, homeopathy, anthroposophy, Ayurveda, you see that it is good, medical massage and other. This is very important. And also we know that there are good results with conventional treatment, but not enough. And then if you have some help, why not for this one? And also we see, I'm sorry, okay. But also we see that when we speak about complementary therapy or integrative treatment, it means alongside the use. When we speak about alternative, we see instead of. And if you use the treatment without chemotherapy, we are loss of life. This is a very good work that demonstrated that the use of alternative treatment to enhance the risk of cancer. For breast cancer, 5 times. For colon cancer, more time, for time. That is not possible for our patient to give only alternative treatment. It's not possible. You must to use integrative treatment. The best treatment, conventional and integrative treatment. And we see there are a lot of treatment. This is a difference, very important difference from conventional, that we see specifically the cancer. And with the integrative treatment, we'll see holistic work. We work the people with cancer, not the cancer of the Maria, but Maria with cancer. It's very, very different, and our vision is completely different. So, and when we speak about integrative oncology, we speak about the first important society of integrative oncology. This is Society of Integrative Oncology, the born in USA in 2003, and there are a lot of people, a lot of treatment, a lot of conventional treatment that we go. And also we see that in Society for Integrative Oncology publish the results in integrative oncology. And we'll see that it is published with the ASCO guideline for the breast cancer, and the last one, we'll see the other also a conventional treatment. With the last one is for all kinds of cancer. And we see the work together with conventional treatment, colleagues from ASCO, Society of Oncologists, American Oncology, one of the biggest, and colleagues from SIO, to discuss how can bring together to give the patient the best treatment. And also we are the general combination about in Europe. Europe are different, and we see Dr. Pfizer saying us that there are different legal absolute in general. The first time I speak about Italy. The Italy, the health service is regional, is not national, and in Tuscany and in Emilia-Romagna there are the lie that could be possible use integrative treatment during the chemotherapy in public hospital. Because we are, the region, take a law that demonstrated that the acupuncture, homeopathy, and phytotherapy, herbal medicine, could be used because enhance the results of cancer. And then it's possible to use Borloi, this is the patient pay nothing when you go in the hospital and to take this treatment. And this is the combination. We are international collaboration from the Tuscany and the National, the Memorial Sloan Kettering for USA to modify, to take the education, because the education is one of the best important way for us. And also there are Artois Association that I spoke about. And we see that in Tuscany there are a lot of hospitals. There are 90 laboratory that can use, and 20 inside the Department of Oncology. And also in Rome, there are hospitals that could be possible to use the research. I am research inside. And inside we are nutrition, herbal medicine, psychology, acupuncture for research. And also there are private hospital that we could be use integrative treatment. We see in Milan, in Bologna, in Florence, in Roma that I work, and this is in Salerno and the other side. That we see that Artoi is the first association in integrative oncology. It was born in 2011, and is important because they take scientific research, spreading a knowledge about the integrative oncology, develop customized therapy, and take prevention and nutrition. We organize the teaching, because we are and we see in front of this the possibility to have a lot of master degree in Rome, and also is recognized outside the country that is good for integrative treatment. Also, this is in Italy, but this is the first time in a National Congress of the Aid of Oncology where I speak about integrative oncology, the open mind in Italy for integrative oncology. And this is our work in Europe, in USA, in China, in India, to organize the network in integrative oncology. This is a lot of countries that could be possible. Also in Europe, because in Europe, an European Parliament network, we are organized last year a convention for to see if the Parliament is open in integrative oncology. And also this is the first Congress SIO in Europe, because this is important to understand the quite different from USA and Europe, but also in China and India, because there are like similar but like different. This is the first Congress of SIO Europe, organized from me, Eran from Israel, and Nina Fuller-Schauber from UK, were organized, and this is a group of colleagues from 15 countries, where we speak about the possibility to organize SIO Europe, Society for the Integrative Oncology in Europe. But what is this is our think about the combination, because we must to organize, to contact each other, because this is a way to have a power with oncologists. And we are together with the work. This is a lot of society that work in integrative oncology, and this is in England for integrative oncology. There is society, British Society for Integrative Oncology, is one of the ancient like Artoi, and it is the possibility to use integrative medicine, mesalatory therapy, and so on. This is in Germany. In Germany, that is a very important question, because this is a group of 13 university and hospital is connected each other, and they in hospital, in a public hospital and public university works for integrative oncology. And this is the combination, the acupuncture, traditional Chinese, public, and organized in university. And in Greece we are possibility to have regulated by the Minister of Health, use of for 15 to 20%. There are a lot of association in medical acupuncture or phytotherapy, but not as SIO connected. This is important. This is the first group. Also in AFCAM in Norway, there is a list of treatment, but it's not possible to treat the cancer. They take education, but not treated. And this is important to understand, because also 25% of Norway use, but it's not legal. And that is one the problem. So, also in Sweden, there are the use of 34, 26 of CAM, but there is no SIO Sweden. This is in Spain, the same, is available on the private sector, but not recognized, but the use complementary from 25 to 66, but is no SIO in Spain. and also for in Poland it is recognized by the government, but some practices, homeopathy, acupuncture, in Poland 24% is used, but is not SIO Poland. In France, the CAM is regulated for Ministry of the Health. It is born in 2023 French Society of Integrative Oncology, and then we organize with her with this society the convention about it. Also, and this is one of the most important institute is a private, but the people doesn't pay nothing. In Institute of Raphael, there are at least 11 oncologists that work without pay the patient, but they work very well. Also in Romania, I spoke with colleagues from Romania. This is possible to have the recognized, but in Romania there isn't a SIO for integrative oncology, and that is, for me, is important to have. Like Czech Republic now is recognized, use 25%, but also in Czech Republic there isn't the SIO. Why? One of us, you demonstrated to say, we organize a society of integrative oncology to have connected each other. And this is very, very, very important. So, like in Hungary, in Bulgaria, in Slovenia, in Croatia, the same. This is very important to understand, because if you are power, you can connect each other. If you connect each other, you can speak about the other society of oncology, and then you can bring together. And also in Portugal, they are the same way. They are Society of Portuguese Medicina Integrativa, but not as Society of Integrative Oncology. And this is only the first. They are from 23 and 24. There are a lot of congress where we combine the use of integrative oncology, and this is very important. This is a lot of integrative society, and this one is very important. What is the barrier? The barrier is that the knowledge is not between us, but with oncologists, because the oncologists, the radiotherapists don't know what integrative was. And second, I don't know, they don't know, can help to treat the patient. And I think it's necessary to bridge a dialogue between medical oncologists and integrative oncology. When we speak about integrative oncology, we speak not only the oncologists like me, but people that work in oncology. And then this is important, because there are pharmacists, that is good. There are surgery, this is good, because in the Belgian Society of Integrative Oncology, the president is a surgeon, a lady, born 2023. Then it is necessary to understand that when we speak integrative oncology, the best is oncologist, but other people, medical doctor is the best, they possible to speak together with other type of the oncologists too. And then it's necessary, how can speak with us, organize workshop or meeting on specific topics, like ASCO with SIO, speaking about the side effect, and they take a regulation about this way. And the education, we start with British Society for Integrative Oncology, but the other colleagues, and we speak last day with also SIO, because the SIO is, I think it's necessary that SIO inside this war be used. In conclusion, I think it's necessary to combine our knowledge and to create, collaborate the group of integrative oncology oriented for academic or appointment, developing a European international platform to facilitate the pre-graduate with an oncology and with a master degree. This is very important. Launching national and European integrative oncology program for physician, nurse, and practitioner, because this is one of the most important. Assessing the process with qualitative and quantitative medical education research, because I think it's necessary to understand that when we use herbal medicine, the herbal medicine is not good for all kinds of people and all kinds of the treatment of kind of cancer, because there is possibility to interfere. And then we must understand which kind of the herb used for lung cancer or breast cancer or other. This is important to understand and to take the education about. And this is important because international collaboration for basic research, clinical trials for lifestyle and side effect chemo or immunotherapy is good. And then it is important to enhance global activity. I think it's necessary because at the time we are a lot of convention, and when the WHO say that it's necessary to take a former in integrative oncology, we know that in India there are established WHO, the center of traditional Chinese medicine, traditional medicine. This thank for all collaborated for a long time with the CEO International Global, and is a friend. And I remember you that in SIO, one minute, SIO there are a congress, there are 12 international congress, and the second CEO Europe, and we remember because this is very, very, very important. And I thank also the group of Artoi that discuss about how can manage the people, and this is the last in 2024. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
For stressing the importance of alternative medicine in improving lives of cancer patients. To discuss the decolonization of medical education, research, and practice, we now welcome Professor Fadil Ezzab, Director of the Center for Cardiometabolic Research in Africa, please. A Fellow of the American Physiological Society, and recently elected Fellow of the Royal Society of South Africa. He has led major professional societies in physiology and received the Lifetime Career Achievement Award for Research Excellence. With that, I hand it over to Professor Ezzab.
Thank you to the chairperson, and good afternoon to everybody. I know I'm standing between you and tea time, but I hope to give you some food for thought that we can discuss over tea. Shh, shh. So today I'm going to focus a little bit, I'm a physiologist and also a bit of a philosopher, to speak about the decolonization of medical education in particular, with some consideration to indigenous knowledge systems. So the successes of modern medicine, I'm not here to bash modern medicine, I'm part of it. Life expectancy has increased substantially, as shown. This is in the UK data. Over the last 170 years, males and females indicated in green and in purple, and of course this can vary per region in the world. My field is looking at chronic stress and heart disease, and we can see the interventions shown on the screen there for deaths per 100,000 over the last few decades. So there are some success stories, But however, there are also additional problems associated with modern medicine, as we've heard previously with some of the speakers highlighting this, the rise of non-communicable diseases for one, mental health complications and so forth. But I also want to draw you to other issues. So this paper was published about 10 years ago, PNAS, looking at residents and medical students' attitudes, looking at pain in black patients and white patients. And then more than half of them stated that black people feel less pain. So where does that come from? This is my question I'm asking. So this we can trace back as part of the colonial project. So it's deeply embedded in the system, and this is a mere 10 years ago. 5 years ago, we had this paper that was published in non-white South African women. And the conclusion was, it subsequently retracted, that these non-white women suffered from impaired cognition. So it went through the publication, peer review process, published, there was an outcry, and it had to be retracted. So these are some of the issues. Where does it come from? The underbelly of modern medicine. We have to consider some of the philosophical roots, therefore, of modern medicine. One is the notion of separatedness, that we separate ourselves from nature. Okay, so observer from observed, parts from the whole, organism from the environment, human from nature, mind from matter, science from spiritual beliefs. So if we have this attitude, we see nature as something distinct that we can have certain effects on. So Francis Bacon, one of the founders of the scientific method, stated that nature will reveal its secrets under torture. It shows the type of mindset. The triumph of reductionism. I'm in that field, so everything we have to reduce down to molecules, to genes, proteins, and we in essence just a bag of molecules. So we take out values, morality, consciousness. It's all got to be reduced to biological, otherwise it's not true. And the value of human life to functionality. We operate within a materialist Darwinian framework. So there's a sense of purposelessness in what we do. Okay? We're only shaped by our imperative to adapt, to reproduce. So a type of nihilistic behavior. And so if we look at mental issues, we can see perhaps deep down where that could stem from. The notion of scientism, that is that the scientific method is inherently superior to any other way of knowing. So indigenous knowledges is, even if it's rational, does not have a place at this table, because this is the only way to understand reality. If it doesn't meet these criteria, it's not accepted. And then mathematical realism, that science would try and reduce truth and reality to mathematics, to an equation. But we know from the non-Western traditions this is not the case. Complexity. You cannot. Can you reduce yoga to a mathematical formula? If you cannot, it's not true. So, in addition, how does modern medicine view the other, the colonized populations? Okay, so one of this, which is focused on the blue parts, is that this is for Africa. This is from Carl Pearson, the father of biostatistics, the Pearson correlation, the chi-square test, that in Africa has not yet produced a civilization comparable with the Aryan. Educate and nurture them as you will, you'll not succeed in modifying the stock. So this is a top person in the history of modern medicine. Likewise, others have commented on primitive cultures. Again, the other. And let's focus on the blue. What those cultures are doing, there's no theoretical basis. It's magic and irrational. So all the Ayurveda we're talking about for thousands of years, the Chinese, Islamic medicine, Africa, South America, can be reduced to those terminologies. So we understand the deep-seated roots of why we're sitting where we are today. And then Richard Dawkins, who wrote this book, The Selfish Gene, that we are basically just carriers of the genes control us. They made us, okay? So they're the replicators, they're using us to perpetuate themselves. So we basically, he puts it there, this is a quote, we survival machines. So again, human beings, machines, where does it leave all our biographical information that relates to us being human, the essence? Okay? So there's several structural flaws I've pointed out in modern medicine. Okay? The concept of race, racial essentialism, it doesn't exist, but it features. Separation of knowledge and values. Instrumental rationality, that it's focused on efficiency and utility at the end of the day, above values, justice, culture, all of those things dismissed. And then the third world problems, who decides on that? The funders, ultimately. What will be deemed as a problem for the so-called third world? If it's overpopulation, sterilize them, or population control, versus maybe it's a poverty issue. So all of that, modern medicine played a key role then in the subjugation of the non-West as well. It was co-opted in that setting. So colonization obviously is the physical occupation of lands by the colonists, but most importantly, also taking the knowledge systems, educational systems, and actively suppressing that. So if it was in India, to delegitimize Ayurveda, defund it, and replace it now with modern Western colleges, you see. Likewise, other traditions that they actively suppressed or even outlawed in some of the countries. So, but they've left, you may say. We're all free. Not really. Okay? There's the phenomenon of coloniality, which refers to those long-standing patterns once they've left, but the structures are in place. So even though in India it's now, you've got your programs, does it actually translate? You said that the traditional medical doctors are still seen as a higher value because coloniality will survive colonialism. This was published 5 years ago. It just shows you, I want to demonstrate how these effects remain. Slavery right at the top, then you get the laws freeing people, but ultimately it doesn't, the structural imperatives are still in place. So that disease burden in dark-skinned people remain relatively high. So you've got to see it in its context. Okay? Oops, I've now switched it off. And likewise, these are just 2 books published within the last decade. White people are smarter than black people, in essence, higher IQ. And it's to do with the genes, obviously, which is not true. But you can understand where it comes from. So we need to decolonize this. This is my message today. And decolonization requires an understanding of the history of medical knowledge. As I've shown you, some of the foundations which are flawed. And then once we understand that, we can begin to reconstruct. Okay? Not replace, reconstruct. Inclusive attitudes and practices, so we have equitable provision of health care. And we have to look at local and indigenous wisdom as well in this equation. Because and focusing on education, which is what I'm going to talk about, it's dominated still by the Western biomedical model. Okay? And that's insensitive to experiences of most people of the world and denial of the majority of the world's epistemologies. So therefore, we're battling to create the space within these particular institutions. Okay. And so I try to look at higher education and see how can we begin to decolonize this. Okay, so I was attracted for the definition of a university is to make humanity, so to speak. So we want to have graduates that's human beings in the fullest sense, that they will work across disciplines, and we want to deliver fully developed human beings, ultimately. Okay? And so I wrote a chapter on this phenomenon of scientific or medical elitism that we have in science and medicine, the perception that it's a value-free enterprise. There's no context. Believe us, we're dealing with the facts. It's not true. as I've shown you some of the context. There's a strong emphasis on biological versus humane aspects, alienation from other disciplines, and an inflated belief in superiority in the medical fraternity, as pointed out already. Okay? So, and these are some of the issues our people are facing, our students, that we have to deal with today. How do we bring this into the curriculum in medicine? Okay? These are all surrounding us. So I thought, spoke to the university, can I begin to address this within the current system? They said you could start at the graduate level. If it works, then we can fold it into the medical students program. Okay? So I started by looking at a module I developed for the graduate students. I call it the features of science, to address some of these issues. And I rooted this in for them to have critical thinking, self-reflection, empathy, holistic views of the world. Okay? And then also to have this cultivation of humanity by Nathan Nussbaum. So this was the sort of philosophical framework within which I approached this. And these are some of the topics we've discussed. You can see sessions 9, 10, 11, 12. We looked at racism, decolonization, and indigenous knowledge. I could now expose them. I couldn't do Ayurveda, but I can expose them to the principles, at least, of all the different knowledge systems, and that there is a space for all of this, and also science communication. These were just some images of the class and the assignments, reflective journals, open essays, group videos. And part of the curriculum focused on the role of colonialism and racial essentialism. So that the idea of different races coming from Carl Linnaeus, that there's 4 subspecies of human beings based on skin color and physical traits. And then philosophers picking up on this, Immanuel Kant, that there's a hierarchy of races. White at the top, degeneration from that ideal to the rest, below that, you see. And the ideal race coming from Caucasus, a place, modern-day Georgia, because they had the perfect skull, and anybody else from that is inferior. Okay. So it's deep-seated. We're talking about 1600s, 1700s. The journals, this is the forerunner of the New England Journal of Medicine. This spawned a whole idea to look at differences, skull sizes, intellect, etc. This is in the New England Journal of Medicine. One of the doctors wrote that the notion of equality is utopian. It doesn't exist. It's unscientific, unscriptural. Charles Darwin also added to this. The civilized races of man will most certainly exterminate and replace those throughout the world, the savage races. And then eugenics came about. Can we outbreed this? The bad traits of those with skins, colored skin, so to speak. And so this was pervasive long before Hitler. We're talking about decades. There were conferences on eugenics that people attended. Kellogg started the Race Betterment Foundation in the US, for example. And this is just one example. So all of these topics we discussed in the module. This is what I'm trying to show you. Feeble-minded people cannot be parents, good parents. So it stems from this idea. So in the US, there was forced sterilization of feeble-minded people. Mostly black women. Tens of thousands were denied the opportunity to fall pregnant. Up till the late 1970s, very recently. This is a practical example of such type of biology. Serum creatinine levels, the same in black patient, white patient. There's an algorithm. Chronic kidney disease stage, in the black person is stage 1, but in the white person, stage 2. So you're not going to get the appropriate treatment because of a corrective algorithm. And so people could calculate that if those individuals did receive, if that correction wasn't made, 3 more million black Americans would have had a more stringent chronic kidney disease evaluation. And they would have gone for transplantations and better treatments. And so, of course, we discussed the Human Genome Project, which have shown that there is no difference in people in terms of their biology race is just a socio-political construct. It doesn't exist. So the students are alerted to the flaws in modern medicine, that we move away from race-based medicine to a race-conscious medicine that remains in terms of structural legacies. It's not because people are black, but because the neighborhood, the environment, shapes people, which is closer to indigenous knowledge, if you think about it. I also brought in some transdisciplinarity by bringing in art students into these classes, where I talked to them about heart physiology and pathophysiology, and they captured this in terms of artworks, and I brought the medical students to chat with them over their artworks. Again, the idea would be to open the minds, empathy, humanity. Remember, this is what we want to inculcate, and to see that there's other ways of knowing. Okay? So these are some of the artworks and the medical students' responses. Science often focuses on the detail, but this experience taught us to think of the whole and the bigger concept. Doesn't that ring a bell? And to include humane aspects. We need to expand our viewpoints when focusing on the design of treatments and therapies. Okay? And although there are distinct sort of areas, science and medicine and art, there's some overlap, one student wrote, and there's interconnectivity between those disciplines. And that scientists should sometimes take a step back from the detail to look for bigger creative thinking and abilities to lead to innovation and discoveries. So those were just some engagements between the art students and the graduate students, actually in classes and discussing these topics. So almost done, last slide or two. So I wanted to show you an example of a curriculum remodeling process that's now taken for the last 3-4 years. I've done this. So the next step for me now, having proven this in a smaller group, and I've applied for this, is to take it into the formal medical curriculum, which is already a packed curriculum, obviously. But I will bring in some of those principles into the curriculum at the second year level, so that if we can expose the students at that level, then by the time they graduate, they'll be perhaps more open to this type of ideas that we're hearing here today. So, and part of this would begin then with a critical awareness of the historical influences of colonization, okay, on knowledge systems, medical practice and research. I'm just at the start of this process, so I'm looking for interested people to contact me. So we need to develop now next explicit frameworks. How do we do this? So that we look at addressing the historical injustices in medical education. We've got to look at mentorship programs for those who've been marginalized because of structural racism. And then we've got to incorporate multiple knowledge systems into this process. Indigenous communities should be engaged as co-creators of the curriculum and as co-educators. So we bring in Dr. Baswati to come and teach, you see, the principles. But it must not just be tokenism also. We must be careful that you come in for a session and we tick that box. Then we don't really fundamentally change it, and it leads to a transformative change. So we need to embed this indigenous knowledge systems into the curriculum across the medical training, whether it's going to be in first year and second year. So through case studies or through engagement with healers like yourselves, that they just open up their minds then ultimately when they graduate, that modern Western medicine is not the only way of knowing. And we look at, as I've mentioned, scientism as an example. So I'm busy with this book, Decolonizing Medical Education, Research and Practice, which is going to be published early in 2026, which covers all of these aspects, both the problems I've highlighted, the colonization, but also the decolonization, which would include indigenous knowledge systems. And I'm waiting for a chapter still from my colleague to submit something on Ayurvedic medicine. And we've got African knowledge systems, different knowledge systems. And then how do we integrate that into our education, our curricula, research, and in terms of clinical practice. Thank you very much for your time.
Jo, můžete rovnou. Dobří. So, okay, thank you again, Professor Erzab, for your presentation. As a sign of appreciation, the President of the Congress, Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer, has prepared gifts for you, for all the presenters. It is a book about Prague, and will be ready today and tomorrow for you at the entrance of the Hall 1 there. But now, Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer is here, is ready to say some words. Teďka.
So far, we have been only using our brains. Once more. So far, we have only been using our brains with the receipt of extensive information, and it is really delightful how many experts have delivered their speeches here. But here comes the moment when we should also employ our heart. And I would like to welcome Mr. Jiří Bárta, who belongs to the best cello players, which is a beautiful musical instrument. And I would kindly like to ask him to join us. Mr. Jiří Bárta.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jiří Bárta, one of the Czech Republic's leading cellists. He regularly collaborates with renowned orchestras such as the Czech Philharmonic, London Symphony Orchestra, Royal Philharmonic Orchestra London, Berliner Symphoniker, and many others.
Jiří Bárta. His artistry has brought him to prestigious concert halls and festivals across the world, from Barcelona, Berlin, Munich, Buenos Aires, and Edinburgh, to Istanbul, Los Angeles, New York, Paris, Prague, Salzburg, Tokyo, and London. His recordings have also received numerous international awards and critical acclaim.
Today he will perform 4 parts of the Suite No. 1 for solo cello in G major, for solo cello by the great German Baroque composer Johann Sebastian Bach. Okay. Welcome, Jiří Bárta.
Nejsme. So we thank you, Mr. Barta, for his great performance. And now it's time for a break again. So please, it's time to stretch and refresh. And we'll meet here in 30 minutes again. 16:05? Oh, say 16:05. Sorry, the time is 4:05. Sorry. Prosím? Yes. Okay. So short after 4 o'clock. Yes, 4:05.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost. Bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now that we are recharged, let's dive back in. Let's start by welcoming Mr. Kiran V.S., a French yoga instructor and Ayurveda practitioner known for introducing Ayurveda in France and Europe in the 1980s. He is the founder of the Tapovan Open University of Yoga and Ayurveda, where he promotes a holistic approach to health that unites body, mind, and spirit. He has also worked with UNESCO and several NGOs as a yoga instructor. And now the important information. In 2024, he was awarded the most prestigious award in India, called Padma Shri, from the President of India himself. Mr. Weiss, you may begin. Yes, I'm sorry, you may begin.
Namaste. Om Anandamayi Chaitanyamayi Satyamayi Parame Om Tat Savitur Varam Rupam Jyotihi Parasya Dhimahi Yannaha Satyena Deepayet Om Asatu Ma Sadgamaya Tamasu Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityor Ma Amrutam Gamaya Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. Here are my parents, and this photo was taken in 1944 in the month of February, and I was born in March 1944, so I believe I am here in this photo. And my father and mother, they were working. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Okay. No, perhaps I prefer standing this side. This is all right? So I believe I was very much present when my parents were working with Gandhiji, the great Gandhi, and my father had the responsibility of education. But at the same time, the whole world was in the World War and fighting for the liberty, fighting that the human being gets his own rights. At the same time, an Indian allopathic doctor, a colleague or a collegian friend of my father. In fact, when I came to France in 1975, I went to see him. And I was surprised that not only he was practicing allopathy, but he had acquired knowledge of Ayurveda, homeopathy, naturopathy, and acupuncture. He had a beautiful clinic in London, but the most beautiful thing was near Southampton, a farmhouse. So in this farmhouse, he received patients, and what he asked them, that please meditate, do I want to be cured? Do I want to be cured? Then we went on roaming around in his garden, and we were in front of a small church. Then I said, oh, is this the church? He said, it used to be a church, but now, in fact, I advise my patients just for 3 days have only water to drink and only to sleep, vari and nidra. No other medicine. Just think whether you want to be cured. And then he turned towards me and said, you know, your father polluted me with the thoughts of great leaders like Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, Ma Anandamayi. But the one who touched him was Ramana Maharshi. And then the question came up, who am I? Can I really be a patient? Am I a body? Am I a soul? Am I a person who can cure a person? Or the person cures himself? Many questions came to my mind. Am I body, Atman, or soul? Well, my life continued with Gandhiji's ashram. My father was given the responsibility of education, and he created a system of 3 H. H for head, H for heart, H for hands. With the hands you work, with the heart you feel and create, and with the head you learn. But at the same time, he had many friends in the field of health, because my father was in charge of education, but his friends were in charge of health. And then allopathic, Ayurvedic, homeopathy. He himself, Gandhiji himself, was very much interested in the natural therapies with water, and the clay therapy. And he also liked, to drink goat's milk and not cow's milk. At present, you will understand the theory of cow's milk and goat milk, whereas in 40s in India it was, and he liked massages. Gandhiji, and 48 minutes. Much later on, my father was receiving by the same massage technician, let's say, and we would see that without seeing any clock, the massages would finish in 48 minutes. So I was just wondering, what is this 48 minutes? But then I understood that it was calculated according to the universal timings, 12 minutes, 14 minutes, and after 48 minutes, it seems that all our energies start coming down. In fact, Gandhiji, he said, it is health that is real wealth, and not pieces of gold and silver. So this is what I learned from him, and I went forward. But at the same time, before I started my education, I learned also in the same place the urinotherapy, then Panchagavya, that is to say the 5 things with the cow's urine, cow's dung, then cow's ghee and milk and yogurt, means the 5 things which can cure you. And it's a very important therapy. Later on, I studied in the ashram of Sri Aurobindo in the integral education with physical, vital, mental, psychic, and spiritual growth. And for me, the inner growth was and is, I consider, one of the most important things for all of us who have taken birth on this earth at this very moment. One of my Asan teachers, Ambu, here he is at the age of 78. And the very first time when I went to him, he asked me to remain in the lotus position for 3 hours. And when I passed his examination, I could go forward. But later on, I started my life as a scientist because I studied mathematics and physics, of course, along with the hobby like Ayurveda and yoga. But as a scientist, I didn't find interest because the space research was also the military research. So I resigned but this is an interesting photo for me because in 23, when this Somnathan, when he could go to the moon, and then I was happy to give him a prestigious prize at Calcutta at the governor's bungalow in presence of But my inspiration, not as scientific and allopathic inspiration, but Tagore for my creativity, Gandhiji, the mother Sri Aurobindo, and the great violinist Yehudi Menuhin. But after a few years of experiences in the field of education at UNESCO and other places, I decided to be in the field of yoga and Ayurveda. So the foundation of Tapovan took place in 1982, then first in Paris, then in Normandy, and we did practices of yoga and Ayurveda and developed into a university. A living example of the use of alternative energies and respect for the environment. Like any other person living on earth, I would say our first duty is towards the Mother Earth. If the earth is in good health, we will be in good health. And therefore, let us take care of the earth. Let us take care of each and every plant. Of course, in Normandy, and we have many lessons, many programs of studying, but what I would like each and every human being to learn is the humility first, sincerity, and the things like that. In fact, once I was speaking from the UNESCO's table about education and the decision-making in education, and at that time, Mrs. Thatcher was listening to me. At that time, she was Minister of Education. Later on, she became the Iron Lady of England and Prime Minister. And she liked my wordings on what a decision maker should be. That is to say, he needs to have depth. So Tapovan, like any other Ayurvedic center, would be practicing different things in Ayurveda, different massage therapies, different panchakarma therapies, different things. But with a view of the global understanding of the human being, because human being is just not the body, he is an integral thing. And naturally, it depends on the 3 vectors, 3 main principles of ahara, vihara, and manovyapara. Ahara means dietetics. It's a big field. We need to study. But what is most interesting, I was interested right from my childhood about what to eat and what not to eat. But I found every 5 years or 10 years, the theory used to change. What was good today, after 5 years, they would say, oh, please don't take that. It's not that good. Then again, after 5 years, then to my friends and my students, I always tell them, I chose Ayurveda because the food theory has not changed since last 5,000 years. But, well, Vihara, how we lead our life, and naturally Manovyapara, what is our mental state, that is one of the most important things. Let us be quiet, peaceful, and inwardly announce. Meditation and the practice of Yoga Nidra are the integral part of any therapy or any therapist or any curist or any patient. I was surprised in the year 2000, there was in the journal Le Monde, there were writing which said that this person discovered this therapy, the osteopathy, homeopathy, right from 1700 it started. And I was surprised. At the end, they put, this one. An Indian named Kiran Vyas started a center called Tapovan in Paris for promoting Ayurveda. I was really touched and thrilled to hear this. And I will just more or less finish by saying one day, about 30 years ago, 2 young girls, or rather ladies, they were finishing their studies, one in the Ayurveda, what is called BAMS, and other was in MBBS. And naturally, the allopathic doctor was saying that, oh, you people don't know anything. It is not scientific. It is not correct. You are old-style people. Then the other girl, who was a BAMS student, she was annoyed. And then she said, but you have studied only the dead bodies. And Ayush or Ayu means life. We study life. And then you have just the chemicals as medicines, but we have the true plants. And truly, even when it is the metal medicine, we prepare, we put energy into it. And then that putting up the energy is equally important than just this. So I was just smiling inside my mind that how the 2 young doctors, allopathic and Ayurvedic, were discussing. But for me, I would just say that here in Europe, education and health are the 2 systems where European Commission doesn't have the right to say anything as yet. And they give each country its own, each country has its own philosophy and practice of education and health. Just from this, I would just like to increase and say that let each individual patient must have his or her own philosophy and practice of health and well-being, because we should be able to choose if we have the right to go to the supermarket and choose which brand, what substance, how. Similarly, we will choose among these 100 doctors which one to take. Oh, here is an Ayurvedic expert. Oh, but he's a philosopher. I feel much better with him. And I'll just give you an example. One day I went in the east of France, and the family to which I went, there were 2 doctors in that family. the lady who was not well, that's what they told me, she was an artist. Her husband had a chemist shop. Another people of the family were doctors. And then I asked, what's happening? They just said, oh, my mother this morning, she was not well. She was just coughing, and the ribs broke down. So we took her to the hospital. And then her son, who was working at Villejuif, the cancer specialist, he whispered in my ears, oh, my mother now, she has 3 or 6 months to live. Okay, I just went to her and talked only about the art. And the same evening, in her room, the big professor of medicine was there, listening about Van Gogh and Monet and Delacroix. We were talking only about the art. And then she told me the next morning, oh, I felt so nice yesterday you came. I must do my exhibition in the month of December. It was month of June. And I just looked at his son. He said, oh, that wouldn't be possible. But anyway, but she did the exhibition in the month of December, and she lived 20 years more after that. With all around the earth, she had her exhibitions. So what art can do, we do not know. Yesterday, the harp was being played. I was just wondering, how many strings are there in this instrument? Then I just thought of me. How many strings are there within me? And if somebody could just tune them up and play with this inner being of mine, some beautiful music, I will certainly become a good person. So the idea came to me, how to tune these strings which are within us. So I bow down to our great, great person, our Thomas Pfeiffer. He's trying to pull your strings in 2 manners, just to tune them up, and so that each and every one of us, we could become a great therapist, but before that, we could become a good human being. And naturally on the subject of Ayurveda, subject of physics, subject of universe, so many excellent and exponent people have spoken. I will not speak, but if the day comes, if you want, I can do that also and put out the theories with a great honor and respect to all of you. Thank you. Just a minute. I don't know whether slides are remaining. Yeah, so doctors, healers, teachers, and spiritual guides, for me, are just the helpers. Each one can help us, but the work has to be done by oneself. So each and every one of us, let us work, and thanks to our dear Dr. Thomas Pfeiffer and his team. And this rose is from my garden. So I just took a picture before coming here so that I substituted Bhaswati's time, you know. I took little less time.
I would like to express...
No, it's okay, it's okay.
We have 3 minutes time. We have 3 minutes time, Mr. Bhattacharya.
Allow me to express my recognition to India for finding such a great personality, for giving him the title Padma Shri. Congratulations.
Additional output, Markéta překládá.
Přelož mu to, prosím.
Jo, ale já si tu větu nepamatuji. Jako.
Takže Randy pogratuloval Indii. Prosím.
So we get over our congratulations to India.
Že dokázala nalézt tak krásnou osobnost.
That he find such a nice soul.
Pro titul Padma Shri.
For the title Padma Shri. So congratulations again. Yeah. And let's now welcome Engineer Klára Deláková, a new voice in integrative medicine research, whose interdisciplinary background bridges science, ethics, and healthcare policy. A doctoral student in applied ethics at Charles University and a researcher at the Royal London Hospital for Integrated Medicine, she will share insights from her award-winning study on collaboration between healthcare professionals, researchers, and TCIM practitioners. Whenever you're ready, Mrs. Deláková.
Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank very much to the whole organization team. You've done a marvelous job, so thank you very much. And as it's getting quite late in the afternoon, I'd like to wake you up a little bit with a bit of a personal story. And that is a story of my PhD journey, which began in 2019 at the Faculty of Humanities, Charles University in Prague. And back then, I had a curious question. Can traditional complementary integrative medicine approaches be integrated within the Czech healthcare system? And if so, when is it ethical to do so? And because official reimbursement is not happening in Czechia, I had to seek my answers in the environment when such a phenomenon occurs. And so 6 years later, after a research internship at Southampton University, after a very complex qualitative study in the UK with expert participants, after over a year-long analysis using the framework methodology, after a research fellowship at the Royal London Hospital for Integrated Medicine that lasts until today, and one baby daughter later, I can finally present you with my answers. And as the motto of this Congress says, health knows no boundaries, let's seek what unites us. It is time to start cooperating. Well, I'd like to humbly add to it by presenting you with models of cooperation that work in practice within the UK healthcare. And these models were constructed based on in-depth interviews, which are part of my PhD project. So, but before I present you specific models, I'd just like to clarify a little bit of terminology, which will be just a brief description so that you know. So by integration, I mean that formally called TISA modalities are reimbursed within the National Health Service as any other healthcare services. So we can call these a normal healthcare service. By incorporation, I mean that TISA modalities are offered in addition to other healthcare services. And finally, let's get to business. So I identified 2 integration models. And the first one, integration model, is basically when the modality is reimbursed by the NHS in specific diagnosis. So it may be an acupuncture in chronic pain, for instance. Or they also offer mindfulness-based stress reduction in depression, yoga for certain diagnoses, and so on. Let me add that this approach is very biomedical, so you apply certain TISM approach to certain diagnoses. So the second integration model is when formally called TISM practitioner gains statutory registration. So they can work in healthcare facilities alongside other professionals, similar to, for instance, a physiotherapist. A typical example from the UK are osteopaths and chiropractors. And what is interesting about this integration model is that usually it's led by a very strong professional organization in the country that is able to secure legal registration outside the typical biomedical environment. And now let me show you 4 incorporation models. So the first model is the healthcare professional plus model, okay? So imagine a typical healthcare professional, be it, for instance, a physiotherapist, who's providing one of the TSIM modalities. So they've got additional training in TSIM modality, and the difference from integration here is that they incorporate this modality, but usually it's paid by the patients themselves or by a charity. So the second incorporation model is when a TSIM is the TSIM practitioner plus model. So imagine the same thing, but the other way around. So the TSIM practitioner gets additional training in one of the particular medical field. So, for instance, palliative care. An example from my research would be a herbalist working in a hospital ward. And because this model is quite unique, so I'd just like to add some more information. So usually those TSIM practitioners must meet similar entry requirements to any other healthcare professionals. It is very much dependent on the healthcare facility, how they accommodate such a practitioner. And usually this model is created very uniquely through negotiation of passionate individuals in the healthcare system. Now we've got the TSIM practitioner model, so without the plus. And basically, in simple words, it means that a TSIM practitioner is volunteering within a healthcare setting. So an example here would be a spiritual healer working alongside a doctor in a gastroenterology hospital ward. And very interesting thing about this particular example is that it actually led to a research collaboration later on, which was based on this and opened some more doors. And the last incorporation model would be healthcare professional TSIM practitioner model. So it's basically when they work alongside each other. Typically in a GP practice where, for instance, the acupuncturist is renting a space and the patients can be referred there by the healthcare professional. They can also distribute information materials like leaflets and so on for the patients in the waiting halls. And usually these services are financed privately by patients or by charity funding again. And before we proceed, I'd just like to add that all of these cooperation and integration models are specific and have certain ethical implications, but I'm talking about these more specifically in my research PhD project. And now a little game to play and to see whether you got what I tried to explain to you. So here is, in front of you is a quote by one of my participants. Okay, so I'm just going to read it out loud for you. Perhaps another model is for GPs to work alongside complementary therapists. So in the GP practice, there may be an acupuncturist, one osteopath or herbalist, or a chiropractor or something like that that works alongside the GP. Now, my question to you is which model I'm talking about, okay? Which incorporation model I'm talking about. So we had the healthcare professional plus model, we had the TSIM practitioner plus model, we had the TSIM practitioner model, and we had the model healthcare professional TSIM practitioner working alongside. Which one do you think this is? Do I hear an answer? I don't, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So it's the last one I was talking about, the healthcare professional, and you're nodding, so you thought so. Yeah, I knew you knew. And another one, because it's good to play. So another quote, she had worked at hospital for several years for free, and then we audited those results, and the audit of those results was a preliminary data which allowed us to apply for funding, which we got from the big lottery to do a clinical trial of 200 patients with inflammatory bowel disease and irritable bowel syndrome. Which incorporation model do you think we're talking about here? So the spiritual healer was volunteering in the healthcare facility, which is a bit of a lead. Okay. It was this one, okay? So TSIM practitioner model, volunteering in the healthcare facility. Okay, so what's left to say? At this point, I'd like to emphasize the magic ingredients to cooperation, so the circumstances behind these cooperation models. So basically, interpersonal relationships, and the ability to build those with one another, which leads to the next key ingredient, and that is openness towards other approaches. And the openness leads to knowledge of the possibilities of use of the TSIM interventions. And lastly, and unfortunately for the public healthcare system, no need for extra funding. And now, probably the key thing of the whole presentation. My question is, can we apply this in Czechia? My answer is maybe. Maybe. My study is qualitative, so it represents experiences of a certain phenomena in a specific participant group, which means that the results are not generalizable to the whole population in the UK or in Czechia. However, there is one key message I would like you to remember, and that is that all of the cooperation models that I presented here are mainly led by enthusiastic individuals who can establish and build contacts with one another. So the key message here I'd like you to remember is that an individual can make a system change. 21 of my research participants represented this enthusiastic individual who would work beyond the scope of possibilities to build up something unique with very limited resources. And it seems like the growing platform here in Prague includes more than just one individual. Actually, 2 years ago, almost 2,000 viewers from 55 countries around the world watched this particular Congress. So today, I'm here to ask for your help as my research curiosity continues. Can similar cooperation models work in Czechia? More research needs to be done to find out. So if there's anyone from the healthcare sector, academia, research, TSIM practitioners who would like to find out with me, please let's keep in touch, either through the QR code, which leads to my LinkedIn profile, or you can directly just email me, and let's find out together. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Just a minute. We still have about 5 minutes left, so maybe if there are any questions from the audience for Ms. Doláková. I do have one, but is it okay if I ask one? Okay.
You want to ask me a question?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just if, yeah?
Right? Yeah, no problem.
What key lessons from the UK experience can be useful to other countries? could be used?
Okay, key experiences that can be used. Well, that it doesn't have to happen top-down, meaning it doesn't have to be, I mean, in an ideal world, the system would be interested in making certain changes and applying the integrative approach as the WHO talks about, for instance, in their strategy. However, there can be a lot done bottom-up. So from the perspective of TSIM practitioners, if they're able to possibly make those connections and yeah, be able to build them up, they can start cooperation models that I was presenting like that, and it can work.
Great, thank you very much. And I saw one more question.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Just a second. Does it?
Is it? Yeah. It's a very small question. You talked about UK models, and you talked about that how an individual can make change in a Czech model. So what's the one element or few elements of UK models that would never work in Czech model or Czech public health system, and why is so?
Okay, so that's a tricky question. So what's something that wouldn't work from UK here? I think the problem in Czechia might be, and again, one of the secret, or not secret, one of the magic ingredients I was talking about is that we need more openness towards other approaches. So my worry in our environment is that the openness is quite limited, and there is no actual academic interest in the topic of TSIM in general. So, but I think, and with events like this one, which I consider very important, the voice of TSIM gets heard. So this can be obviously resolved. What other barriers there might be? We need stronger professional organizations, definitely, and their voices to be heard in order to apply that practice. There might be a cultural difference, because obviously the UK is a very multicultural environment. So I assume it might be a bit harder for us to accept things like Ayurveda or traditional Chinese medicine because of those cultural differences. But I believe that we're sort of crossing that line here. And again, that's why I feel that these events are very important, so that we stay open-minded and we start to grow that curiosity and hopefully more academic interest. I hope that I answered your question.
So thank you very much for your answers and for sharing your research with us.
Thank you very much.
Now, allow me to introduce Associate Professor Dr. Nandu Goswami, Acting Head of the Physiology Division and Head of the Research Unit for Gravitational Physiology, Aging and Medicine at the Medical University of Graz, Austria. He's a strong advocate for integrating complementary and holistic approaches into mainstream medical education, and coordinates international seminars on evidence-based integrative medicine. Professor Goswami, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know I look a bit different from the picture, but that's because I've been in Dubai and it's very hot, so the hair got burnt. So this is my way of, thank you so much, Thomas, for inviting us and initiating these sessions. They have been amazing, and it's been a pleasure, really, to be associated with you. Thank you so much. And I think everybody knows here about Ayurveda. Everybody knows about the topic. But I just want to start by saying that I am not an Ayurveda practitioner. I am just a medical doctor, a simple, good old heart doctor. So how did I get involved in Ayurveda? That is, of course, because of the Indian embassy in Vienna that has been calling me and saying, listen, you're an Indian, can you support some kind of Ayurveda research? I am, as you heard, I was the head of the medical physiology unit in Graz for many, many years. And the only thing I said, we have to be a bit careful. So I went to the first rector. I'm so glad he's no more the rector. He just told me, get out of my room. We do not talk this kind of nonsense in Austria. Really, Clara, that's for you. Where are you, Clara? She was just presenting. These are the obstacles you'll be having. Luckily, he was changed. We have a new rector then. He was a little bit more receptive. He said, as long as you do it, you have to talk with me. Talk what? We said, well, he said, you have to talk with me. So the whole problem starts, and this is where I think it's very important for all of us to understand. Ayurveda works. We know that. It's 5,000 years old. That's all great. But now, please fast forward to the modern medicine world of Europe. Where is the place for Ayurveda? And this is where the whole problem for us actually started. Because, you know, in India, we have been carrying out this practice for thousands of years. There's no problem. But the moment you mention it in Europe, actually in Austria, we had these issues, as I mentioned. And then we organized a meeting with the Ayush, and actually even Ayush sponsored part of it in Graz. This was way back in 2017. And we had a meeting, we could only get about 10 or 15 people. Some of them, you actually know, Dr. Madanji, for example, has been supporting us from day one. And, you know, we are grateful to his expertise. There was also Rainer Picher, who is a traditional, normal Austrian doctor, but working in traditional medicine. So my idea was very simple. Why don't I, as the Indian, talk about Western medicine? And let me get the Austrians to talk about Ayurveda. So I got some few Austrian traditional or alternative or whatever you call them, but they're all medical doctors who were actually practicing some kind of Ayurveda in Austria. You know them also. Many of them have come to these meetings before, like example, Rainer Picher, and also our Wolfgang from the northern part of Austria. They have been practicing in this part of work. So I said, let's combine that. So that's what I have been trying to do. And when we had our meeting in 2017, I still remember, the first thing the vice rector of my university, she actually sat in the same front row like Catherine, and she told me, Prof, no nonsense. I don't want to hear any nonsense. Please talk science. This is not voodoo. She actually used the word voodoo. This is not, as you heard from Fadil talking about, decolonization and what black people are perceived and white people. No, this is 2017, not 1851. They were actually telling me that's voodoo. In Hindi, we call that Jadoo Tona, of course, for those of you who know Hindi. And she told me, this is not magic. We are not going to do magic. I want to hear science from you. And I was just saying, yeah, I'm a medical trained doctor myself. I am only going to do science. So I understood one thing, that Ayush can say whatever they want. Anybody in the world can say Ayurveda works. The Western world doesn't give a damn, at least not the Middle Europe, because it is considered completely not legal. In Austria, you cannot import any Ayurvedic medication in any way, except maybe as a food supplement, which is also problematic. And so please be aware of that, and these are the obstructions that we have. So I, as a professional academic, working as a professor, was faced with this dilemma. Because on one side, my mother, who is 90 years old, believes in Ayurveda. And I said, you know what? Let us give it a chance. So I started looking at the literature. And now comes the next part. Because when you look at the literature, you actually find that the Western practitioners, even many of the doctors I spoke to in Graz, just told me this is complete nonsense. Where is the evidence? And they actually call it alternative, which is very sad. Because I, as a medical doctor, and many of you are medical doctors here, you know this. If we are sick, we talk about treatment. We never talk about prevention, which is exactly Ayurveda. You heard from every presenter here, about the search, veganism, or other aspects as well, such as, taking care of health promotion. You heard from our colleague talking about, showing art to the lady who was sick. All these aspects. But, the problem is when you put it as alternative, and which is the fact in the Western world, it becomes really a problem. So I started looking at the literature. And then I found out that there is a big bias. If you want to publish an article, I think we can tell always to Katharina about that. She knows, even though it was not even about Ayurveda, try publishing an article about Ayurveda. I want to hear this. Please go to an English journal and try to publish it. Let me see who will publish it. And those that get published, most of the articles come from India. There is a publication bias, of course. Again, I'm talking, and people are actually saying, oh, those are all fake data anyway. That's, again, a problem. So when I was faced with this aspect, my question was, how can we do it better? So what should we do? So I said to myself, why don't we just try to do things that are going to be not conflict of interest? This is what happens to me. Every time I go to Ayush meeting in India, many of the practitioners come and say, here, this is a powder, test it on your patients. That's nonsense. That's not going to work. Sorry, because we do not know. We are Western-trained physicians and pharmacists and pharmacologists. We do not understand that you just take a powder and test it. So that led me to this question that maybe I need to raise awareness among the Western practitioners. So that's why I brought Raina Pika, who is a medical doctor, but working in some kind of Ayurveda, got him involved. But then I always tell the people, I am not a practicing Ayurveda practitioner. All I am doing is trying to use Western methods to see and to test Ayurveda. That's exactly what I do. So I stay backward. This is interesting because normally you expect an Indian to be advocating Ayurveda, which is conflict of interest anyway by default. I don't, because I don't even know that word, what Ayurveda means. I know it's a life, but I am not an Ayurveda practitioner. So I believe this is the best combination we have. So I started saying, why don't we approach Ayurveda in a way that we approach a new drug? So if you get a new drug, what do? We normally do, of course, pharmacokinetics and all that. And of course, you have been hearing this keyword, EBM, evidence-based medicine. Why don't we just do that? So, of course, carry out trials. So I thought that the best way is to let us now talk about. So if you give me a powder of Ayurveda, that's fine. First thing I will do, I will test its purity. Then, once I know the compounds in there, because there can be sugar, there can be arsenic, anything, and you know Western medicine wants a pure compound in there. So where is the pure compound? We need to find that out. So why don't we just do the pharmacokinetics? Then, once we have done that, let's try to test this particular medication in different scenarios, like you would do for a drug. And then once you have already found out, you saw the canonical diagram our previous colleague drew, try to see how the drug works at different levels. And once we do that, we'll be able to say what exactly is the effect of that drug. And then you can do some animal experiments, which is what we do normally, and then finally, the human studies, which I believe where Ayush and everybody can help us, they can do the human studies in India. But we have to prepare the platform. So that is how I started with this, and that's how I got involved. So these are some of the preparations. Can we try to give this to our patients? So we need to know what is the component in there. We then need to know how does it work at a different cell level. Again, I don't want any one of you to become molecular biologists here, but normally this is how drugs work. They have different effects. Also, we can test the different effects of the drugs. And then once we know, then I'm very sorry, but we also have to do animal studies, of course, in which we try to find out, for example, this particular breed of mice, they die from heart attack. You don't have to do anything. They will just die from heart attack because one of the genes is missing for them. And because that gene is missing, and if you say now our Ayurveda drug is going to reduce your cholesterol, let's feed that mice and see what happens. That's how we do normally. So this is how some studies that we actually do. And then, of course, you can take all their organs. Why is this important? Because I personally believe, as a medical practitioner, that we have a bigger problem in Europe, which is what I think Ayurveda can help. It's not just health promotion, but also advocating for some other effects, trying to see which medications, which are not medications, but natural products, how can they help in the patients, for example. And you know everywhere, you can see the statistics, people are aging in Europe, all over the world. And if you look at the areas here, there is going to be additional extra costs that we have to cover for our taking care of our medical, the older persons. The areas in the pink, for example, shows the extra costs that we'll have to pay for the hospitals. We are very happy that our older citizens live longer. That's great for the healthcare, but we also have to come up with extra costs for them. So what we do in Graz, and that's what exactly I do, is we do a lot of testing of the older persons. So for example, this is a gentleman with stroke. He had stroke, and he is not able to walk. So we normally test him. So I said, why don't we have one group that doesn't get the Ayurvedic supplement and another one that gets the supplement, and then let's see that. So that's what we are trying to do. We can monitor, you can see brand new equipment. This is not Ayurvedic equipment. This is all Western equipment. All the device we use in the hospital. Every doctor knows this. We can measure blood flow to the brain. For example, we know this drug called Brahmi, which is believed to improve blood circulation to the brain. Where is the evidence? Who has tested it? It's not enough to say that my mother said so it was good, or that's not enough. Western medicine wants a proof. So why don't we monitor the blood flow to the brain? The same things we do in every other old person. So we can do that for you. And then once you do that, you can do, of course, also how stressed they are. This is a complex picture. This was given to me by my colleague, Maximilian Moser, who many of you are familiar with. He provided that. This gives you an idea about how the heart, as you heard from the previous presenter, somebody asking, why don't we tune the vibration rings in our... This actually assesses how stressed you are. So sympathovagal balance. And once we know that, I can do a lot of things with your heart rate. What happens to your sleep? How stressed are you? How are you coping up with your work? What is the chance that you will actually get a heart disease? Because if you don't sleep properly, you have a problem too. So we can do that. And I'm saying, why don't we do this for Ayurvedic medication? We give somebody Ayurvedic supplements, nutrients, and then we test them using exactly the methods that are already validated anyway. I have more than 50 papers on this scheme anyway. So that's why I think it's important that we understand that part. So not only the heart, this is just for the heart. We can actually look at the vessels as well. You know, all our arteries, they have a lining inside, what we call the endothelium. This is the generator of the heart disease. So in future, if somebody gets a heart disease, so patients always come to me and say, doctor, my father died of heart attack. What is the risk that I will die of heart attack? And I say to them, let's test your endothelium. We do that routinely anyway in the hospitals. So why don't we test the endothelium before and after the Ayurvedic supplement? So you can see, and it's very easy to do, because if there is something wrong with your endothelium, the chance that you will get a heart disease 3 years later is much higher. So I can actually predict for you. Then I would know if that supplement works or not. And that's the way to go. There are no shortcuts in life. I'm very sorry. The problem is there are no shortcuts. People just want shortcuts. They want the powder works. That's good. It's not like that. We have to do evidence-based medicine in a language that the Czech doctor understands, that the Austrian doctor understands. They will all approve that, provided they see how we do. Very simple ways. None of them is a needle. You just put a probe. We test your blood pressure before and after. And if you have enough nitric oxide, which is something that makes your arteries open, there you go. The drug is working. Supplement, I would use that word. And so they are very easy. I mean, Dr. Fadil from South Africa, who was just giving his talk on, we are using this device. You know, Dr. Fadil, about this in South Africa in HIV patients, where we are trying to see the effects of the HIV drugs. So this method is already used. Let's use that. Pre and post nutritional supplementation from Ayurvedic products that we give. Very easy to do. None of this one tests how thick your arteries are, how stiff your arteries are. You just lie down, blood goes there, and we test before and after your supplementation you got. So the same, but you know all those changes here, if you look at the artery here or the artery here, these are big arteries. You may not see the changes. Or by the time you see the changes, it's too late. So why don't we look at the small arteries in the eyes? Because the changes, you will expect them to happen before in the small arteries. So now I give you a supplement, we look in your eyes, and this is a camera. I mean, many of you have seen this in the hospitals. When you go to test with your eye doctor, he or she is using this. But hang on, we also have the mobile version that you can use in children too. So very easy to use. And the picture that what we do from there is we look at the picture and then we are able to actually see what is happening in the eyes. So small changes we'll be able to detect. The same goes for blood. Of course, when you go to a hospital, they take your blood or saliva. But based on that, you can see all the genes that are going up and down. We do this all the time. So why don't we do this for Ayurvedic supplementation? You can see very complex diagrams that we can draw actually after that. And so that is what we have been doing with our colleagues in Austria. And the Medical University of Graz is now so convinced, because after warning me and threatening me and almost killing me with, hocus pocus, dangerous doctor, voodoo, they're all now happy. They even come to me and now saying, "Doctor, you are doing great work." Because now the university realizes they can get some money. It's all about money, isn't it? So now they are very happy. And so we have actually had almost for every year an event in Graz where we actually combine, again, look at the word, I don't use complementary medicine. Please stop using that word. Stop using alternative medicine. Say health promotion medicine. When you do a meditation, people get panicked in Austria. These are dangerous people. They are a sect. We are not a sect. We are trying to improve your way of life. What time you go to sleep? What is a good nutrition for you? What should you be doing to clean up, to detoxify? If you go to India, they talk about panchakarma. This is pancha means five treatment. What is that? They give you some medicine and you have serious diarrhea and vomiting. But hang on. Is that not what is detox therapy in every people pay 12,000 euros for that? Or you just go to, my advice, just go to Bombay for 1 week, eat on the roadside. You will clean up everything, you will reset your detox. But this is what I'm saying that but you know what I mean, that what I mean by resetting the microbiome, where people pay thousands. Actually, it's very simple. This is something we all do. So this is something that, but now the Western medicine is talking about, yeah, we have to do detox, 12,000 euros. But this is already something that is mentioned in Ayurveda a long time ago already, 5,000 years ago, where they were talking about panchakarma. So why don't we try to validate? So what I do is I actually give people, what we normally do, we work with the Ayurveda centers. We actually measure all the arteries before. Every single thing that I mentioned to you before, the arteries in the eyes, the arteries there, blood flow to the brain, pre and post, whatever you call it. Call it detox in Europe or panchakarma in India, it doesn't matter for me. The bottom line is we can measure. And once we validate that and we publish that, in a Western journals, and I swear to you, they will never refuse our publications. I have more than 180 publications. And if I publish with the same equipment that I have been publishing in the last 180, nobody is going to refuse us. I believe that is the way to go forward. And you will not believe this, that the university actually came back to me. I don't know, it's hard for you to read from the back, but we actually created a course that is called Integrative and Complementary Medicine. And the whole idea is evidence-based medicine and research. If you go this way, you will be able to convince. And again, they are telling me that yoga word, that Ayurveda is a dangerous word. I said, yes, Ayurveda is just a way of life. And so you can see the different elements we have, but we follow exactly the same way. We give them the literature, we give them the background about what we do, we show them what we are doing, and this is what we have been doing. And so this course is actually running in Austria, at the Medical University of Graz. And so many students are excited because this is about health promotion. And everybody comes to me and says, this is the only course that talks about health promotion, not about treatment. Because, and I always believe that, of course, they go hand in hand. You promote health, and if things go bad, then you will have to take some kind of treatment. But if you take some treatment, we should be able to validate it. Tell the Western people how it works. What is the pharmacodynamics? What is the pharmacokinetics? Perfectly all right. If we do that, everybody will be happy. And just as a last note, I would just like to say that I know you will not believe this, but the most serious aspect that anybody can have is cardiac surgery, heart surgery. We have gone to the university, we have got ethics approval, and we carried out a study. I swear, we didn't test Ayurvedic drugs because we were not yet that far. So I started with yoga and meditation. Again, be careful with the word meditation too, because many people misconstruct that as, again, you know, some sect together. But if you explain to them mindfulness, they understand that. So the yoga and exercise, we actually gave it to our patients who are recovering in the, you know, once you get a heart surgery in Austria, I'm sure it's the same here, you get a rehab for a month. And during that time, they go to the hospital. And they are in a hospital setting, so perfect, because they get the same food. So we tested 3 groups of people, one with the normal exercise, Western exercise, another one with Western exercise, plus meditation, and the third one with meditation, with yoga and exercise. And the results are amazing. People are so excited. So, my dear friends and Professor Thomas, thank you so much for inviting me to share my research. But I believe there are no shortcuts in life. If we go this way, and we actually do it evidence-based medicine, there is nobody who's going to doubt us. Thank you so much. Namaste. Namaste.
Professor Goswami, thank you for sharing your expertise with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, and now joining us online from Mexico is Professor Radko Tichavsky, one of the world's leading authorities in agricultural holohomeopathy. He created this holohomeopathic method, applying homeopathic principles to farming, founded an institute for sustainable holistic education, and serves as its academic director. Widely published, he lectures internationally and advises agricultural projects worldwide. This presentation will be held in Czech, so please, if needed, use your translation stations. Professor, can you hear us, please? Slyšíte nás, pane profesore? Do we have a connection? Can you hear us?
Ano.
So, okay, so you can start. Můžete začít, pane profesore.
Slyšíte mě?
Ano, teď
can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. You can deliver your talk.
Ano, teď je to v pořádku. It's everything okay on our side, so feel free to start, professor.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the Congress, allow me to invite you on a journey into a world where science meets nature and tradition meets innovation. Hello Homeopathy is not just an alternative to modern architecture. It is a new framework for understanding soil, plants, and the human being itself. In this lecture, I will present not only the principles, but also results from different countries, from Mexico to Italy, Spain, and France. And I will explain why this approach is essential for the future of European and not only European agriculture and human health. Our health does not begin in hospitals, nor in the laboratories of pharmaceutical companies. It begins in the field. Soil is the true foundation from which the health of the entire society arises. When soil is alive, structured, and rich in microbial diversity, it produces crops that contain not only calories but also an informational vital impulse. Conversely, degraded soil is a silent source of the epidemic of chronic diseases because it yields weakened plants, prone to disease and poor in bioactive compounds. The method of droplet evaporation crystallization is a bridge between natural philosophy and exact science. The evaporated drop of seeds or plant reveals the internal quality of the system. The patterns formed are not mere aesthetic shapes, but structures carrying profound information. We have shown that extracts from hollow homeopathic fields possess a higher fractal complexity. This means their organization is richer, their life potential greater, and their ability to communicate with the surrounding environment more resilient. In the first example, more resilient against climatic change. In the first example, let me show you
jak to vypadá.
Just a second. Let me adjust it so that you could see all of that. Here we can see crystallization of the evaporated drop. We measured the fractal local distance and so there is a more unified structure. We measured the fractal local distance here and homogeneity of the plant. Seeds, fruits, food, but also milk and wine, also cognac you will see today. So this is what it looks like. This is a micro drop. It has a fractal local distance 1.7451. So the fractal dimension is between 1 and 2. 2 being the maximum, 1 being the minimum. So seeds of peppers, conventionally grown, reach the value 1.7 approximately, whereas in hollow homeopathic peppers, because if we work out fractality, which is the average of all fractals in this image, so I need to know where the fractality reaches the highest level and where it reaches its minimum. So here it is shown that those mountains, these are maximal levels of fractality. And let's conduct the same measurement of hollow homeopathic pepper. And here we can see that its fractality reaches 1.9173, very close to the mathematic maximum. So it does not only mean a larger mathematical complexity, but also a greater metabolism, vitality, organizational capacity, resilience. So here in these pictures, we can see very important information where the fractality lies, its maximum. The maximum is located here, in this point, where you can see that very special crystals are being formed. So this is conventional agriculture, and now let's compare it to hollow homeopathic agriculture, because in consumption of this pepper, that greater capacity also is reflected in a greater vitality, a higher organizational capacity, and important compounds for our nutrition. Here we and here we can see a conventional pepper pattern. We can see it in 3D. Here you can see the maximums and the minimums, and the rest. And if we compare it to the fractality to a pepper grown in whole homeopathic, which has been measured at 1.91. So the difference is not merely numerical. It is also reflected in 3D. Here you can see, much steeper, higher mountains. This method is very important as it is able to convey very important information about the quality of the product. And here we can see a comparison of those two droplets, the conventional one and the ecological one. The difference of fractality between these two types of agricultures was demonstrated via distillated water, where we controlled the conditions, evaporated a drop of distillated water, and the seeds of wheat were not able to create any organized structure. It's very chaotic structure. There is just very little of crystallization. This hydrolite is not able to get organized. That micro drop of a hydrolite of wheat grown in hollow homeopathic reaches the level 1.849 compared to the conventional method, which only has 1.609. So here the levels also differ, as you can see. These are the seeds. This is the equal kind of wheat, just the method of growing was different. Here it is demonstrated in 3D, and so on the left you can see it in 2D, and on the right side you can see it on 3D. These are very small heaps which are disorganized. And on the right we can see that ecological agriculture using that hollow homeopathic method, the maximum lies here in that upper part of the droplet. And this is also transformed on a human as well. The advantages of polyploid plants have several copies of the DNA and often produce greater fruits compared to diploid plants, and they often have a higher resilience against stress and can have a better nutritional value, better germinization, and greater disease resistance. They have a longer germination, and they don't need to be stored in very special conditions. And they are very resistant against temperature changes, which are very common in these climate conditions. And they have a capacity much greater than standard grains. Here we can see polyploid wheat variant, which is not used Very often we can also compare the energy levels, the protein, zinc, E vitamin contain. It contains more zinc, selenium, E vitamin, proteins. It also has a larger concentration of other substances, which leads to its great health benefits. In carbohydrates, the differences can be identified in genetic differences. Kamut has 4 copies of DNA and hexaploid. The choice between kamut and wheat depends on its nutritional levels. Each of them has different qualities, for example, in baking. For example, industrial needs always make a decision in favor of modern wheat. And kamut, used, for example, in Mesopotamia, ancient state of Mesopotamia, these could be grown, but we don't. It has been often mentioned that seeds has proteins, carbohydrates, generate a higher level of self-organization. So here we can already speak about fractality. This can be demonstrated on several levels. For example, the seeds of kamut, which are much larger, and their texture has multiple patterns. They show geometric features. They have fractal architecture of protein networks. There are polymers, and for example, one is spreading them via spray methods. They can reach much higher levels than standard wheat. And also our bodies processes this wheat, meaning kamut, differently. And it increases, for example, the diabetes risk. Now, let me demonstrate the fractal map of old types of wheat, 1.5 compared to the modern wheat, which reaches only about 1.2. It seems to be a small difference, but the frame is from 1 to 2. The interval is from 1 to 2, so that percentage increase is rather large. Here we have Triticum purpedum tyrannicum, which is kamut, and it reaches fractality. Here you can see complex crystallization. It's interesting that if we consume this kind of wheat, fractality of their saliva increases as well. And this is also demonstrated in biodiversity of a microbiota in our bowels. So this must have an impact on our health, can't it? Here we can see it in a 3D modulation. These high mountains look like the giant mountains in the Czech Republic, show the highest fractality, which is located in this area where I'm pointing at.
Proteinová dostupnost a biodostupnost. Fraktální glutenová síť, kamut má delší a méně fragmentované gliadenové řetězce.
Fractal gluten's network kamut reaches longer and less fragmented gliadin and gluten chains than modern wheat. Protein is digested more slowly and releases amino acids gradually, which leads to better glycemic stability and better usefulness in synthesis of muscles and enzyme proteins. Carbohydrate fractality granule of carbohydrate in kamut have a multi-level surface texture, which means a higher level of amylosis. The consequence is a slower digestion, lower glycemic index, and lower metabolic burden. Modern wheat was selected as smoother with uniform granules and higher rate of amylopectin. They have a higher fractality, which means also a higher variability of metabolic pathways, which leads to a higher synthesis of phenolitic substances and carotenoids. Plants with higher fractal dimension of tissues have a capacity to integrate multiple levels of bioinformation from soil and microbiota. So soft information which is transported into the metabolic system is much higher in kamut. It carries more. Such kind of wheat is not just a transporter of calories, but also subtle bio information, which is also transformed further to a human body. The main reasons why we can grow this polyploid plant in the Czech Republic, it's very adaptable. It's very suitable in this climatic area. It has much a higher nutrition value. But let's move on to what will happen if we evaporate a drop of the soil. So here we can see fractality of a homeopathically treated soil, which has a level of 1.98, which is very close to the mathematical maximum, which is only an abstract possibility, hardly ever reached. So this is a highly fractally organized soil. Here you can see the 3D image. And in conventionally treated soil, the fractality is at 1.6585, which is much lower. And this great difference, which might seemingly look small, influences how soil absorbs water, or whether it overflows and is not absorbed. And also the richness of microbiota is affected. And here you can see the 3D model. Here we can see a comparison of the two droplets. The first one is holohomeopathic and the second one is the conventional one. A fractal local difference of the soil refers the way how the soil structure completes the space at a microscopic and macroscopic level, and this includes the structure of porous distribution of particles and microorganisms in the soil. Because well-structured soil with optimal fractal dimension has a better retention ability. So this agriculture method will be very affected in terms of the quality of food in our lives. We can identify very complex relations between the soil and fruit, because healthier soil with optimal fractal structure supports a much higher growth and plant development, which is also demonstrated in fractal structure of the fruits and in our saliva and our human bodies. Direct influence of the agriculture method on the fruits and is transformed via the changes in fractal structure of the soil and its capacity to support the healthy growth of plants. So here we have made a circle. At the beginning, you can have healthy plants and fruits, healthy and well saturated. Then we can see the heritage of life and complex soil and the growth of the capital of complex soil. Also, wild plants reflect the change of the microbiota in the soil and the health of the population. So here you have a circular relationship when live and complex soil supports health plants. Health plants produce health fruits. Health fruits belong or contribute to healthy and healthy population. If we compare it to the situation in France, where farmers have 3,000 per head as a subsidy for training, but farmer can choose a specific training of their choice. And if they don't use this subsidy, they will not receive the grant. So interestingly, we have been seen by specialists from the state sectors, and they were surprised at how many trainees have attended. The way we conduct it is all right. So this is our activity. We have international courses, holohomeopathic library, and here we can see some practical examples. This is a pepper grown in Spain, in Murcia. This is a greenhouse where the pepper is grown just via holohomeopathy. 3 hectares of holohomeopathic plants, pepper plants in Spain. Here you can see them growing. The fruits had 300 grams, and this is the harvest. They were not painted. This is a natural color of the fruit, of the pepper. That's what they really look like. And this is the vineyard in France, the French vineyard. Here you can see spiders that did not die because of chemicals. Here you can see what is happening on the field. So they can develop normally. They were not. So here you can see crystallization in cognac. They look like a flying bird, and on a microscope we can see the quality. We can identify these formations. And here is the 3D illustration. This is like a Gerlach mound or the giant mountains, fractality. And another interesting is that the comparison of fractality of red wine, which reaches 1.46 with a minimum of 1.18 and maximum 1.85. And then we invited a gourmet whose saliva was measured in terms of fractality. So here we could see the crystallization of the person's saliva crystallization. This is my saliva after testing French wine. Here you can see that fractality has increased. That the wine connoisseur actually his body was also influenced in terms of fractality. Here we have some more examples from Spain. Here we can see some examples of soya beans without homeopathy and with homeopathy. On the left, without homeopathy, germinization was lower, and on the right we can see a homeopathic field of soya beans after application of homeopathic treatments. These are no granules. These are like really large amounts of homeopathic remedies which are applied or sprayed. And this is what the harvest looks like. Homeopathic soya beans in Dijon in France. So this is Triticale.
Pane profesore,
Kamut.
mi to moc líto, my si přejeme, aby jsme měli mnohem víc času na to, abyste mohl dokončit vaši přednášku tak, jak jste měl naplánovanou. Mohl byste, když tak během minutky dokončit vaši hlavní myšlenku.
Could you conclude your main message? We only have we are already running over time. I apologize. So here is our teacher. You definitely know him. That's Samuel Hahnemann, who is taking a selfie with me. So the conclusion, holohomeopathy is an innovative method in agriculture using crystallization of evaporated drops for analysis of physical and chemical and vital properties of plants and soil. This technique enables the measurements of vitality of plants, quality of fruits, and the influence of various methods of farming production. If you still have a few minutes, we can have a discussion.
Pane profesore,
Professor Tichavsky, thank you very much for your lecture, which was really excellent. Unfortunately, we have already run out of time, so accept our greetings from Prague, and I hope to meet you again in another forum. Thank you once again. This is such a great innovation, such a great progress which you represent. Thank you very much.
So thank you again, Professor Tichavsky. We appreciate you taking us into the fascinating world of holohomeopathy. Closing today's program is Dr. Santoshi Narayanan, a pioneering voice in integrative oncology in the US. She is a clinical associate professor at the Integrative Medicine Center at MD Anderson Cancer Center, a former board member of the Society of Integrative Oncology and the American College of Physicians, and led clinical trials on meditation and medicinal mushrooms, earning multiple awards. Dr. Narayanan, the audience is all yours.
Well, thank you so much for the kind introduction. It is wonderful to see everyone here. I would like to start my talk by thanking Mr. Thomas Pfeiffer for having us all here in one place together. And I know that time is very critical today, so we will try to be within 15 minutes. And you're all excited to do the next event, the evening. But I would like to talk with you all for 1 to 2 minutes. So yes, how is everyone feeling today? How are you all feeling today? Good? And what is the kind of energy you're feeling in this conference today? Amazing. Amazing, right? Amazing. So it is amazing. You feel love, you feel healing, you feel learning. There is a lot of different energies, right? So some are logical, like learning, and some are not very logical, like healing, right? You can only feel it, right? So the reason I bring this out is the nature of life. Life is mystical and logical. So there is like a beautiful components of life. And same thing in integrative medicine. So you have different spectrum of people. Some are very logical to the molecular level where we do targeted therapy, right, for cancer. And some are very mystical, like healing, and how do I get this better? Indigenous medicine, there's so many things, right? But there is a common ground, and that is integrative medicine. So I'm Santoshi, and what I do is I practice integrative oncology at MD Anderson Cancer Center. That's our cancer center there. And our MD Anderson is considered world's #1 cancer center. And I'm saying this not out of a sense of pride, but the reason I'm saying that is I'm humbled to work there, and I see this, the integrative medicine, come true every day. I practice integrative medicine 100%. Each and every patient I see, we do integrative oncology. So this is happening. It is going to be the future for every person, not just people with cancer, but for every person. Integrative medicine should touch their lives. So I don't have any conflict of interest for my talk today. I serve as a board member, and I will be joining executive committee for Society of Integrative Oncology. It's no financial conflict of interest, but I'll have a couple of slides about SIO. So the learning objectives, what I want you all to get from this talk is, #1, to learn the differences between alternative versus complementary versus integrative medicine and define integrative oncology. So my friend Dr. Massimo Bonucci already did this, but I'm going to repeat it once more so that we never forget it, right, even in our sleep. Second is I'm going to describe what do we do, what does my practice look like at MD Anderson Cancer Center. And third, I'm going to explain the guidelines. So Dr. Goswami just presented a couple of speakers before. He said how it's important to have the evidence because we need these two to talk. As we know, CAM is very frequently used, but every cancer patient goes to the oncologist also, correct? So we don't want them to get mixed messages, because as a patient, when you're going through something so stressful as cancer, the last thing you want is two people telling you bad things about each other. So we want this togetherness. So I will talk about guidelines to bring these two dimensions together. And 4 is I will highlight some real-world practice patterns. So integrative oncology is a patient-centered, evidence-informed field of cancer care that utilizes mind-body practices, natural products, and lifestyle modifications from different traditions alongside conventional cancer therapy. So I want you all to note the word alongside. And it aims to, of course, optimize health, which is very important. We talked about the conventional medicine where the health, more than health, other things like like one treatment, one outcome, one molecule is emphasized. So this is whole health, quality of life, and clinical outcomes across the cancer care continuum. So the difference is that in alternative medicine, you use it in place of conventional medicine. And this often may not be ideal for most people because there may be something very, very nice treatment in conventional medicine. And if you completely give up that and do only alternative medicine, it may not be the best interest of that particular patient. And complementary medicine is used together. And what we want people to do, cancer patients to do, is CIM, complementary and integrative medicine. Integrate both together. So the reason I have this slide is because this is one of the papers we published, and you can see this is Nature Reviews. So this shows the interest in integrative oncology from Nature Reviews, which has impact factor of 63.5 or 65. It's one of a very, very good journal to publish in, and they are interested. This was an invited article. They're interested in integrative medicine. So this shows that conventional world is also interested in this. So there is no division. And you can see, and we summarize this table based on guidelines, based on NCCN guidelines, ASCO-SIO guidelines, and we see that there are different modalities: acupuncture, massage, yoga, tai chi, hypnosis, music, nutrition, exercise, for different symptoms, and so much of guidelines are available already. And this is important when we are communicating with our conventional oncology colleagues to talk about the guidelines so that we are not seen that we are doing something like a lot of you said, like you're seen as a witch doctor and things like that. It's okay, nobody cares, but still it would be nice to make sure that they understand that there are guidelines which exist for these ones. So the real world practice pattern, this is our team. So we have yoga therapists, music therapists, we have mind-body hypnosis therapists, researchers, we have nutritionists, physical therapists, health psychologists. So we have different kind of providers in our team, and we all work together for our patients. And this is our model. We focus on the physical aspects of one's health. So every patient gets counseling on nutrition, exercise, acupuncture, massage. We talk about mind and body in every patient's care. Health psychology is involved appropriately, even for weight loss. We have weight loss programs through psychology because we have to work through the mind, even though people know diet and exercise are the key. And music therapy, Tai Chi, yoga, and we have group programs. We have social support groups and group yoga, group music, cooking classes, and things like that. So this is how we assess each patient. So when a patient walks into one of our clinic doors, we also do virtual clinic. So when we see a patient virtually or in person, the patient fills out these things. So this is like our X-ray. So number one, what is the concern? What is your top 2 concern? Right? So often in oncology practice, the top 2 concerns may be different compared to what really this patient is feeling. So in oncology practice, the concern is how do we control the cancer, which is very important, right? But in integrative practice, our concern is how's your pain? How is the stress? How are you dealing with fatigue from treatments, right? So the top concerns, and then we have the symptoms. So we ask people to rate their symptoms by ESAS on a scale of 0 to 10, which is a very simple scoring system, and we have this number. And we have other quality of life questionnaires and things like that. We measure this for both clinical aspects, and also we do research and find out how we can help the patient. So we are 5 physicians, and every patient we go through this. We do a detailed evaluation, and we talk about diet, exercise, mood, stress, sleep, and symptom management for every single cancer patient that we see. And then we also refer them to nutrition, physical therapy, psychology, acupuncture, massage. There's also yoga therapy, music therapy. So we refer them to all kinds of providers within our team. So this is another paper that we published, and it shows that symptom management is one of the main concerns for cancer patients, right? So people care about their symptoms. They want to get better. And the patient concerns, what we find is that if you look at the top 3, what patients want and what oncologists want is actually the same. So diet, pain, and integrative or holistic approach are the top 3 reasons why our patients are seeing us. And then we look at the oncology. So we have 2,000 faculty in our center. So it includes research faculty and clinical faculty, and they refer patients to us, oncologists and other providers like supportive care. So when you look at their concerns, integrative approach, which is holistic approach, diet and pain. So we all have the same concerns. The patients, the oncologists, integrative oncologists, we all want to make the patient feel better, which is great. And these are integrative interventions we do, per symptom. Of course, we don't want to look too much into the numbers, but big picture of things. We use acupuncture for fatigue, nausea, neuropathy, hot flashes, pain, dry mouth, oncology massage. So we published this paper. When we published, we look at 2017 data, because this was before guidelines. And when the guidelines came, our practice and the guidelines actually matched, which is good. And this is a guideline, NCCN Clinical Practice Guidelines on Oncology. And all of these symptoms, cancer pain, nausea, fatigue, distress management, survivorship. All these guidelines include integrative therapy. That is a big success for the field, because with guidelines, we can bring everyone together and be on the same page for the sake of our patient. We have to do this. And again, SIO, ASCO guidelines, Massimo already presented about SIO. SIO is an international organization. We have a lot of members from Europe. We have a global committee, which I and Max work together and co-chaired, and now Nina is the chair. And now we have the Ayurveda SIG too. So we realized that Ayurveda was not represented. So I founded the SIG, and now it is going very well. So we discuss, we meet every month, and here we are doing a hot water toast for the success of the SIG when we met last year. This is our SIG team. And it includes people from all different countries, Australia, US, India, and many other countries. So guideline development. Why is SIO important? SIO is working with ASCO, American Society of Clinical Oncology, and there are several guidelines, because we have ASCO guidelines, which is what oncologists recognize as a standard of care. So when we have an SIO-ASCO combined guidelines, that gives credibility. When we practice alongside oncologists, our oncologists can feel confident to send their patient to us. I am not going to prescribe a supplement just like that without knowing about it, learning about it, and knowing the interaction, side effects, and without thinking about the patient's best interest. So a lot of supplements are great. They're derived from nature, but they also have interaction, which we'll talk about. So this is a sample. We have only 4 minutes, so I'll go over very quickly. This is a sample guideline. This is for pain. You can see acupuncture, massage, hypnosis. So there is a very detailed evaluation of all the studies in the field, not just RCT, because to conduct an RCT, we need a lot of money. And in integrative medicine, you're not going to find that much of money to conduct an RCT because there is no pharma support. That's where we need to work together to supplement companies, and hopefully in the future, there will be studies that can be done by the supplement company like Moore, and it will be done in a very rigorous scientific way so that we can bring this together. And this is pain guidelines. And then we have massage, yoga, imagery, acupuncture, reflexology, and music therapy. And then we have NCCN guidelines for cancer-related fatigue. And what do we actually tell the patients? Our integrative approach, as we already spoke about, has 5 components: diet, exercise, mood, stress, sleep, and symptoms. So diet, we follow AICR. Basically, you want to take care of the gut microbiome. Of course, Ayurveda is very big in it, and we ask people to increase more fiber. And we all know that gut microbiome, serotonin, the mood, everything is connected. So we want to encourage more vegetables, more beans, lentils, and things like that. And if you look at cruciferous vegetables, I3C, protects against breast cancer. So we encourage the use of eating cruciferous vegetable. Again, exercise. Exercise also is a prescription. We prescribe exercise. We tell patients what to do. Sometimes there is like a metastatic disease, like there is spots of cancer in the bone, metastatic bone disease. We should know what to tell the patient, whether to exercise or not, how much to do. We use other resources, physical therapy, neurologists. If they have neuropathy, there is a risk of fall. So we have to take care of exercise and help the people to do exercise. Simply telling them just exercise is not enough. And how many of you feel like this? Stress is killing you, need an easier job, smaller house, and a different family. Anybody feel like this? It's normal for somebody dealing with cancer to feel like this, with all the side effects, with the hormone changes, and so many things. So taking care of the patient's stress is important, because you can see here, microscopically, for those of you who think very logically, it says that it can affect the cancer cell. The blue is cancer cell. You can see DNA repair inhibition, oncogene activation, right? Both places, stress has a role. So it is very adverse to cancer, and you tell a cancer patient, don't be stressed. That's the hard thing to do, right? So you give them the tools. You give mind-body therapies. There is music, there is yoga, and we have only a couple of minutes, so I'll show some studies that we have done. We have a music therapist, we have yoga therapy, which shows the blue and the orange that the symptom reduction, the symptom burden is reduced with yoga therapy. Again, publications of acupuncture for sleep. Sleep is another important aspect. One day, if we don't sleep, our immunity goes down. So we need to take care of the sleep. We need to use acupuncture. Studies are showing acupuncture helps pain, nausea, dry mouth, hot flashes, fatigue. So many people give up their treatment because of these symptoms. You add acupuncture, people are more comfortable. massage therapy for so many symptoms, herbs and supplements. So a lot of people were asking me about mushroom supplements, so I got so intrigued by it because I believe that there is a response. So I did this systematic review, reviewed about 10 years worth of papers, more than 3,500, found that 31 out of 39 studies showed beneficial effect and positive immunological response. But at the same time, we need to be careful with interaction. We need to be careful with which mushroom for which patients. Sometimes some people are on warfarin. Certain mushrooms interact with warfarin. We need to be careful with that. So the patient selection, right dosing, and which mushroom for which cancer, and the interaction with their treatment, all of this needs to be taken into consideration. So we support the use, but we have to counsel the patient appropriately. Again, antioxidants is another concern. There is a concern that antioxidants can be very protective to the cancer cells and normal cells. So in this one study, 540 head and neck cancer patients, it showed that people actually felt better when they did beta-carotene and vitamin E, which is antioxidant, but it increases the local recurrence of cancer. That shows that there is a protective effect on the cancer too. So we need to be cautious on which patient are we using, which ones. So again, Ayurveda, you heard a lot about Ayurveda. So because of interest of time, I did not include a lot of slides. But Ayurveda is also incorporated in our practice in a different way. So we have a patient who wanted Ayurvedic consultation. So we incorporated diet, and then we incorporated some herbs that he can use in his diet. And when it came to supplement, there was a lot of back and forth because the patient had chemotherapy. So we had to be extremely cautious. But we were able to facilitate a joint integrative oncology and Ayurveda consultation, where I was there, I had the patient, and I had an Ayurveda consultant, and all three of us were talking to the patient, and we were making decisions together. So that type of integration is the key for the future. So this is another table that we were talking. So these kind of conferences are very important to bring all of us together, right? Because we learn from each other. Then we see what is the problem that we have to solve. What is cancer patients' needs? We saw that there's no guide to people on what to do. So we met in one of these conferences, and three of us just put together like how we are doing here. We are talking to each other, and we classified with risk versus benefit, and we just put a paper and this table together very quickly, and it shows that minimal risk, minimal benefits, then counsel. If the risk is high, of course, avoid. If the risk is low, of course, consider counsel. But counseling is very, very important for patients. These are some of the herb and supplement resources that we advise for the patients to go and check the quality of supplements, because we also want to protect the patient. We want the patient to only take good quality supplements, right? And not take something which is sold in a bottle with no label and call the supplement, but it may be something like contaminants. So what is the key takeaway? The key takeaway is that integrative medicine involves approaching a patient as a whole, the person's physical aspects, emotional health aspects. You see the person as a human, a person with cancer, and it's not like a cancer patient, even though it's commonly used. Number two, use mind-body approaches, use dietary interventions, use yoga, tai chi. Talk about music, right? Like what music does the patient like? How? And we saw in the conference, like what is the effect of music on us? You feel it, right? You feel like a tingling, you feel the power of the music on you. So talk about it with the patient. Acupuncture, oncology, massage can be safely integrated. There is a lot of data. So if your oncologist or your conventional physicians are uncomfortable, talk to them about the data, talk to them about the guideline, which we just reviewed. And herbs and supplements, it's our duty to protect the people from side effects, from interaction, but at the same time not to be too restrictive. Have an open mind. The key is to have an open mind and collaborate. When we are open-minded and we are ready to learn from different people and we work together and collaborate, and conferences like this bring us together, meet each other, learn from each other, work together, that is when we can make the integrative medicine for everyone come true. So we have last 1 minute, and in this 1 minute, I would first like to thank you all for being here. And with this beautiful energy, I want all of us to see if we can close our eyes and put into the universe that integrative medicine should come into life of each and every patient in a safe way, which does not harm the patient, which is going to benefit a lot of people, both with cancer, without cancer, worldwide, in a peaceful, safe, and in a scientific way. So if we can all close our eyes and spend the last 20 minutes we have, that will be great. And thank you very much for your listening. And thanks for having me here, Dr. Pfeiffer, and thanks all of you.
Would you like to say a few words, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Let's keep our eyes closed for the next 20 seconds. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Dr. Narayanan, we thank you for the fantastic work you do for your patients and for sharing that with us. And with this inspiring final presentation, we officially close today's speaker sessions. A heartfelt thank you to all our speakers for their contributions and to each of you for your active participation throughout the day. But the day is not over yet, and Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer is here to tell you what's next. Word Tomáš.
So, že byste řekl aspoň ten úvod o té lodi, stačí 2 věty a pak to my řekneme technikálie.
All right, so here is Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dalším bod programu.
The next part of the program is a cruise on a ship which departs at 7 p.m. Not far from here. There is a harbor. And there is one speciality. The first voyage will take only an hour, during which we will learn some interesting information from the captain. And then at 8 p.m. we will change boats, where the reception will be held together with a lovely program, which I am also looking forward to. So we kindly ask you to be punctual, because the first boat leaves at 7 p.m. Please gather
and then we'll come together to the ship or to the boat. It should be the latest with 7:20. And then the cruise starts, as said, at 7 p.m. and the boat won't wait for us, please. No, and now sorry, my fault. Sorry, would be too late. I'm so sorry. So it's as soon as you can. We should gather down at the entrance of the building, and it will be the latest 6:20.
Yeah, the boat leaves at 7 and won't be waiting. Yes. Okay, so thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the evening.